Hello there, we are back, we are live. Hi, hello, how are we doing? Alright, hi Yippee, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good, hello. Hi Cricket, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good, hello. Hi Chad, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi Eliza, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good, hello. Alright, we are ready. Let me adjust a few things. I must do that real quick. Oh, it's alive! Yes, I lived! I have lived. Crazy, huh? How I'm alive. Really? He's alive? Wait, let me check. Chat, I don't have a heartbeat. I might be dead. Wait, do slimes even have a heart? I do not know. I do not know. Maybe slimes don't have a heart. Crazy story time, yeah. Story time. Remember those vines with that one dude just coming up to people and be like, story time. She got hit by a meteor. stuff like that. I don't remember what the creator was, but yeah, he just came up to random people and said story time on Vine. I wonder what would happen to that dude. But yeah, I've got a couple of things I want to look at and have to look at. Here's something funny. Sometimes I'll plug my headphones in. I don't know what it is, but my mall just stop moving. It's very interesting and annoying, but it is what it is. Alright, we got a few things. Alright, I have a crazy story to tell. Okay, sure, go ahead. I'm curious what that story is. I hold girl hand today. Girl. Well, congratulations. We're making steps towards a relationship, hopefully. That'd be nice. Let me still adjust a few things. I need to look at some things. But we should almost be ready. Perfect. Alrighty. In this case, yeah, you are a lucky boy. My comment disappeared when I reloaded. Was I destroyed? No, you were not. I didn't do anything. And usually I would see that. Shocker Trooper! What the heck is that? Hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. At a movie place? Nice. It's a regular. It's an annoying Sunday. You know, I did homework in the morning, and legit, I don't know what I did for college, to be fair. Because I read the instruction. I read the instruction. I did the stuff, and it feels like I did it completely wrong. I send it in. It's probably going to give me 0 points, because I did not understand what the goal was with this one. I guess I might get 1 point, because it was 2 parts, and the second part I did well. That was my Sunday. And then, of course, editing videos, as usual. Wait, I need to close Canva. I won't be needing any thumbnails. Anyways, I think we'll just switch and look at the things that we're gonna watch today. I've got a couple of things that I need to catch up. I've also got still some recommendations that I need to work through. But yeah, I've got a few a little bit of drama. As usual, you know, I love drama. Also some police stuff. I also got some police stuff recommended, so I'll look at that as well. But first we got this one. Basically, I have an important video that I want you to watch about Yuri anime girls and horse racing with amazing lore. At me if you watch it. Okay. We're gonna look at that. We are going to look at that. Alrighty. I've got something that I wanted to look at. There's something I want to look at. Alright, we got this. Anyways, remember the homie? Vitaly? Well, bro is in fact cooked. Apparently, He is completely he was apparently completely broken. My man has been completely fried. He is cooked. Nuisance IRL streamer Vitali's lawyer exposes his horrible life inside jail by Mist. We'll just look at this. We'll just look at this. Yeah, Vitali. We'll see what's going on.
It's possible that additional cases will be faced by the Russian vlogger Vitaly, who is
Simply put, if you don't know who Vitali is, simply put, if you do not know who Vitali is, he was actually quite literally pretty much a YouTube legend before. He essentially was really big during the prank era, and then he fell off. Started becoming a nuisance streamer. Also, he was in a couple of corns, as far I'm aware. At least that's what Tectone said. And now he's in jail because he was annoying in the Philippines. So yeah, bro's cooked. Bro is in fact cooked. It's also somewhere related to the horse gacha by coincidence. Just super cool video. I will look at it. I will look at it. I like the horse. I like the horse gacha anyways. Hi Zeppelin, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi Chad, good morning. I'm hungover. Poor Zeppelin. Well, take good care of yourself. Don't drink. It's not good for you.
was arrested for harassing Filipinos. This is according to the DILG, the Department of Interior and Local Government. Vitaly's lawyer told the news that Vitaly has changed his way.
Doing better.
What, did bro become a Christian? Did bro become a Christian now? Did he changed his ways? Did he become a man of God? What he done to the Philippines? He did the same thing as Johnny Somali, if you're aware of him. He did the exact same thing. He was a nuisance streamer harassing regular people. There were multiple clips out there where he literally just went up to a woman, wanted to give her money, and said that he's gonna rob her if she doesn't stop. As like, bro is crazy. He also tried to grab a gun from like law enforcement or like a guard or something. So there is that as well. The best cure to a hangover is more alcohol. Affirm. No, I will not affirm. Abandon mission.
And just hoping that when the time comes, may search an opportunity to ask for the forgiveness of the people.
Literally see his face has changed. His body is sunken down. Vitaly actually lost a huge amount of body weight. You can clearly see.
Guys, we got a huge update on Vitaly.
Yeah, who would have guessed that not having food, high class food, and not being able to, you know, work out as efficiently, maybe potentially use enhancements, may shrink you because you're in jail. You can't do anything. And to be fair, he absolutely deserved. It's absolutely deserved. It's very simple. He'll be made an example out of, so nobody's gonna do that again. I mean, even I think Russia didn't give a rat's ass about him.
Yes, a new call recording has been released between his lawyers who are handling Vitaly's case, and what she revealed is actually serious. Vitaly is completely broken down. It's true that his mental condition has gotten really, really bad. His lawyer revealed that he cries all day long. He is now regretting everything, and asking
He cries all day long. They really broke this man. Could watch Nyan Neko Sugar Girls instead. I mean, after this. Maybe after this, yeah, fine.
for forgiveness. Here, Legal Mindset has explained how he's now reading the Bible, and the majority of the Philippines are Christian. So Vitaly is now...
Dear people in the Philippines, do not fall for this man. He is a liar. Homie did not become Christian. He's just doing it to appease the mob. Don't fall for him. Bro is not a changed man. Bro is not a changed man. 1, in jail, you lose weight. 2, in the Philippines, in general, you lose weight. They eat fruits as main thing. Oh yeah, that makes sense then.
reading the Philippines religious.
The new information, more charges are very likely coming. The Boracay offenses may also follow. That's something a lot of people are talking about. Vitaly claims to be reading the Bible daily. Obviously, that's appealing to the Philippines as a very Christian country. Vitaly is attempting to petition for bail. Bail is not a right for foreigners. Now, it is enshrined in the Philippine Constitution, according to the Philippine sources. The analysis for a foreigner is different, which we're going to get to in just a second.
Even what a time we live in, Vitaly, the harasser, is now giving the excuse that he's reading the Bible. And he's also using...
Yeah, that doesn't help you, bro. Still go to jail. Still go to jail. Do it. Do it. Do you watch my request video? Not yet, but I will today. I did mostly stuff that I want to watch. Because, you know, I also got to watch stuff that's currently a hot topic.
This excuse as emotional damage control for the Filipinos, since most of them are Christian. Honestly, it's very funny to me. Well, what do you think? If Vitaly is reading the Bible now, should he be free to escape the consequences? Let me know your opinion. Now, watch Legal Mindset break down what happened during the contact and communication between Vitaly's lawyer and Jonvik Ramula.
No, I don't think so. Actions have consequences. And he's not gonna learn if he doesn't face the consequences of what he did. It's so simple.
The secretary.
Vitaly's lawyer, the news anchors, and the secretary Ramula. So understand whether it's the secretary, so that would be on the side of the government, whether it's the attorney, which would be on Vitaly's side, or the reporter, which is neutral. So it starts out with the reporter, and I'm going to read this translation. It's possible that additional cases will be faced by the Russian vlogger Vitaly, who was arrested for harassing Filipinos. This is according to the DILG, the Department of Interior and Local Government. Vitaly's lawyer told the news that Vitaly has changed his ways and is asking for forgiveness from everyone he aggrieved through his actions. The reporter is Lisa Aquino. It's been 2 months since he's been in jail in the detention facility of the Bureau of Immigration for Vitaly. The complaints were filed against Vitaly after he harassed Pinoys in a mall and restaurant in Taguig City while live streaming. This week, the hearing will start for 3 counts of unjust vexation against the foreigner. The prosecutor has already dismissed the charges of theft against him.
Now here's an urgent report we just found. Vitaly's lawyer in the Philippines, during a phone call with a news reporter who is desperately pushing...
But he cannot even, like, they have it on video. Taking somebody's hat without the permission is theft, even if you bring it back. Taking, grabbing the... Oh wait, so they actually did. Does that mean they actually charge him for grabbing the motorcycle, whatever it was, and running away with it? Huh. I wonder. I'm confused as to why he would get out of whatever he did for reading the Bible. He does it to appease the Philippines because the Philippines are fairly Christian, and he believes that this he probably believes that this can get him a get out of jail free card. I hope this doesn't work though. I hope it doesn't work. Converting doesn't change what he did there. It can renew his soul in the eyes of God, but the people don't have to accept it. The people do not have to accept it. And I hope they won't, because if you do this now, more people like that will pop up. More people like that will just spawn. And they already spawn up like sewer rats. There's another group that wants to do it to Japan again. These guys are like sewer rats. They will just come back.
For Vitaly's forgiveness, said that Vitaly is completely changed. His condition is not good. He's crying every day, and he now regrets what he did. The Philippine lawyer is now saying that the Philippines is a kind country, and that the people should forgive him.
Ano pong designation nyo or
I find it funny how this guy wants to do hard and like be like strong and like this macho type of dude. Oh yeah, now you go in jail. Oh yeah. I'll cry like a bitch now. And like, I'm so sorry. Well, and that's not the only thing he did. He also beat a woman. Just a random stranger. He assaulted a woman as well. So there's that.
participation dito sa case ni Vitaly? Go ahead po, ma'am.
All right. I'm attorney Lady Perrin Arcega of the Perrin Arcega law firm, and we are handling his cases, which has just been filed before the Regional Trial Court of Taguig City.
Okay po. Ma'am, so far po, ma'am, an overview po. Kumusta? When was the last time you saw him? How is he?
He is better now. I saw him just last week. I think I saw him late last week. He's better now. I'm saying better because he was not really good before. He's in a very bad place, emotionally, psychologically. It's a detention facility in the Bureau of Immigration. But of course, it's still kind of a jail that is meant to somehow punish detainees. So he was really not doing well before. Nang nag-visit ako one time, before he was able to say hi, he just started crying and couldn't stop.
What a bitch! What a bitch! Bro dug his own grave and is now crying about it. What a loser. Imagine, this must also be one of the greatest fall-offs in history. Imagine you have a really successful prank YouTube channel, and the only reinvention you can think of is either starring in a corn movie or pissing off people in another country. Bro. Ain't no way. How strong do you think you are from 1 to 10? And don't be modest. I'd say a 6. I don't train optimally. I don't eat optimally. I don't sleep optimally. There's a lot of room for improvement to get better. Problem is just I love to overtrain. I have this thing inside me where I like to overtrain, which may result in actually less growth or negative growth at times. Probably. Bro's in a bad headspace while in jail. Like, maybe don't break the law in the first place then. Well, they only realize what they had after they lose it. In this case, it's freedom.
Stop crying. So, as counsel, I'm not there as an emotional support. I with him. He's now better. He found his space. I brought him for devotion, daily devotion, and he's doing better. And he's just hoping that when the time comes, may there's an opportunity to ask for the forgiveness of the people he offended and also of the Filipino people. I didn't want to take the case because I was also very mad about what he did. But we are a Christian nation. We believe in forgiveness and ayodon because this guy is really a changed guy, and she wants to forgive.
Here, another analyst.
Why do I not believe this? Here's this. Alright, here's this. Here's this. You know how you would find out if he's genuine? Sentence him to jail. If he still reads the Bible, you at least know, and still prays, you at least know he's genuine. If he stops, that means he was never genuine, and then you have your answer. Because I do not believe him. I just don't. It's not an idea. It's act of many bad things that happen to you, probably. Yep.
This has broken down Vitali's current condition and explained why the Philippines should not release or forgive him.
Wow, right now nuisance streamer Vitali is begging from the Philippines. Yes, literally he is broken up, and to be honest, the Vitali I knew, this is not the same Vitali. Actually, his lawyer said he has changed now in today's video in one of interview with a journalist. Well, she wasn't wrong. This isn't the Vitali I know. Just look at his face. It feels like he cries 26 hours in a 24 hours day.
I mean, yeah, bro, the eye bags are real. The eye bags are in fact real. I can see them. Like, and everything around his eyes as well. It's dark. Maybe it's just the lighting, but yeah. They broke this man successfully. Maybe a few weeks there for Johnny would also help. They just send him over.
Yes, just don't ask me how he cries an extra 2 hours, because you can literally see his face has changed. His body is sunken down. Vitali actually lost a huge amount of body weight. You can clearly see.
Shadow Clips! Thank you for 8 months! Thank you for the membership. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I reject my humanity, right? You don't need to reject your humanity. I can take it from you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We love to see you. Thank you.
You see that? Now the question is, after going through all of this, should the Philippines forgive Vitali and let him go? Well, to be honest, I don't think so. Let me just show you a report of Economic Times. This guy has been arrested more than 20 times in very
More than 20? Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. I don't, nah. He should not get out of jail. If it's 20 times, that's wild.
various countries. After he gets arrested, he immediately bashes that country, disrespected in his videos, and goes on to do the same again and again. Like you can see here, his crimes and arrests. Vitaly Zdorobetsky career has been marked by a series of high profile arrests and criminal charges, both in the United States and abroad. So here you can see in 2014 FIFA World Cup has done some shitty things on FIFA World Cup. You might already know that. In
Invaded field during FIFA World Cup final between Germany, Argentina, and Brazil. Okay, interesting. Okay, that's a one.
July 2024, Zorowski invaded the field during FIFA World Cup final. Actually, he went into the field in the middle of the match. So yeah, in May 25, 2016, Hollywood signed trespassing. So Vitali was arrested trespassing after climbing onto the iconic Hollywood sign in Los Angeles, part of his video stunt. So actually he went to the sign and it was a restricted area, and he has done things. After that he got arrested and released almost immediately. Then he has done in June 10, 2016 NBA final, same thing, went onto the field and do his usual things and just got released after some time. Then 2017 World Series in Houston, USA, same thing. 2020 aggravated battery arrest, similar things. 2025, and this is where things has totally changed. In 2025, arrest and multiple charges in Philippines. His most serious legal
Yeah, essentially was just yeah, this one, by the way, this one is what I'm talking about. In 2020 he just assaulted a female jogger. That was it, which is crazy, by the way. Just randomly, I think it's the cell and police station. Yeah, bro's home is jail at this point. Like the others, he got away because it was like one thing, right? It was like one thing, but for the Philippines, it was multiple things because he overdid it there. And remember, a lot of Asian countries are very how is it put, formal. They don't like disturbance. They don't like this kind of behavior. It's just it's very, very interesting to see that happening. Poor girl. Is she okay? Yeah, but I don't know. I hope she is. But bro is just, he should have been arrested already here. Like the others, yeah, not really that crazy, but here, this one, absolutely.
troubles began in April 2025. That's what I was talking to you. And all the charges are harassing and attempting to kiss security guards, attempting to grab security guards' firearm, stealing a petrol, motorcycle, electric fan, and tricycle, threatening to rob a woman in public. So yeah, these are the things he has been effed up. So the thing is, even if Philippines forgive him, there is a 99% chance Vitali would do the same thing the minute he gets out of jail. People like Vitali are always on, illegal substance, so it's in their blood. Whatever you do to them, they cannot make themselves right unless they stay at least 10 to 15 years in jail before they understand and forgot what they were in the past and realize what they are right now. So the only way, in my opinion, to fix Vitali is to keep him in the prison for at least 5 to 10 years. Only then he can get out as a good person. Otherwise, there is literally no chance for him to get out now and be a good person. At least I don't.
Like I said, I think fully deserved. He should have been he should have been in jail for unprovoked aggravated assault. Yeah, you're right. He should have been should have also been like the last thing he should have done, and then sent to jail. Hold up, kiss. Yeah. He was also flirting with guards as well. So basically, sexual harassment, which, well, the kissing also falls in that, but also flirting.
believe that at all.
To be honest, this guy has really shared some valid points. The kind of person Vitali is, it really doesn't matter to him if you forgive or release him. He'll just do the same thing again. Just watch this. Just a few days before his arrest, look at how badly he wanted to get into jail.
You know why I would go to jail?
Why?
Because everything happens for a reason. I went to jail for 60 days. Guess what happened? I came out with fucking ideas. And I came out of jail, every video was hitting 1 million views.
Whoa.
And actually, you know what? Jesus Lord, please let me go to jail today. I'm ready. Because my asshole's been tight for a while now.
Wait, what? His has been tight for a while? Guys, don't you think Vitali really needs to go to prison?
Does he really need to go to prison or just a gay bar at this point? What the fuck? Huh? What the heck? Why did this suddenly turn gay? But then again, that's why he flirts and wants to kiss other men. I guess it makes sense.
As soon as possible to finally loosen that thing up. Now here, Legal Mindset is saying that no matter what happens, it's not possible to grant Vitali bail. That means Vitali is not getting out anymore.
For those that don't know, bail is
He just wants to get far. Apparently, he's the prison hopper. But instead of women, he goes for the men. He's the reverse prison hopper. Bro, that is crazy. It is Pride Month, so and maybe he needs it. It's Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. Maybe he needs it for his mental health too. No, he's underfucked, so to speak.
the ability to kind of pay your way out of custody. So many countries do not have bail. Many jurisdictions do not have bail. When you're arrested, you go to jail and you stay there until your trial. And then after your trial, you decide whether you're released or not. Bail is generally the practice where when you go to jail, when you're taken in, you pay some money or you pay a bail bondsman or some sort of other thing. They'll front some money for you. You pay it to them. You're let out. So you're let out. You can be free and run around and do whatever you want until your trial.
So guys, what do you think? Is there any chance for Vitali to escape? Honestly, I don't see any way he can. But with everything that's going on, I feel like he might end up getting forgiveness and then somehow escape from the Philippines. What do you think?
Here's what I think. Here's what I think. He absolutely deserves it. He should go to jail. That's what it is. Also, his hairline is fucked. I guess it might be more fucked after this. But yeah, he should absolutely go to jail. He deserves it. 5 to 10 years. Absolutely. And then let's see if he does it again. Very simple. Very simple. It has been crazy where these people come from. And it's not just like nuisance streamers that do stupid shit, right? It's just regular ass streamers that do this shit. Like, Miskiv, like, tried to climb up like one of these cherry blossom trees in Japan. And other people have done it. There was a German retard TikToker who did the same shit, playing loud music in trains in Japan. These people are rats. These people are rats. They're a parasite to society. They don't behave, either kick them out of the country or straight up jail them. Like, comment, and subscribe. Anyways. Yeah, I say it at the end of every reaction now because you guys told me so. It feels weird though. It feels weird there. Oh shit, y'all. The guy that killed Jonathan Joes got out on bail for 200k. Like, huh? Yeah. Not even this for the soap. If accidentally soap fell out of his hand and he bent over, everyone else would just say ew and leave the shower. Probably he has a crusty ass. He doesn't wash his ass like Idubs doesn't wash his ass. Maybe. I had American looking tourists visiting Japan. Bros, American, free us. I mean, like I said, these people just randomly spawn. It's also Europeans doing this, don't worry. This has nothing to do with where the people come from. This has nothing to do with where the people come from. I mean, bro is Russian, right? We don't have enough jails for the rats. Yep, today we are watching a guy who get hooded. Like, comment, and subscribe. Well, we're watching a guy go to jail Anyways, let's do Zeppelin's video. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. But I have to do it. I have to do it. Zeppelin wants it. Neon Neko Sugar Girls. Episode 4 by Soap Opera 46. I will not play the intro. I will not play the intro. I will not do that. Is the intro done here already or not?
It's very sunny out.
From here.
Yeah, it's very sunny outside today. I think I'm gonna go outside today. Oh, great squelcher. Also, desu. Yeah. Oh, so kawaii. Squeak squelcher.
Hold up! It's between our booba! What the heck? I guess so. I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna say it. I complain about Gen Alpha brain rot a lot. And Zoomer brain rot. But this is our brain rot. At least it's a little more creative. She so me. Wait, you have a squirrel between your tits? That's interesting.
You're so desu and so good. Oh, so soft. Yeah.
It's so random! What in fuck's name? That is so random! Oh, brain rot is peak. This is so random. Bro, I get it! I get it! I get it! It hurts, I get it. I understand, Loki, how it feels 5 p.m. on a Sunday. I get it. She cried. I get it. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. That will teach you suffocating a squirrel with her tits.
I really hope he's doing alright after the hockey napping useless and everything. Oh, Itoshi-san. I hope maybe we can be
Is she about to die? Like, Loki, is she about to die? Like, for real, is she about to fucking die? Dude, this is ridiculous. She might actually be about to fucking die. Reposo, bitch, you are not cute or kawaii-chan. You have rabies. Rabies-chan.
Just trees. Yeah.
It sounded more like sex now. Calm down.
Walking to the store. La 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 la. Oh, hello there, Hitoshi-san. How are you doing today?
Well, hello there, Koneko-chan. You're looking very nice today. And I am doing fine.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I just wanted to tell you that, you know, Raku-chan thinks that you're really sugoi, yeah.
The fuck? Why? Why do his balls look like that? Why? Why?
Oh, well, tell her that I say thank you very much. Yeah, and that I appreciate her kindness.
Hitoshi-san, are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine.
I'm not okay. Why do you talk like that? Because it's essentially a parody of anime. But yeah, why do they talk like that? Also, that was music. Let's hope I'm getting the urge to pray. Understandable. But yeah, goodness. This is horrid. Should I send the 2 hour video about Neon Necker Sugar Girls from the guy I really want you to review the horse video? I will not react to that. Absolutely not. I will not react to that. I mean, you can. I don't know. If somebody wants to see it, I guess you could. But I will not react to that.
Don't worry about me one bit. Well, I better tell Raku-chan that I think that she's a really cool Neko, and that she's pretty. Downright sugoi.
That bitch probably dead at this point. She's probably dead. Rabies infected up her brain.
Raku-chan, are you home?
I guess she has rabies. I guess she has rabies. The video I want you to review is just 40 minutes from what I remember. Goodness, holy shit. Okay. We'll probably do that towards the end there.
Hitoshi-san, I'm very glad you came to see me. I really appreciate it.
Raku-chan, we brought you a present to make you feel better. Nya. Roar.
Yeah. Roar. Why them grippers that? I don't know.
Get well soon, Raku-chan. I'm not dancing sushi. Okoneko-chan, Hitoshi-san, you do so much for me. I don't even know if I deserve everything. Thank you so much. Arigato. Yeah. I feel so much better, Nya. Thank you for all.
That's not how rabies works. If you get sick from if you get sick from a bite from a squirrel, that's rabies. Bro, you don't recover from this. Is it okay to randomly recommend comedy not related to anime? It's fine. However, if it is from like a big comedian, yeah, we good. Cause then I get fucked in the ass by copyright.
Your help, Nya.
Don't thank us. It was our pleasure, Raku-chan.
Oh, you guys. They're so... Oh, I just wish I could really say that I'm okay. Yeah, that's so...
That was horrible. She said it looked familiar. That was horrible. That was horrible. Well, we got a couple of more of these, so that was horrible. Why are tits lopsided? I have no idea. Well, that was horrible. And the obligatory panty shot, just like bro sees them. Yeah, that was horrible. Well, next time we'll do the next one. Next up, before Zoom continues to be annoying about this video, we're gonna watch it. That was such a good episode. Yeah. Sure. Sure. Anyways, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm so refreshed. You're like Deer with his fucking brain rot. There's a character with even bigger tits. You know the meme? Transfer student shows up with even bigger. I don't know what it was. Doesn't matter. We're gonna watch this now. I will break copyright since I've been to him. Seen reacting to him, but if you see any sign that warn, please avoid. Yeah, just you can put, if you put it on Discord, should be fine. I'll look at it then. YouTube's most hated versus loved face reveals by internet anarchists. This is what you guys wanted me, or one of you wanted me to watch. I see corpse on the thumbnail. Problem is, homie had no decision in whether he wanted to show his face or not. Bro was doxxed. And since then he has never returned. Which is kind of sad. But yeah. That is what happens when all of you, everything of you is built on your voice and the voice doesn't fit the face. It sucks for him though. He should have never been doxxed. And I think the people that dox others have no balls. You're a coward.
There's a moment in a YouTuber's journey that can make or break their career. It's not hitting 1 million subscribers or getting their first sponsorship. Instead, it's when a creator looks straight into the camera and shows their face for the very first time. For fans,
It's Dream! Wasn't even Cope's face though. I don't know. I have no idea, but I guess the question is, if it wasn't his actual face, then why did he disappear? That's the question I'm asking in this case, if it wasn't his actual face.
it's exciting. Suddenly, there's a real person behind the disjointed voice they've listened to for years, someone to connect with, someone they can feel like they know. But that connection is a double-edged sword, because while some face reveals are met with love, support, and floods of wholesomeness, others end up as cautionary tales for the rest of the internet. And in
Who's the Catwoman? Wait, is that a VTuber that was actually a dude? That's interesting, but yeah, Corpse being doxxed is crazy.
In one instance, a face reveal didn't just disappoint fans, it straight up tanked the YouTuber's career. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today, we're looking at the most hated YouTube face reveals, and the ones that people actually loved, starting with a face reveal that was never supposed to happen. Nora Cat started uploading videos and live streaming on YouTube back in 2017. She was one of the
Yeah, it's a dude. It is a dude. It is a dude.
the earliest VTubers on the platform, and quickly gained a respectable audience that liked watching her play games and just chat on random topics. For those who don't know, VTuber is short for virtual YouTuber. It's a term
That's me. That's me. The difference is you will never see my face except when it gets doxxed. He disappeared because basically no one believed him when he said it wasn't him. He was getting harassed, and anyone who did believe it wasn't him kept trying to find his real face. Okay. Well, that's also an explanation. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see that. That's even worse then. That's even worse. Because basically, bro wasn't, in this case, he wasn't doxxed. Essentially, just nobody believed him. Everyone ran with the narrative that he was doxxed. In this case, that makes it actually worse.
term used for creators who use special motion tracking software to match their in-real-life movements with an animated avatar, and then use that avatar for content. One of the most notable examples of this today is Iron Mouse, who is currently one
Mousy is just great.
of the most popular streamers in the world.
Today is Cyclotron Day! Cyclotron Day! Why? What country is he cycling in? He's cycling in Japan, the country where he lives.
A notable thing about these VTubers is that the vast majority
Gura, Iron Mouse, Marine, they're all here. I was a massive Corpse fan back in the day, so I got all the lore. Okay, okay. Oh, not visual YouTuber. Nope, virtual YouTuber. Virtual YouTuber. And there's then the different categories. There's also PNG tubers, which is just images. Yeah.
of them like to keep their identity hidden, and that was also the case with NoraCat. Unfortunately, during a stream in 2018, a software glitch exposed her real face to the world, and people did not like what they saw, because, as it turned out, the person controlling this anime avatar wasn't a cute girl as many had hoped. Instead, the channel was run by a middle-aged Japanese man.
Who knows? Maybe I'm the reverse. Maybe I'm not. Where's the Discord link? Shouldn't it be in the description? Oh, it's no more for this. Oh, it's in the description. It's in the description. As usual. Who knows? Maybe I'm actually not a 24-year-old man, but a cute 35-year-old woman, a hag. Who knows?
Who used voice synthesizing software for the audio.
当時はコメントが流れもすごく穏やかで
The clip of this glitch
That's pretty good though. That's pretty good though.
which went viral across the internet, leading to people both mocking the creator and the viewers, with comments like, bruh, he looks like his viewers. And that day, humanity was reminded how easily tricked and betrayed they could be. And let's have a moment of silence for the guys that donated money. Some took this a bit more seriously and started hating on the creator for deceiving the viewers. The backlash only grew louder with every time the clip of this unexpected face reveal resurfaced online. Things got bad enough that the creator had to make a video addressing the backlash, titled
Well, that's why you you know, that's why you don't lie. Fuck around and find out, I guess. You can tell it's fake. I know you're lying. She sounds like a Vocaloid. At first, I don't pay attention. I don't listen to Vocaloid, so I would not particularly get it, you know? Not everybody is a nerd like you weeb.
to the English speakers who got to know me. In his video, he spoke from his point of view, arguing that the NoraCat character was just that, a character, and that what he was doing was just as valid as male artists creating female fictional characters, be it in books, comics, or anime.
ノラキャットは創作です。アニメや小説と同じように、キャラクターの性格や動きや喋り方などを作者が考えています。すべて創作であり、実在しません。
Something odd about this video, however, is that Nora addressed it to quote English speakers, and there's a good reason for that. You see, Nora never deceived his audience in the first place. Most of his native Japanese audience already knew a man was behind the
Oh, that makes sense. Oh, well, in this case, he didn't deserve all this in this case. Then it is actually unjustified. Then it is the English tourists, so to speak, who are not aware. Andy Steve, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Hello, it's been a while. I miss Gura already. Yeah, but apparently she will return with a different different character. So that's gonna be really cool. I'm really excited to see that. And she's already her channel has already been blowing up. I forgot the name though. But yeah. But in this case, it's the English audience that didn't get it. In this case, homie did not deserve this. The hate. He didn't trick anybody. You just weren't able to read Japanese. Okay, I didn't know this part of the story. I only knew that this character, there's a dude behind it, and that he was essentially cancelled. What the fuck? For being a dude. That's all I know. But that gives it a new perspective. Saba, okay. But how do we know you're not a 3-year-old gay worm that runs Apple? Huh? I'm not Samax.
Avatar, and they were totally fine with it. That's because this kind of setup isn't unusual in Japan. In fact, it's so common it even has a name, Babeniku, which is
Babiniku. That is what a few also do here in the West. Mama Oko would be one of those. Some other people that I can't remember the name, but I see on Twitter occasionally are also dudes. But yeah, this is somewhat common.
is used to describe an online avatar depicting an anime-style female character used by content creators who are often male. The only reason Nora received so much hate was because the face reveal clip spread past his usual audience and reached people who didn't have the important context. Fortunately, he didn't let this setback stop him from making the content he liked, and is still streaming on YouTube to this day. That said, while NoraCat's accidental face reveal sparked a wave of backlash, the next YouTuber's reveal had the
Oh, that's... Well, he seems still to be doing good. In this case, I see no issue. That, at least, his target audience wasn't disappointed, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
exact opposite effect. It received nothing but love and support from the audience. I'm of course talking about Jaden Animations, who is one of the largest animation storytime YouTubers on the planet, with over 14 million subscribers, and more than 2.8 billion views. And while she's comfortable with showing her face on camera these days, there was a time when her channel was completely anonymous. That is, until 2016, when her face was leaked on the internet without her.
I could never be... I guess I'm a VTuber, so like this could happen to me, but I could never be an animator. With at least if I were a woman, there would be so much corn of me out there on Rule 34. There probably is plenty for Jaden. I can almost guarantee that there is. There's probably so much shit on those websites for her. It's not even funny.
Her consent. It happened when she visited VidCon 2016 with fellow YouTubers, including Alex Clark. Alex wanted to make a vlog and kept his camera rolling throughout the trip, but since Jaden was with him for a lot of it, she asked him to blur her face before posting the vlog on YouTube, even going as far as offering to edit the video herself. Alex, however, didn't comply with her request and posted the video as is, involuntarily exposing her identity to
Bro, doxed her. Why are so many of these doxed? Is that gonna be my fate? Rule 34? Yeah, there's probably plenty of that on there. Bro, another one who got doxed. Why are all these people? Is this gonna be my fate? Am I gonna be doxed?
to the public, all while joking about making her do a face reveal.
We're looking for Jaden. We're gonna do a face reveal. We didn't find Jaden, but we found her biggest fan. How long have you been following Jaden for?
He did delete the vlog from his channel a while later, but the damage was already done. More and more people began pestering her to do a proper face reveal. She tried to ignore these requests for as long as possible, but they didn't slow down, resulting in her addressing it in a video in April of 2017, titled, "Why I Don't Have a Face Reveal." She opened the video by listing out
Well, she doesn't need one anymore. That already happened. Bad website, don't go there. Very simple.
a few of the reasons for why she held off on doing a face reveal.
Few reasons I don't show myself are because I don't want people to have an opinion of my content and who I am based on what I look like. I'm very shy and prefer to keep to myself. I still want to have privacy.
However, while all of this was important, she eventually revealed the real reason she stayed anonymous for so long, and that was due to her extremely low self-esteem and body image issues. She'd been suffering from a severe eating disorder for quite some time, and the thought of putting herself in front of millions of viewers was terrifying to her.
A nightmare where hundreds of thousands of people are wanting to see you, and then when they finally do, it's at the lowest, darkest point.
Not only that, like imagine this, there's plenty of people who only follow female creators because they don't have a face reveal yet, but they would assume they're hot. And once they found out that they're either not as attractive as they expected or they're not attractive at all, they drop you. that unfortunately happens. That has happened, that can happen, that will happen. So I can understand if somebody, especially women, don't want that. Because let's face it, as a dude you can look like a gremlin. Like, I mean, look at Asmongold. Look at yeah, there's plenty of other people. I mean, look at people like XQC. Nobody cares how they look like. But right, as a woman, unfortunately, that is the way that people care about how you look.
Point of your life, and they don't even know it.
But after explaining her situation in detail, she capped off the video by doing the official face reveal everyone was asking for, and the support was overwhelming. To date, the video has accumulated over 1.6 million likes, with one of the top comments stating, "This has to be the most heartbreaking yet inspiring face reveal ever." Many people have also shared their own struggles and how watching Jaden's face reveal helped them find the courage to face the many problems in their own lives, cementing this as one of the most beloved face reveals in YouTube history. And to top it all off, Jaden becoming comfortable with being on camera has also done wonders for her career, allowing her to collaborate with so many other creators, and even participate in and win 2 different Mr. Beast challenges. However,
To be fair, I don't like this particular Mr. Beast challenge, reason being, she used it for people that do get an art degree, and art degrees are kind of useless. Everyone else in comparison had better ideas. Like in the last round, the guy that the 2 guys she was against, one of them wanted to use the money to build a school. So an art degrees cannot compete with that to begin with. There's chain animation adult content made by fan. I read it all. My reaction, damn. Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense. What about you, Dux? I have severe body dysmorphia, I would say. So yeah, even if I looked good, I would not consider me looking good. It is what it is.
Where Jaden's face reveal boosted her career to new heights, the next YouTuber became the laughingstock of the internet after
I was dead. Now we're getting into the good stuff, chat. Let's go.
showing himself on camera for the first time. If you've spent any amount of time on YouTube in the past 5 years, you probably know who Dream is. He's one of the biggest Minecraft YouTubers of all time, and at one point, he even held the title of being the fastest growing channel on YouTube. However, for most of his early career, Dream was completely faceless. He did everything in his power to stay hidden from the public's eye, and while this allowed him to maintain some semblance of privacy, it also led to his stans building up unrealistically high expectations for his looks. Not only that, but he also racked up just as many haters over the years, some because of the infamous speedrun cheating scandal, and others who just found him or his fanbase insufferable. Put simply, his face reveal was destined to be a disaster, no matter what he looked like. What no one realized at the time, however, was just how big of a disaster it would turn out to be. It started in June of 2000.
Not gonna lie. My voice is terrible right now. Not gonna lie, with that pre-knowledge, I would have never revealed my face, or I would have worked out like a moron so I could reveal my face and also everything else. I would have been shredded by the time that reveal would have been out. I don't know. But then again, homie cannot win, regardless of what he does.
2021, when someone posted this picture on the internet, claiming that this was Dream. This was eventually revealed to be an older picture from high school.
Not gonna lie. He lost a lot of weight. He lost a lot of weight.
But at the time, there was no proof this was actually him. However, that did not stop people from ripping into him on the internet.
If that is him, if that would have been him. No, I cannot confirm. No, I cannot confirm. It has a similar look. But maybe I'm reading too much into it.
With one popular tweet reading, "Can we discuss how he catfished 20 million people into believing he's some cute ripped twink while he looks like this IRL? Maybe he was tired of people trying to expose his identity, or just wanted to have the freedom to make on-camera videos. But Dream gave in to the demands and decided to show his face in October of 2022. But instead of just posting a simple video with his face, Dream made the worst decision ever and tried to build up hype for the upcoming reveal. He pulled this off by calling a bunch of influencers and having them post their reactions online.
No!
Hello. Hi. This is me. This is what I look like.
Hey! Yeah, how's it going, mate? There you are.
There I am.
Oh shoot! What the heck? You look like a baseball player. You scream baseball player to me.
Hello.
Oh my god!
This backfired horribly.
Like, you could tell these are fake reactions. Like, nobody would ever react to somebody's face like that. I guess fans, maybe. But other content creators that likely even know what you look like because you probably met up with them at some point. Yeah, I don't think so, bro.
The stunt only made his stans raise their expectations even higher, while his haters found the whole thing extremely cringy, making them dislike him even more. So when the actual face reveal happened, it went just as bad as you might expect.
What was that? Bro was already laughing. Not gonna lie, bro doesn't even look as horrible. I think if bro ate a little more, worked out a little, it's just like he has the face but not the body. It's like a weird combination. Like, he does have a somewhat solid jawline. It's just like bro is his head looks too big. He's like the reverse of that one Twitch streamer. His head is bigger than his body.
Shortly after he posted the video, phrases like "he's ugly" and "put the mask back on" began trending on Twitter. He also got turned into a meme with people comparing him to Rumpelstiltskin from Shrek and the troll face. Put simply, Dream's face reveal became the prime example of what not to do in this situation. The next face reveal, on the other hand, showed exactly how powerful.
Oh, I love this guy. I love this guy. I love his song. Like, this one song as well. I like this guy. This guy is so fun to watch. I forgot his name. His career probably would have been fine even after the face reveal if he didn't start messaging minors. Yep. I don't know what the trend is with people messaging others that are not in the age of consent. That one streamer, Hassan. Yeah. I don't want to have Hassan the entire time talking about him. Tectone and Asmongold do that the entire time already. I don't need to do that as well. Who else has such a small head?
Powerful it can be when done right. James Relison, aka The Odd Ones Out, is an animation storytime YouTuber similar to Jaden, and just like Jaden, he remained completely faceless for the first few years of his career. But as his fanbase grew in size, so did their curiosity, and soon people were scouring the internet trying to uncover his real identity. Fortunately, James was quick to notice this trend before anything happened.
There was a point in time.
Bro really said, basically, the odd ones out. Okay. Basically, what he said was, what he did, I assume, is people were searching for his identity, and homie said, "Fuck you, I'll do it myself." I feel like I'm gonna say this: if you try to desperately find somebody's real identity, I'm gonna straight up say it: you're a weirdo. You're just a weirdo, and I don't consider you a fan. I wouldn't want to have you in my community. Why are you here? Stop this.
When you were an animator seeing lots of success and you had never shown your face, you were completely faceless. Was that a choice to remain anonymous? Like kind of by accident, not because of choice?
Yeah, it was just because I was like, I wanted to show my cartoon self and stuff. But then people were like, starting to look for it, you know? They were like going on
They're
like
starting to dig.
Yeah, they're starting to
dox.
dig. And I was like, oh, this is kind of weird because like my mom has a blog and she would like post to the public, to the world, like pictures of me. People were being weird about it.
So before anyone else could leak his face to the public, James decided to take matters into his own hands. But instead of making a big deal out of it like Dream, he
Like, the good thing is there's not a singular picture out there of me. Not a singular one. There's no picture on the internet. I don't have an Instagram. I don't have a Facebook. I don't have any other social media website. I've never posted myself on Twitter. I don't even have pictures on my phone of myself that you could get access to. So yeah, it would be probably really hard. Don't forget Nuxanor. He had like 20 videos, 1 hour each on Hassan. I mean, hey, if there's a retard and he's confirmed the retard, why not farm him?
He came up with the idea to show his face in the most nonchalant way possible.
Oops, and this is a bit of a weird question, but what do you look like now? If you're not comfortable showing a picture, that's fine, I was just wondering. Okay, I'll do a face reveal later. If we're gonna do this, it has to be its own video with a lot of build-up, okay?
His viewers were pleasantly surprised by
Bro really did it so casually. Bro did it so casually. That's based. That's really cool. Others should have done that as well. Dream should have done that as well.
his face reveal, with people calling it the best and funniest face reveal in YouTube history. Another comment also pointed out how well his voice matched his face, stating, "James is the only animator who matches their voice completely. Above all, the sheer casualness of the reveal allowed his audience to relate with him, even more than they already did after hearing his stories about working retail, comfortably putting the odd ones out as the gold standard for how to do a face reveal without unnecessary."
I've heard so many horror stories of people working in retail. This gotta be one that this has to be one of the most dog shit jobs out there. Probably not for everyone. There might be people who actually enjoy it, but I've heard so many horror stories.
Necessary drama. Unfortunately, the next YouTuber's face reveal was nothing but drama and controversy from start to end.
Corpse Husband.
Corpse Husband once had the fastest growing channel on YouTube, with each new upload getting tens of millions of views. Fast forward to today, and he's nowhere to be found. While his story serves as a cautionary tale about what happens when stan culture goes too far, we've already talked about the sky-high expectations surrounding Dream's face reveal, but even that doesn't compare to the outright delusions fans had about what Corpse looked like. You see, while Corpse was already decently popular thanks to his horror and creepypasta videos, his popularity exploded through the stratosphere in September of 2020, when he was invited to an Among Us lobby. This lobby featured some of the biggest creators on the planet, including Ludwig, Jacksepticeye, Pokimane, and many more, all of whom were—
Two people I don't like. Not a good start. Ludwig and Pokimane.
were shocked to hear his insanely deep and raspy voice for the first time.
I don't know, I guess that's... I haven't done a face reveal, so...
Corpse's voice is like infrasonic bass.
What the fuck? Every time I hear his voice, I'm really like, bro. What did his parents feed him? How many training sessions for his voice did he do? What kind of juice did he drink? How do you do that?
Real?
Oh my god. It's real, believe me. He sounds like God and the devil should sound like.
I feel like your voice is hitting a part of my ear that's never been hit before.
The clip of his voice leaving creators speechless went viral, drawing a wave of new viewers to Corpse's channel, some of which were disappointed to find out that Corpse's content was completely faceless. He was extremely careful about his privacy and went to extreme lengths to keep his identity hidden.
No, nobody in my real life knows about it, and I've had a lot of weird situations come of that.
What kind of weird situations have come up?
I have an apartment, and so when I have people come over, it's like, don't go in that room. And they're
that's like your YouTube room?
Yeah. And they're like, why? And I'm like, they're like, how do you have this money?
Like, imagine this, right? Imagine this. You tell somebody don't go in that room, and you do it over and over again to multiple people, and then eventually somebody calls. What if somebody calls the police on you because you tried to hide the room as much as you can? What if they think you have bodies in there? What vapes is he on? Like, what if they're... Bro. He's got a naturally deep voice that is exaggerated by medical things like... Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, just damn. That voice probably could also be used for a lot of voice acting.
And I'm like, I don't know. I just come off sketchy to everybody.
Because they don't know the truth, and they're like, you're hiding something.
Yeah.
It must be a dead body.
Like, I can't answer simple questions.
How does remaining anonymous affect your social life?
Pretty much eviscerated it. like
Yeah, so you don't have any social life now?
No, not at all.
Despite this, Corpse quickly rose to stardom. At one point, his channel was gaining up to 160,000 new subscribers every single day. However, for every million fans who simply wanted to enjoy his content, there were thousands who became borderline obsessed with Corpse. One fan even went as far as to tattoo the way.
What the fuck? Corpse husband stunned after fan gets a tattoo of his breathing wavelength on her forearm. What the fuck are we doing? Oh no. I don't like where this is going. That's a fucking weirdo.
Waveform of his breathing sound on their body. But with no face to match the name, these obsessed fans started building their own fantasies about what he might look like, all while doing everything in their power to uncover his true identity. And while he managed to stay anonymous for a long time, things took a turn for the worst in March of 2021. It's unclear if it was the work of an obsessed fan or an online troll, but someone found out everything about Corpse and doxed him online. This alone would have been stressful enough. However, Corpse had to face an even bigger problem than being doxed: the overwhelming backlash. When the leaked pictures didn't match the out-of-this-world beauty standards his stans had imagined, they began attacking him and calling him ugly across social media.
Gaining a ton of traction. Now, I'm not going to be showing those posts here. That is for two reasons. One, I don't want to expose the guy, and two, people are being absolutely shitty about the person featured. Which, I mean, if it's just some random person or it actually turns out this is Corpse husband, still shitty. Absolutely a ton of people responding with really
Let me read those.
Random person or it actually turns out this is Corpse husband, still shitty. Absolutely.
Corpse face revealed. This is so embarrassing for him. Why is he so ugly? Bro, why? Why? I hope you never find a boyfriend, ever. Like, with that, yeah, good also that the names weren't censored or anything. I want to see those people. Fucking retards.
A ton of people responding with
I expect the Corpse to be somewhat ugly, but not that ugly. Yeah, Miss King Kong looks accurate.
really nasty comments, calling the person in the photos ugly among.
Remember when I said Corpse's husband was ugly IRL and he didn't have to reveal for us to know? He should have listened. He should have listened! He didn't make the choice, right, you moron? Fucking mongoloid again.
Other things, which also prompted other Corpse husband fans to write things like, this alleged face reveal just showed how fucked our world is. You think Corpse is this mega hot guy that
Effing ugly, bro. Help, no, because Corpse is ugly as fuck. I'd stay inside if I looked like that, bro. Come on, ugly day ruin, bro. I expect the Corpse to be, bro. That's the set one again down here, dude. The biggest douche bag. This is incredibly rude. No, not just rude. This is straight up just disrespectful.
Then y'all start bullying him when he didn't meet your standards, as well as saying he literally sings about how
It's like, yeah. What the fuck?
Self-conscious he is about his appearance, and you guys are out here bashing him because he didn't live up to your fantasies. Disgusting. Absolutely pathetic.
He tried to ignore the hate at first, and even posted 3 more videos after the leaks.
At least he did. Yeah, he did post 3 more videos, but we haven't seen him since 3 years. Okay, yippee. Take care. Have a good rest. Good night. Bye bye. If y'all don't hate, obviously. Take care. Have a good night.
Tragically, the psychological toll of being labeled as ugly by tens of thousands of people became too much for him to bear, forcing him to disappear from the internet entirely. Fortunately,
I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this though. If it's true that it wasn't him, and I think that he should have not given in. I understand. Won't put the blame on him for anything. He's not at fault here. But I think it's important, because at the end of the day, these fall into the Twitter freak category. If there's a nobody should ever give in to the Twitter freaks. Ever. But again, I can't understand why he why he withdrew. I can't understand the fact it wasn't even him though. He got harassed for someone else's face who probably saw the thousands of people hating as well. Yep. Definitely. Like, imagine you're the dude, right? With whose face it actually is, and you look online on Twitter and you're like thousands of people shitting on you for how you look, but they shit on a different person because they think that that is the face. Bro, absolutely horrible.
The next face reveal went better than the creator could have ever expected. Since this is an internet anarchist video and it's been almost a year since our last video about him, you already know we have to bring him up. Penguin Zero, aka Charlie, is one of the most popular YouTubers of all time, known for his white t-shirts and deadpan expression. But it wasn't always like this. This might be hard to believe now, but for the first 10 years or so of Charlie's career, he was completely faceless on the internet. His content already had the wit and humor that's earned him an audience today, but instead of turning on the camera, he preferred talking.
Damn, even 15 years ago, bro was actually pulling numbers. 200k. 300k. Bro was already pulling numbers.
Over gameplay footage like many other YouTubers of that era.
Watch out, smart people, I opened a door. Oh shit! I saw right through that camouflage, trying to blend into the floor. On a normal adversary, that probably would have worked, but I have trained myself to distinguish a floor from a human.
Things were going well for Charlie, but then, in 2015, his life hits rock bottom.
Hit rock bottom and I'm at the lowest point in my life, but I'm trying to be optimistic because my girlfriend broke up with me and I just couldn't find a job, still can't find a job.
It was all.
Ooh. That makes him actually... I empathize with him even more now. I didn't know that. Because for me it was the same. Not the job thing, but the girlfriend thing. I can understand. I get that.
Also around this time that one of his friends offered him advice that would change his life forever.
Why did you want to show your face? Because like, I know a lot of people don't want to. Did you want your audience to like feel like you wanted them to know you on a more personal level?
No, I'd never. Absolutely. I don't want anyone on the internet to know me on a personal level. I don't like the parasocial relationship aspect of it. The main reason was actually because I went through like a really, really hard period for a bit. And a buddy of mine, he said that like maybe if I opened up a bit more, like I'd feel better, less alone.
Charlie implemented this advice by making on-camera videos, first on Snapchat.
Just want to show off my slipper collection real quick because I'm pretty fucking proud. Got some puppy slippers, reindeers, bear claws, and pigs.
And
feet! Moist critical feet! Encountered!
his surprise, many of his viewers found him incredibly handsome, with comments like, "I did not expect him to be so good looking," and "Every human being has a flaw, and I will find his. You can't be funny, handsome, and fit without some flaw, right?" This support gave him the confidence to start posting on-camera videos on YouTube as well, and the rest is history.
Well, that's the end of this video. That was a good recommendation. That was a good recommendation. Well, now I know some of the reveals and how they went. Like I said, the corpse thing is absolutely shitty. That should have never happened. It did, but it should have never happened. I do hope so that the guy eventually decides to return, because I think if he returned, that would probably be a net more so of a net positive for him than a net negative. In fact, it would be a huge middle finger to the people that were attacking him and caused this. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, some of these, I did not know the background though. The VTuber one was interesting. The VTuber one was very interesting because I did not know that. I only knew that he was basically self-revealed himself because of the, you know, the glitch for the software, which now cannot happen anymore, but back then it was able to happen. Yeah, I did not expect that it was only the English side that was crashing out over it. But we'll, as for Corpse though, we'll see if he may return. Like, comment, and subscribe. Alright, finally beaten Godrig on the first try on Elden Ring. Okay, I see, Lumpy, I see. Hi, how are you doing, by the way? Hope you're doing good. Have you seen the VTuber face reveal video? If not, I can send it to you. Oh, I'm aware of that one. I'm aware of that one. I am very aware of that one. Alright, next video that I got recommended that I need to do was the... Wait a minute. Did I not add GT's video? I don't think I did add GT's video. I doubt he'll ever come back. If he does, it's more likely he'd come back to his music instead of videos. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just don't like when people give in to Twitter freaks. Maybe that's why I want him to come back to videos. That's just me. I need to go through all the recommendations today, because I didn't really do any yesterday. At least not really. So I need to look through these. Alright. Next one is GT. This one. Ah, okay, perfect. Let me add that real quick. That one looks interesting. It has Logan Paul getting beaten up. Hi, Somax. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi there. Hello. Alright, let me add that real quick. Alrighty. Anyways, let's do this. Alright. Let me reload the browser. Video will probably start. Or not. Ha!
There's a moment in a YouTube...
Or it does. This one.
Today...
This one. I'm doing well. How are you? I'm doing fantastic. Good that you're doing well. Imagine if you do content stream about your favorite food in a restaurant. Would you like it or not? I guess it would be fine. I'm not particularly into that, to be fair. But I guess it would be fine. Obviously, I would not show my face. That's not happening. But I guess that would be fine. You know, if I ever got into position of making I know about Vienna before she was a VTuber because of her involvement with esports. Okay. Alright. 10 times YouTubers messed with the wrong person by Crime Dynasty. I saw Logan Paul on the thumbnail, so let's have a look at this.
Today, everybody, we have 10 YouTubers who messed with the wrong people, starting with YouTuber Rosanna Pansino, who tried canceling Mr.
Rosanna Panzino? Never heard of her trying to cancel Mr. Beast? This shall be interesting.
Beast, but ended up getting canceled herself. You see, back in October 2023,
is that a chick? Is that the chick crashing out over, The Lunchley thing.
Internet turned on Pansino after she accused Mr. Beast of unfairly editing her in one of his videos. As we all know, Mr. Beast, aka Jimmy
Okay, unfairly editing her. I think she would also in on the Lunchley thing.
Donaldson has had several massive challenges as part of his Creator Games events. Now, one was a stadium-wide game of hide and seek, featuring 10 of YouTube's biggest creators, titled Extreme $1 Million Hide and Seek. Now, Rosanna, with 14.5 million subs, was amongst the contestants. She's best known for her lifestyle content covering baking and trying on costumes. And in that Mr. Beast video, Rosanna was eliminated early on, but she claimed she performed way better than was portrayed. October 27th, 2020.
Oh, interesting. Out of malice, huh? Out of malice for losing early on. Again, I don't know with the Mr. Beast videos, are they staged? Are they not staged? I cannot tell. I don't know. I would like to know. Some of them might actually be. Some of them might not be. Great today was a really nice day, actually, because I didn't take any long naps today. Okay. No long nappies.
23. Pansino posted a now deleted statement to X where she claimed she actually came in third, even though the video showed Logan Paul, Larray, and Zach King being the top three. She brought this up a day before on Trisha Paytas' podcast, but she said she was afraid to raise up the issue, given Mr. Beast's fan base can be quite toxic in defending him. Now, we all know Mr. Beast is the #1 YouTuber in the world and has the second most subscribed channel.
I do not consider him a YouTuber. He's a brand. Like, it's a difference between a guy making videos and streams and having some editors, and it's a guy basically running probably multi-million-dollar business. And he's basically on the same level as T-Series, to me. I'm against Mr. Beast in general. I don't really care about the dude particularly. I'm just like, okay, he exists.
On the platform with 250 million subscribers. But for the first time, people were quick to assume that Mr. Beast's videos were faked and not authentic or real, especially after Pansino posted screenshots of her conversation with him where he was asking for her number so they could work things out. At this point, people showed Pansino support and called out Mr. Beast to make things right. And just when it kind of looked like Mr. Beast was going to get canceled, the entire story flipped when Pansino made one wrong move. In the days that followed, she continued to drag the situation, posting things like,
I was scared to tell my story for a long time because of how much hate others have gotten in the past for speaking up about their own experiences. In the hours since posting my story, I've received at least 3 other messages from female creators who have had similar experiences with Mr. Beast and those around him.
At this point, Pansino was looking like a...
Okay. Let me guess. She did not post any of the 3 messages that she received from other female creators. She did receive nothing. She didn't have anything, and she was just dragging it. Well, first she had to even prove, because remember, the proof is on her. She has to prove that she was portrayed badly, not Mr. Beast. But yeah, that's besides the point. Did Mr. Beast become the first YouTuber to become a billionaire recently? I have no idea. Probably. It would make sense of how much money the dude makes.
Victim for an issue as small as unfair gameplay, and other YouTubers began calling her out on it. Some would question why Pansino brought up the issue almost 2 years after the video was published, while others began questioning the accuracy of Pansino's claims, and even asked her to provide evidence, bringing us to October 29th, 2023, where Pansino deletes all the posts and apologizes to Mr. Beast, who hadn't discussed the matter in public at all. She claimed to have received multiple death threats since posting those statements, but also stood her ground on some of the criticism she made. Nonetheless, the case of Jake Paul was...
For me, this is very simple. A cloud goblin. A little cloud goblin. Nothing more to it. And also, I feel like I'm less inclined to believe somebody if between what happened and when you actually tell it, when there's like years in between, Because then it feels like, why did you just share this right now? It feels like kind of, like I said, kind of fishy and odd. But again, some people are scared. It might not always apply, of course. But I don't know. That's just me. Evidence, trust me, bro. None, zero.
Wasn't so different, even though Jake never apologized for blatantly lying false claims on fellow YouTuber FaZe Banks. Back in August 2017, Jake Paul posted a YouTube video titled, "My Assistant Was Assaulted," where he and members of the music group Team 10 accused Alyssa Violet's new boyfriend, FaZe Banks, of assaulting Jake's assistant, Meg, at a club in LA called Warwick. Now for context, Alyssa Violet is Jake Paul's ex-girlfriend who was also rumored to have hooked up with his brother Logan, and
I guess they are brothers. I guess they share their girlfriends as well. I guess. I guess. Okay. Bro. I don't know.
And in the video Jake posted, he accused Alyssa's new boyfriend, FaZe Banks, of assaulting his assistant Meg when she was on her way to use the bathroom in said club. Jake claimed that FaZe clotheslined Meg, dragged her, attempted to kiss her, and left a bruise on her neck. And due to his record of stirring up drama on the platform, Jake claimed that he wasn't bringing up these allegations to start drama, but to actually draw people's attention to an important issue of assault. And being so important, it didn't take long for FaZe to respond with a video titled, "My girlfriend was assaulted." Now in this video, FaZe Banks claims that Team 10 was manipulating their followers and lying about what went down at Warwick in an attempt to defame him, ruin his career, and break up what he had with Alyssa Violet. He claimed not to remember clotheslining Meg, but he didn't deny the possibility given that he could have been drunk that night. He also said he had already apologized because he didn't think someone would lie about such a serious situation, and also wanted to take responsibility if he did hurt her unintentionally. But then the tables turned on Jake Paul when FaZe brought out Alyssa Violet to tell her story of how Jake assaulted her during their time together. Alyssa,
Bro, Uno reversed! I feel like if you come out with a story, at least have proof. At least, I'm gonna say this actually, this feels more like this feels more like an attempt at character assassination. Because why is your first thought when somebody was assaulted to post the video on the internet and not go to the fucking police? Why is that your first fucking thought in your head? I don't get it. Seems fishy. Got to go, bye. Take care, Indy Steve, have a nice day. Hi GT, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. But yeah, why is that your first fucking thought? It is so dumb. It makes you look like a total moron.
claims that Jake would often spit at her, and that while he never hit her, would be so aggressive at points that he inadvertently left her with scars, just like the time he threw her phone away and dragged her down a flight of stairs, leaving her with a permanent knee scar. At the end of the video, FaZe made it known that he would be suing Team 10 and Jake Paul for slander and defamation of character. FaZe followed up with a tweet, stating that he had acquired security footage from the club that showed he didn't assault Meg, and at that point the real drama unfolded, with FaZe getting more than 200,000 new subscribers to his channel, while Jake Paul, who had just celebrated hitting his 10 million subscriber milestone, lost over 100,000 subs in less than 24 hours. Jake then posted
Deserved. Celebrating 10 million and then dropping under 10 million again. That must feel horrible. That must feel horrible. Be right back. Phone call. Take care. Bro, that must be horrible.
posted another video where he backtracked his statements by saying he didn't handle the situation properly. Now, losing 100,000 subs could definitely have been detrimental at that point, but for YouTuber Reset, it would have been a better alternative punishment for his actions, rather than getting to spend time in jail. In 2017, Kangwa Ren, known on YouTube as Reset, was at the center of a scandal that shook the online community. Ren's journey to infamy began with a seemingly innocent dare, proposed by one of his subscribers, to replace the creamy filling of Oreo cookies with toothpaste and offer them to an unsuspecting victim. Ren foolishly accepted that dare, but little did he know it was about to change his life for the worse. At the
Wait a minute, I didn't catch that. My brain was...
And offer them to an unsuspecting victim. Ren foolishly accepted that dare, but little did he know it was about to change his life for the worse. At the time of the incident, Ren had amassed a considerable following on his channel, Reset, making him
Just bro fed stuff to people. And bro, nah. What are these ideas? What are these ideas? Why do you feed stuff to people that they shouldn't eat? That's crazy. If you find a victim and publish it on the internet, chances you harm the victim so much further. Well, it can be. It can be. Especially, it depends, right? If you're if the way you publish it is weird or sus or makes it look fishy, then that may harm the victim. If there is an actual victim, it isn't. It's uncommon, but it has happened before that an actual victim made a video and that video backfired because of how badly made it was. So yeah, that can't happen. That can't happen. And in this case, it was just straight up a lie, right? Which, once again, lying about something like that makes it harder for actual victims of abuse to come out. Because people are not going to believe them. This was so pathetic. Did he give them to the homeless? Or am I thinking of another guy? It looked like a homeless person in the previous clip, so I don't know, probably.
one of the most recognizable personalities in both Spain and Latin America. With over 1.1 million subscribers and just 50 videos posted, Ren had established himself as a big name in the YouTube community. Despite being from China, Ren had made Spain his home, residing in the vibrant city of Barcelona with his family. Now, to carry out his depraved prank, he found a Romanian man who lived on the streets and handed
there we have it, a homeless man.
Him the cookies along with a $20 note. After biting the biscuit, the man vomited its content, with Ren catching it all on video. He went on to upload that video to the channel, but the replies weren't exactly what he'd hoped.
Wow! You gave something to somebody to eat. And it was not edible. You film it. The person vomits. And your thought is to upload it and be like, yeah, that's gonna do it. That's gonna give me so much views and people are gonna love it. What is the thought process of some people? What is the thought process of some people thinking that that would go well? It's the same with half-assed apologies. It's the same with other videos. It's just like, bro, think before you post.
They be. The video caused uproar, with Ren receiving multiple backlash for how stupid it was. Like, what was he expecting poisoning the homeless? And in turn, Reset would take down this video and upload a supposed apology video, where he acknowledges his actions went too far, but still went ahead to make fun of the man by saying the toothpaste inside the cookies must have helped him clean his teeth, since he might have not done that while living on the street. I mean, okay, great apology video, and you can bet that this would spark more outrage, making YouTube take it down within a week. Ren would seek out this homeless man, but meet his daughter instead. He gave her 300 euros in persuasion not to take legal action. Unfortunately for him, though, it was too late. Reset was
Base daughter! Absolutely base daughter. Fucking him over and suing him. Absolutely based. Once again, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out. And bro found out.
Subsequently arrested and convicted of violating the moral integrity of the homeless man. He was handed 15 months and ordered to pay $22,300.
That's actually a good title for the video. 10 YouTubers that found out
in moral damages. A judge in Barcelona also banned Kangwa Ren from having any social media accounts for the next 5 years. But as deserving as that may sound, no records show that Reset actually served that jail time. A Spanish law tends to suspend short prison sentences for first-time offenders. And speaking of laws, FaZe K and a few other dudes took the law into their own hands by beating the living daylight out of fellow YouTuber Rage Stew for trespassing. You see, back in August 2017, YouTuber Rage Stew filmed a live stream of himself literally breaking the law and
Okay. Like, if you trespass and something happens to you, that's kinda your own fault. But at the same time, I feel like there is a appropriate amount of force to get rid of the trespasser. And beating the crap out of somebody probably isn't, except if they're an actual danger. I guess. Then I guess, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where he actually went.
and low-key bragging about it by trespassing on a private property with the goal of breaking into YouTuber RiceGum's house. Now keep in mind that Rage Stew already broke into Jake Paul's Team 10 house earlier that year, but maybe since Paul didn't really do much about it, he tried going at it again for views. However, this time...
Okay, then it's your own fault. Then it's your own fault. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I kind of feel like that's his fault. If that's what you do, and you break into people's homes, imagine they don't know you. They don't know who you are. And then they beat the crap out of you. Because they think you're actually somebody who's about to do something bad. Like an actual home intruder. Yeah, good luck. That's your own fault.
Time things didn't go quite the way he wanted. So this man would open the gates and actually jump onto the property. And soon, FaZe K and a few other people would approach Rage Stew and ask what the heck he was doing. Some kind of scuffle broke out, though we couldn't see anything on camera, and Rage Stew was ultimately apprehended and beaten up. He managed to escape, and it took a freaking police chopper to find and arrest him after cops were called on him. Now let's be honest, this should have been an open and shut case, right? Wrong. Rage Stew shared pics of his bruises online and alleged that FaZe K and his people beat him up and stole stuff from him. FaZe K would then make a video explaining what really went down and how he didn't lay a finger on Rage Stew. That story's a hard one to decipher, but the case of Sneeko didn't really need convincing.
Lord Cuck himself! Sneeko! Well, who would have expected that this guy was in here? But yeah, so we don't get a conclusion to the ending of the guy trespassing, but yeah, let's see what Lord Cuckward has to say.
How do you go from being one of the most loved YouTubers out there to being permanently banned from the platform and getting hate from everybody around the world? Well, let's ask Sneeko. You see, way back during his days on YouTube, Sneeko was really active in the gaming community before he switched to commentary with his popular series known as Internet Rant. He would eventually get into motivational content with many different topics relating to life. And at that time, his most famous video was Would You Say the N-Word for $1? Where he went around the street doing this interview with random
for $1? Nah. For like 100K, I'd do it. But nah. Not for a fucking $1. Wow. I can do so much with $1. Well, back in 2014, a hamburger at McDonald's costed €1. I don't know if that would have been worth it for a hamburger.
Strangers and asking them if they would say that N-word for $1. However, after achieving a good level of success with that video, Sneeko went on to create a second channel where he aired his controversial opinions. On this channel, Sneeko expressed his opposing views on subjects such as feminism and beliefs perceived as woke. He also supported conspiracy theories, heavily inspired by controversial figures like Andrew Tate and Kanye Ye West, and they...
Oh, nah. Oh, what did bro say? What did bro say? Like, I don't follow all the things he says. I know some things where I'm like, bro, ain't no way. But, those aren't exactly people you should listen to and share opinions with. Of course, even a broken clock is, right twice. a day, but those aren't just broken clocks.
They both led to his channels getting banned from YouTube, even though his first channel hadn't really received any strikes. Now, one of his most notable controversies arose when he voiced support for the French film Cuties, which...
What the fuck? Never mind! What the heck? That was a jump scare, oh my god. What the actual fuck? Yeah, get this guy out of here. Never mind. Get this dude out of here. That was another reason not to forgive the French. This movie is softcore childcore. It took ages, it feels like, for Netflix to nuke that movie off their platform. The French.
Prominently depicted young twerking sexual situations. Despite Sneako's insistence that this movie wasn't sexualizing girls, the majority of social media disagreed. His stance on the matter even managed to draw some backlash from Beast, indicating just how much out of touch he was. This man needed a reality check, and it turned out UFC middleweight champion Sean Strickland was going to be the man to deliver it. They met each other up in Las Vegas at this event where Sneako volunteered to spar with Strickland the following day. Now this...
Oh, babes, they're still going to Roblox still. No, Pyro, don't do it! They're just blogs!
Was supposed to be a sparring session, but it looked like an actual fight. Despite all the white towels being thrown in, signaling to stop, Strickland pressed on with his attacks. Initially, he seemed to toy with Sneako, making patronizing remarks about the influencer's toughness. But when that initial grace period was over, Strickland unleashed a relentless assault, using diverse combat skills to inflict significant damage on Sneako. Their confrontation was captured in its entirety on Sneako's Rumble channel, garnering widespread attention to YouTube. The comment section exploded with praises for Strickland, applauding him for putting Sneako in his place. But unlike Sneako, who dared to enter the cage with a UFC fighter, YouTuber Catch Me Killer wouldn't mess with a fellow
Based for beating the crap out of this dude. So based.
YouTuber or a fighter. He messed with the cops. February 2009, Andrew Scott Haley, aka Catch Me Killer, posted a video on YouTube in which he claimed to have killed 16 people, one of whom was a former South Georgia beauty queen who had been missing.
What the fuck? Whoa, that went from beating up a moron to this real quick. What that went oddly dark.
Since 2005. In this elaborate hoax, he distorted his voice and face and played the part of a serial killer, giving clues in a purported attempt to have the public catch him. And even more disturbingly, he referenced real-life disappearances of young girls and claimed to have information and graphic details about what really happened to him. For context, Haley was just a 26-year-old roofer at the time with a hunch for fame. And at the end of this bizarre YouTube video, he posted,
"Who is she? What does she do? You answer me this, and I will give you her body. She was still wearing her favorite pair of jeans, but not her beauty queen silk."
Although he didn't mention her by name, investigators knew Haley was referring to 30-year-old Tara Grinstead, a former beauty queen who was a school teacher when she disappeared from her Osceola home in 2005. He claimed to also have information about Jennifer Kess, an Orlando woman who disappeared in 2006. Her father found out about this video and got law enforcement involved. The only problem was the victims were real, but the stories in Catch Me Killer's attachment to them were not. And despite trying to disguise his identity,
not gonna lie, if you do this, if you do something like that, I'm gonna straight up say jail. No fine, no nothing. At least 3 years. Straight up. At least 3 years.
Authorities eventually tracked the IP address of a video posted by Haley after questioning him and realizing conclusively that he had no real knowledge of the crimes in question, or any murders for that matter. They arrested him on charges of tampering with evidence and making false statements. He pled not guilty, was tried, and found guilty on both charges. Consequently, he was given 2 years in a work release program, even though his lawyer insisted his actions were creepy, but not criminal. However, after he got out, Haley challenged his initial charge of making false statements. He insisted the charge didn't apply to him because the law doesn't distinguish between a false statement and a fraudulent one, and that, while he admitted the video was wrong, he believed his First Amendment right to free speech was trampled during his trial. He would further argue that he never made any false statements directly to authorities because once they tracked him down, he admitted in full that his video was just part of a game. But to counter his ridiculous claims, one spokesperson for law enforcement said,
"You make these kind of statements and we can't ignore them. We spent a lot of agent hours tracking all this down. It distracted agents from..."
Of course, because it takes resources that could be used to solve these cases, that could be used to solve other cases. You're actively taking resources. That is a huge problem. That is a huge problem. And that has been a huge problem for many, many topics. Where people send stuff to the FBI that has nothing. That is not a crime. So people have to look through it and actually waste time.
Following substantial leads.
Eventually, the Georgia Supreme Court did in fact agree that there was no evidence Haley directly tampered with any criminal evidence, but they upheld the false statements charge. And speaking of evidence, YouTuber Keemster didn't seek any of it before blaming
Oh, is that the one where he blames that one old man, like, of being a PDF when he was not? Is that the one?
Putting to shame an innocent man he believed to be a pedophile.
There we have it. Yeah, there we have it.
turn, though, he did face the consequences. For those unfamiliar here, Keemster, real name Daniel Keem, was the host of Drama Alert, an entertainment and gossip show covering happenings in the video game and YouTube community. Keemster would get famous trolling Halo 3 players in a game match that went viral. And when I say viral, I'm talking about 2009 standards. From there, though, Keemster became a divisive figure on YouTube. He would encourage his viewers to write racial slurs in his comments, proclaim that he hated
Bro, the 2010s, the 2010s were different. They were just built different.
his fan base, and even inspired YouTubers to make videos compiling his rudest, meanest moments. This man was hated, but the success of his channel was proof that there was a market for this type of news, and his worst moment was arguably the time he accused an innocent man of pedophilia. We take you to January 2016, where Keem discovers that a man named John Phillips had been suspected of pedophilia and had targeted a minor via the online video game RuneScape. In a confusing act of unqualified journalism, Keem declared that he had found the man on Twitch, a 62-year-old going by the name Toby, and what ensued would be hysteria to find this man and expose him, with Keem even declaring on air that Toby was the alleged pedophile. However, he was entirely wrong. The real John Phillips had already...
Yeah, he was completely wrong. It was just a random dude playing RuneScape. A lot of people did support the man. Problem is that this old dude essentially just started milking the situation, which made him look bad, as you can probably assume, as he tried to extort Keemstar of money. Well, more money than I think. I think he was financially compensated. I could be wrong.
Already been arrested and was serving his sentence. Now, the backlash against Keem was immense, and his apology video was nowhere near enough to soften the blow of what he'd done to an innocent man. I mean, this was a man in his 60s. We can only imagine the amount of shame he must have felt within. This would push big YouTubers, mostly in the video game scene, to either troll Keemster or speak up about his kind of content. And these YouTubers would include PewDiePie, iDubbbz, Leafy is here.
Okay, we got PewDiePie, iCugs, when he wasn't castrated, but yeah, Pyrocynical as well.
Pyrocynical, Jack Films, and Grade A Under A, who would start a petition to get Keemster canceled. Now, their petition went so viral that Keemster had to take about 2 weeks off of hosting his own show, and during
Damn, I didn't know that that this led to a petition to get Keemstar kicked out. Interesting. I did not know that. That's new information. Okay, okay.
During that period, thousands upon thousands of people unsubscribed from Drama Alert. And maybe it was unfair for the community to ask Keemster to behave like a professional journalist when he clearly wasn't one, and expressed no desire to even be one. Maybe same way controversial to YouTuber
I'd say in a situation like this, if you fuck up, just correct it. A video correcting it, sending some people, sending some love is important if you fuck up like that. If you spread false information like that. There's plenty of people who just run with a narrative and don't change anything about what they say. They don't apologize, and if they do, it's like in the comment section where they have a post pinned, or in the description where they have an update on the situation. Yeah, because so many people look into the comments or read the YouTube description. The video description, definitely.
Jeffree Star, who expressed his dislike for Kim Kardashian's makeup swatches and got bashed by her fans. Jeffree has been embroiled in controversy with the Kardashians many times, from his on and off relationship with Kylie's makeup brand to his public dispute with Kim Kardashian and rumors of a relationship with Kanye West. You see, way back in 2017, Jeffree
What?
Controversy with the Kardashians many times, from his on and off relationship with Kylie's makeup brand to his public dispute with Kim Kardashian and rumors of a relationship with Kanye West.
Wait, Kim Kardashian and Kanye West, or Jeffree and Kanye West? That doesn't really. Okay. Okay.
You see, way back in 2017, Jeffree met up with Kim at her beauty brand's launch party, and he uploaded a photo with her to his Instagram. Everyone assumed that they were cool, especially when he posted a positive YouTube review of Kim's products the next day. In that review, he said he met Kim at her home and the launch party to learn about the products. He expressed admiration for Kim and her entrepreneurial spirit. However, just 2 months later, this supposed love for Kim vanished. August 15th, 2017, Kim Kardashian takes to Instagram with swatches of her new powder contour kit. At the time, many of her fans and even makeup artists teased her about the splotchy line she drew across her arm. It wasn't anything serious, but Jeffree Star used the opportunity to, do his thing. In a now deleted tweet, Star shared a screenshot of Kim.
Bro saw the opportunity and used the domain expansion, Cloud Goblin.
Kim's Instagram story and wrote,
Kim, what's going on with those new swatches? Looks like chalk.
The single tweet got Star more backlash than he probably had ever received throughout his life. And here's the thing. At first, Kim seemed to take his comment in good faith and even asked her fans on Instagram and Snapchat to stop sending Star hate comments for calling her out. She said,
I googled. Apparently, there's actual rumors of Kanye West and Jeffree. What the fuck? What, bro? Well, it is what it is.
And I quote,
I see that my fans are totally hating on someone like Jeffree Star for being honest about my struggle swatches. But because of his remarks, I'm learning from the best, like from Mario, how to swatch properly. And I see you being so petty, bringing up things in his past where he was negative, but he's also apologized for those things. I get it's a serious deal if you say racial things, but I do believe in people changing and people that apologize. I will give them the benefit of the doubt and accept that people change and move on.
I don't do that. If you change, I need to see that change. Like, I don't want to hear it. I need to see it. I need actions. If you change, I need actions, not words. Words are useless. What do you think of my request video? It was good, it was good, it was good. A lot of information I did not know. Yeah.
Regardless, Jeffrey felt the heat, as he claimed almost every media outlet in the world tried contacting him to get a reaction, while hundreds of Kim's fans reported to cancel his social media pages. But this wouldn't stop Jeffrey from going on a full rampage on Kim's other products and even Kylie's makeup brushes in subsequent YouTube videos. I mean, it's quite impossible to cancel someone like Star, but the same can't be said about Tanner Cook, who, well,
Tanner Cook? That name does sound familiar. Alright, what did I miss? I had to attend the call. Just a bunch of, when were you last here? Essentially just, a bunch of YouTubers getting cooked. Like, who is it? The Cuck King himself, you know? Not Idubs, the other guy. Jeffrey getting cancelled. Jeffree Star, if you're familiar with that one. Who else was in here? Keemstar getting cooked. Yeah, and another dude getting cooked for spreading false information, acting like he had information on missing cases. That's pretty much it.
got himself canceled for messing with a 31-year-old man named Alan W. Coley. April 2nd, 2023, Cook found himself in a heroin.
Exactly, Sneeko. Exactly that one. Cope's on his face already spread. Yeah, apparently it's not even his face. Apparently it's not even his real face. Bro essentially got harassed for a face that is not even his.
Harrowing situation at a Virginia mall after attempting what he deemed a simple practical joke on a man who was not amused by his antics. Tanner Cook's a member of Classified Goons, a group known for their humorous yet sometimes controversial pranks showcased on TikTok and YouTube. They've garnered millions of views for their antics, and while their content appeals to a specific audience on YouTube, it didn't sit well with a 31-year-old named Alan W. Coley. The ill-fated prank involved Cook using Google Translate to convey the phrase, "I think you smell," to Coley, who was simply picking up a DoorDash order at the mall. Now, despite Coley's repeated requests for Cook to leave him alone and even swatting the phone away, Cook persisted in his close proximity, prompting Coley to draw out his gun and shoot this guy.
What the fuck? That escalated quickly. What the heck?
In the abs. Swiftly after, witnesses.
What the actual fuck? Bro, I loved Jeffrey a few years ago. Yeah, essentially was just picking beef with somebody else's beauty brand. Bro, what the fuck? Dude just said, yeah, fuck him, I'll shoot you. That's crazy. That is wild. That is wild. Only in the USA.
Witnesses alerted authorities, leading to Coley's arrest merely 3 minutes later. Cook was rushed to the hospital for emergency surgery, and to his luck, he survived. An investigation would show that this wasn't Cook's first instance of seemingly harassing individuals for prank content. Cook's online presence featured videos of him simulating vomiting on ride-sharing drivers and even trespassing behind fast food restaurant counters. Meanwhile, it was discovered that Coley had a prior encounter with the law back in 2012. When he was charged with assault and battery for allegedly striking his father during a minor altercation. However, the case was dismissed and settled out of court. As legal proceedings unfolded, Cook faced potential separate charges, as video evidence showed him trailing Coley around the mall. On the other hand, Coley was facing charges of aggravated malicious wounding, shooting in the commission of a felony, and discharging a firearm within an occupied building. However, the trial took a surprising turn when Coley was acquitted. During that trial, Coley claimed self-defense, with his lawyer arguing that Cook—
I mean, was it self-defense? Probably. Should it have been to that degree? Was it necessary to shoot the dude? Like, let's just literally point the gun at him. You didn't need to shoot him, just point the gun at him. That would have already probably been enough for him to retreat. I don't know, I think that was overkill. Literally.
Wilkes' behavior was menacing. The prosecution contended that the shooting didn't meet the criteria for self-defense, emphasizing that the prank, while bizarre, wasn't threatening. After struggling to reach a unanimous verdict, the jury ultimately found Coley not guilty on all charges, supporting his claim of self-defense. As a result, Coley walks free today. Unfortunately, though, the same can't be said about YouTuber Timothy Wilkes, who attempted a...
Never heard of the dude. A punch probably would have been sufficient. Nah, not punch. I would have just I think just pointing it at him would have been enough. Because like a punch, that would have probably been too much again. Because then, you know, I guess it would have still been kind of the self-defense. But yeah, it was just in general too much violence here.
Similarly bizarre prank on a stranger, but in his case, ended up dead. February 5th, 2021, 20-year-old Timothy Wilkes was shot dead, attempting a robbery prank on a group of men in Nashville, Tennessee. At 9:30 p.m. on the night of the incident, Timothy and his friend...
Yeah, go ahead. Do it at night. Go ahead. Do a robbery prank at night. See what happens. See what happens. So do you like my suggestion? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Armed themselves with butcher knives to film prank robbery videos. Their plan was to record people's reactions being held at knife point. Not sure who came up with this idea, but they went with it. They chose the urban air trampoline.
Who is the... No, yeah, actually, good question. Who's the retard that came up with that? Bro, these people are so dumb. These people are so fucking dumb.
And adventure park parking lot as the scene for their fake crime. And once there, they spotted a group of men to initiate their prank on. So walking up to these guys with their knives, they find 23-year-old David Starnes Jr., who was armed with a gun. Unaware that the situation was part of a prank, obviously, Starnes felt threatened and fatally shot Timothy on the spot, allowing his friend to escape unharmed. When Tim's camera crew later showed David that it was all a prank, he stayed behind while his group fled, expecting the police to arrive. Moments later, they did arrive, finding Starnes with the murder weapon and Timothy being attended by emergency services. During questioning, Starnes claimed self-defense, stating that he was unaware about this whole prank. Now, he was arrested and charged with murder, but the fact that he stayed behind and waited for the cops to turn himself in showed that there was maybe some innocence to his actions. A lawyer speaking on his behalf stated in court,
"I'm sure the people involved would like to characterize this as a prank, but it certainly seems to be a prank that went seriously awry."
I'm sorry, why are you doing this in these really escalate? I mean, gun laws, guns. Guns are right there. It's not a prank if you actually hold them at knife point, what the fuck? Well, fuck around and find out. That's what it is.
Now, this explanation was sufficient to dispute any potential charges against Starnes, especially considering past incidents of similar botched YouTube pranks, like in the case of Mona Lisa Perez back in 2017, who fatally shot her boyfriend. Another similar case occurred in 2020.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Deep in my mind, I remember this. I heard this when this happened. When she accidentally shot her boyfriend. These people don't... Guns are not toys. Guns are not toys. Dude. The most successful face really beluga. No. The R1 out. And Jane and pretty and handsome. Beluga was too hot. The girls want him to because he's hot. Why are you glazing another man?
Involving teens playing a prank on one of their mothers. As investigations unfolded, the charges against David Starnes Jr. were dropped. However, Timothy's friend, the accomplice in the prank, was expected to face legal repercussions for his involvement. He hasn't been charged or even identified. But Timothy's death, just like many other YouTubers who have gotten harmed in the process of messing with people for YouTube videos, need a constant reminder that in life, you never really know who you're messing with.
For real. That's the end of the video. That was crazy. Gotta stop my cat being an idiot. Bye. Take care, Eliza. Have a nice day. This is just, this is just, in my opinion, absolutely redunculous. The fact that, people can just do pranks and get shot. People just make really bad decisions and get punished. I feel like a lot of these people, I mean, a lot of those were actually deserved, not gonna lie. I mean, the Jeffree Star one, yeah, who cares? But in general, it's interesting to see. This is just 10 times YouTubers found out. It really is. But yeah, like, comment, and subscribe. Anyways, bruh. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. It happens. It does. Alright, next up, what I need to do. So first of all, I can kick this one out. I don't need it anymore. So that shall be removed. And that I can remove. Oh yeah, I want to watch this one. What next? Woo! This one. This one. Because it looked interesting. It looked interesting. That's why I want to watch it. I sometimes do watch police stuff. And this is one of those that I need to watch. This is one of those that I need to watch. Because, man, from what I've seen through it here, this is so funny. This is really, really funny. Poker un. Entitled girl loses it when finally told no by police insider. Let's just look at this. That sounds interesting as hell.
Miss Pooper Pants was abandoned by her mom at a bar after a heated "you ruined my life" exchange. So she...
Bro. What the fuck? What the heck? Mom said you ruined my life. And then left. Is that for real? Is that for real? Also, I'm scared the tits almost fall out.
She made sure to poopify everyone else's day too.
Sarah, can I just give you a ride back to your house? Do you want to go home?
Do not call me Sarah.
That's your name, isn't it?
Do not call me Sarah.
You're Sierra Johnny, right?
No.
Bro, I think she's drunk. I think she's drunk. I think she's drunk.
Do not call me Sarah.
Okay, I don't want to get into any.
I'm younger. No, I'm not. I'm not trying to get into.
I know. It's okay. Hey, where can I give you a ride to?
Okay, white privilege.
No, not at all.
Okay, she's either really, really upset or really drunk. What the heck? What do you mean? Okay, white privilege. Okay, white privilege. What the fuck is this? That doesn't make you escape.
White privilege.
Not at all.
I'm not trying to.
I want to help you, okay?
Okay, white privilege.
These guys don't want you in their
restaurant. Okay, white privilege.
They don't want you in their restaurant anymore. I just want to help you out.
Okay, white privilege.
Can I give you a ride somewhere?
Okay, white privilege.
Do you want to go to the hospital? Do you want to go down to the hospital?
Okay, white privilege.
I don't even...
Why is she repeating that over and over? That won't help her. That's not okay. Okay, she must be severely drunk. Not gonna lie.
I know what you're talking about. Okay, I just want to.
You're literally giving white privilege to me.
Huh? How does one receive white privilege? Yeah, she has to be drunk. There's no way she isn't. How does one receive white privilege from somebody else?
What can I do to help you then?
Quit! They quit!
Don't. You're gonna get yourself arrested. Don't do it.
Quit!
Look, stop. These guys want to kill their meal. Okay, one more time and I will put you under arrest. Don't do it. You can't hit me, okay? I want to help you, okay? Let's leave the restaurant. These guys don't want you here anymore. You're causing a scene. Let's go ahead and go outside. Okay? Go ahead and grab your stuff. Here, look. You want your jacket? It's 30 degrees outside. You want to wear a jacket? Let's put a coat on, okay?
The police appears. That damn white privilege. I'm causing a scene. I'm causing trouble in the restaurant. I'm disturbing the peace in the bar, in the restaurant, whatever. Damn right, white privilege. Girl doesn't know any other word but white privilege. This is crazy. Bro turned into a demon from whatever sub show. What the fuck? Bro turned into a demon. She's very, very emotional right now. Probably drunk. Imagine being treated like a toddler. Imagine acting like a toddler. But again, I would assume she's probably very drunk. Or, well, not very, but definitely drunk. What the fuck? She's ugly crying. Wait, that's too easy crying. Demon.
Just go ahead and put your...
God damn, dude! That's crazy! That is crazy! Bro, at this point, I'd be like, bro, that's unsafe being next to her.
Come on. You're ruining everybody's night here.
She's actually like a child. She's actually like a child in this situation. Like, I guess we can all remember back when we were upset and we were crying when our parents told us to do something that we didn't want to do. But we did it anyways. Well, while crying in this case. But we did it anyways. Same situation. She's actually acting like a little girl.
Turn around. Let's keep walking. Let's go outside. Let's just keep walking.
That exit was diabolical, but that was just the warm-up.
She's still screaming, "Begone, demon! Begone, foul creature!" In the name of the Son and the Father and the Holy Spirit, exit my daughter! Bro, I want to leave these people who don't get paid enough to deal with this monstrosity. It's like a kid throwing a tantrum. It is.
Just keep walking. Stop. Don't do it.
Get the off me.
Well, unfortunately, you don't have that as an option anymore. Okay, knock it out.
Okay. Get the off
okay.
me.
All right, just leave
Get
it.
him off me.
I'm not on you.
Get him off me.
Just take a step back. I don't want you to get assaulted also.
She's actually like a kid! It's like a kid, for real, for real! It's actually like a kid! She's actually like a child! Someone needs to get her Snickers.
Just stay far enough back that nobody gets assaulted, okay?
Why did he edit that in here? Can I get some holy water? I think I need some holy water. I think I do. I think I need some holy water. Maybe I do. What the actual fuck is going on? That's a long day, a really long day. It was funny, Brooke, I'm not looking at the screen.
Gets here, we'll put her in custody. She can go to jail for... Alright, you're going to jail for disorderly conduct at this point, okay? Just gonna wait for 2 minutes till my department gets here, because I don't want to fight you. You're drunk, and I don't want to hurt you. Just stay seated, okay? Just chill. Is your ankle okay? I think it's fine. I think just
Bro set up to one punch this man. What the fuck are you saying, Cricket? It's just a woman screaming. A hysterical woman screaming.
Just so we're clear, you are under arrest for assault on an officer. You're under arrest for disorderly conduct, okay? Only reason I'm not putting you in cuffs right now is because I don't want to hurt you, so I'm waiting for my partner to get here, okay? But if you do anything, I will put you in custody myself. No, just chill for a minute, okay? Just stay seated for a minute, okay? There you go. Just relax.
Get the away from me.
Well, unfortunately, I have to.
No, you you did me wrong. If I did.
Sierra, why are you doing this? Everybody's here to help you out.
I would get away with that shit.
No, you would not. No, you would not. Okay. First of all, she lied about her name. Her real name is Sierra. She said she's Bianca. First of all, she lied about her name. That means she's drunk, but she's conscious enough to know that she's in trouble. She's conscious enough to know that she's in trouble. It's the demon from The Exorcist, 100%. Imagine that's your daughter having a tantrum. What daughter? She definitely knows that she's doing something. She's not as drunk to know that she doesn't know what's going on. Definitely. Cat is no longer an idiot, so I'm back. What the fuck is happening? Essentially, a crazy woman. A crazy girl.
Get away from me! 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 Get away from me!
She's charging her inner Super Saiyan. She's charging her Saiyan powers.
Get away from me! You gross me out!
Okay.
Isn't it ironic that the men who gross her out are the ones making sure she gets to a hospital and doesn't hurt herself or anybody else?
You gross me out!
She's turning Super Saiyan. 100%. She's about to have golden hair. Also, hi Kai, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'm waiting for her to spin her around and tell my mother she will suck dicks in hell. A scary movie! Yeah, Liza's new. Just realized, but we haven't seen Otitari in a bit. Actually, we have yesterday. He just has a new name now, which is... Or they just have a new name, which is And. Hi, Venta Fox, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Oh, of course she's still going. Why wouldn't she still be going?
Behind your back. Okay.
Get the away from me!
Just stay right here. Hey,
away from me!
just stay right here.
Get him away from me! Get him away
Help me put her
from
in
me!
custody real quick. Thanks. I just want to do it without hurting her. Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, it just makes... At this point, it just... makes absolute sense. Like, they're not dealing with this bullshit anymore. They're not dealing with this bullshit anymore. They're actually gonna just try to grab her and arrest her. It makes sense. Because at this point, even if the partner comes along, like, he will not be able to persuade her to calm down. So it makes sense. Absolutely. The fish visit the frogs.
Get him away from
Hey, relax. Just relax. Just chill. Hey, just relax. Sierra, just chill. Come on. Hey. Look, I don't want you getting hurt. If you struggle, you're gonna get hurt.
Get away from me.
Okay? Can't now. We tried to help you.
Get away from me.
And she will get arrested, as it makes sense. Hi Joe, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Yeah, yeah, there was no reason to wait, in fact, at all. I guess it was good that they waited, because it's fun to see her cause more of a scene, but yeah. Me think she skips Super Saiyan 1 to 4, straight up goes Super Saiyan God.
Okay, listen.
I'm gonna get you under
You're going in the back of my patrol car.
Okay, rock you.
I would like to. I would like.
I'm gonna get you under arrest, rock you. I don't give a.
Yeah, let's see if we can get her in there.
Can I ask her for her voice training? Like, is that voice training? Like, I need her voice training, and I think everyone else needs her voice training too. That she still has a voice is actually crazy, the way she screams and how much she screams. This bitch crazy. This bitch is crazy for real. This bitch crazy.
Okay, rock you.
Don't confuse me. Don't confuse what I'm saying usually. I like crazy women. Not this kind of crazy. There's pussy that's just way too crazy. My practical got postponed to tomorrow. I get to know it about after I reach. Okay. I get it. That makes sense.
She's on. Can you stand up for a while? Hi. I just don't want.
Hi.
Can you stand up for me? Can you stand up for me?
Oh, are you gonna really?
No, I just need you to walk over here. Hi. You okay? There you go. What's going on tonight? Other side. Other side? Yeah. Well, let's go to this side, okay?
It's funny how sweet she was. He was like, hi. What the fuck? How nice and sweet she was, and then demon mode again. Police can actually charge you for non-cooperation. Yeah, makes sense, right? And well, she's already getting charged for being she drunk. Yep, not drunk enough to know that she's not in trouble. Not drunk enough to not know that she's not in trouble, because she actively lied about her name.
Okay. Do you have anything sharp on you? I don't think so.
Damn, did you just feel that right now? That felt like an earthquake.
Nothing in the back pocket. It's a cell phone. There's nothing on. Let's have a seat. Come. There you go. Good job. Have a seat. There you go. Almost. There you go. Scoot in. There. There we go. Good job.
I'm sad for the driver, though. Good excuse, though. Yeah, sure. I'm sad for the driver, though. Bro has to hear this now the entire time. I hope it's not the same dude that has been dealing with her the entire time.
The female was then taken to a hospital, where she was quickly medically cleared and discharged to be taken to the place she'd been begging to go all evening.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. All right. You're in luck. That was the fastest I've ever been in and out of the hospital.
Get me the out of these cuffs.
Yep, we're going to the jail right now, and that's when you'll get let out, okay? I've got discharge paperwork from you for the hospital, for you from the hospital. Okay?
Get me the out of here.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Get the off me.
You need to
Get
relax.
the off me.
You need to relax.
Get the off me.
Bring your legs out the car. Come on, Bianca. I'll go over there. Come on.
Get the off me.
I'm just helping you out of the car. It's okay. I don't want to treat you bad, too.
Now it's Bianca. Can these people decide what's going on anymore? Is an exorcism going on? Are those evil spirits dying? If you get detained, ever ask why I've been detained and call you Justin silent, don't beat like this. Oh, she white? Nah, actually she does not. She's not white.
Get the off me. I don't want you.
So here's your choice. You can.
I don't want you. I want her.
There you go.
Oh, I want to talk about my charges right now.
Disorderly conduct, assault third, obstructing.
Okay, you guys literally tried to adopt me.
Yeah, let's get out of the car here and then we can talk. No, it's called arresting when a police officer does it.
Get you out of the car. We can get the handcuffs off. Please don't touch me.
Okay, you have 5 seconds to bring your feet out of the car. I'm going to pull you out of the car and I don't want to.
Do not touch me.
Get out of
Do
the car.
not touch me.
She's no longer drunk enough to not know what she's doing. At this point, it's not the alcohol. She's a demon. Spray some holy water on her.
That's how that works.
Ow!
You have a chance. You chose not to forward.
What the?
Get it up.
Can I not let you?
The 24-year-old female was charged with
Oh, so her name is Bianca. Okay. Age 24. Crime: resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, third-degree assault on a law enforcement officer.
resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, and third-degree assault on a law enforcement officer. YouTube thinks you'll love the video on screen.
Yeah, probably. Well, it is what it is. We saw another woman crashing out. That reminded me of the earlier video we watched about a rich girl crashing out as well, and another girl saying her dad has dementia. But yeah, it is what it is. Another violent person at least gets punished for being violent. It is what it is. Like, comment, and subscribe. Anyways, that was interesting. Listen, people, woman bet jackpot. What the fuck? Why? That's weird. I'm sure they hit bright skin color usually. No. Asians are just not considered white. They're considered Asian. That's why. That is why. Very simple. Chat, I need a break. I will be right back. And then we'll watch another video. Alright. I'll be right back. Yeah, Kai, you're so offensive. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. 9/11 was an inside job. No! Not the conspiracy theories. I like them, but no, not right now. Not right now. Not yet. Not right now. Calm down, child. You can defend us. Yeah, this chat is almost undefendable. I feel like. Which is nice. Which is nice. Almost. Almost. I can remove this one now. Because that I've watched. Let's watch. You know what? Let's watch this one. Because I found that it is another thing. It is another thing that I wanted to watch. I've been reacting to Tectone recently. A little bit, but who cares? Because this is interesting just to look at. I like the insides of how Twitch bans actually work. Because Tectone is the only one who gets fucked over the entire time. And again, apparently, Twitch effed him over once again, leaking everything. What are the chances that it's clickbait and he's not leaking everything? But I want to watch it because it says leaking everything, so we'll see. All right, Techie, what do you have to offer? What is going on? What happened again, bro? What happened again? You can't offend someone who is offensive themselves? For real, for real. We gotta pay respect right now, chat. Yeah, for sure. All right, let's look at this.
You not. I am maybe 15 minutes into my stream on YouTube and Kick so far. I am, let's double check this, day 3 into my ban. And during this ban, I thought, okay, well, there's no way that it's gonna...
Yeah, basically, backstory, Tectone was banned 3 times. Once for calling Frogan fat, which is okay. Nobody cares. Wow, you call a fat bitch, congratulations. We know what you are, Twitch. Once deserved, because he told the viewer to delete himself. Makes sense, is okay. And this third time here is because he called Denims and Ming's horse, which they are because they have an OF. So that's the complete TLDR of what happened before.
Gonna get any fucking dumber. There's no way that Twitch is gonna fuck up again. And let me just lay you some groundwork. So I have now been banned 3 times over the past 60 days. One of them admittedly was deserved. I told a viewer to kill himself. I shouldn't have.
Yep, you should. That nobody can argue that one wasn't deserved. That was a bit much. But we all make mistakes in the heat of passion, Jimbo. Wait, I don't think he called her fat specifically. He just said her weight. I mean, yeah. That's even worse, actually, because then it straight up wasn't even that offensive. Or maybe it was, actually. Specific weight.
Said that, but to be fair, I had a really big tummy ache.
But how does he know the weight? Like, did he calculate height and width and said, yup? Height and width and said, yup? That's fat.
And he was being cringe in my chat, and he was ruining solo leveling, and I got a little bit angry, right? We've all had bad days. Anyways, since then, I have never told another viewer to inflict harm on them because I said, oh, that's bad. Skip forward a little bit. I get banned because I call Frogan fat after she said all American soldiers have PTSD. I feel like I'm a broken fucking record at this point.
I'm thinking back. I've never told anybody to delete themselves. However, Frog did it. I guess 3 times in 60 days is mad. Yep, Tectone died so others could run. Was making a joke about how you said F in chat and thought it would be funny if I said fuck. Wow. You're so funny, hun.
Point. And then fast forward again, 2 women call me a rapist, so I call them whores, and I get banned, and they...
Which is so dumb! Imagine imagine somebody calls another person a rapist. They have 0 proof of anything, right? Right? You call them whores, which is significantly less worse, especially since it's technically accurate. And you get the ban.
They don't. So, here's a little bit of an update. And this has never been said before on a YouTube video or a tweet. However, I have said this to some of my close personal friends in real life, and obviously my favorite people in the world, which is my beautiful children here in my chat. I love them very much. So, a member of Twitch.tv official staff reached out to me, and
I realize something when I look at both chats. Actually here. We have Twitch chat spamming emotes, and we have YouTube chat on this side typing out actual sentences. I just realized that maybe it's a good thing that YouTube doesn't have that many emotes. Or maybe YouTube chatters are just more intelligent. Guys, you're more intelligent.
You may or may not believe this, and there's going to be some things that I'm going to ask you guys to take my word for, and then there's going to be things that I'm going to show you proof of. The thing that I'm going to show you proof of is the most important thing. So the thing that this whole video is about will be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, okay? It will be. And it's going to fucking make you realize how retarded these people are running the fucking Twitch. It is insane. So I would like to tell you guys that Twitch staff reached out to me. And get this, I got an apology.
What? That's crazy. That is just crazy. Wow, an apology? Where's the catch? Where's the catch? Yay, we are intelligent, big brain people. We're not intelligent. We are just all Redditors. Okay, I guess that's a self-report. Former 4chan user.
Mm-hmm. I did. I got an apology. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Big, 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 big. Yeah, they said that we didn't understand the matter fully. And they asked me, is there anything we can do to make it up to you? This is all true, by the way. This is all true. And trust me, you will see what will happen very soon. And you'll know it when it happens. And I'm not going to say what it is. I'm not going to say what it is because that ruins the fun. But something big is going to happen because I said, okay.
Is the wind slowly going to change? Is he teasing it here? But then again, I don't trust. Also, they didn't ban the man. I didn't unban the man, as far as I'm aware, because he's still banned. As far as I'm aware. There are Eevee plushies at Target, 1 Eevee, 1 Espeon, 1 Umbreon, and 1 Sylveon Evolution plushie. Let's go, Wing Feather! Also known as Pokemon 23. Nice, nice, awesome. Well, we don't have that here because we don't have stuff like that.
If you'd like to make it up for me, then you can do this. I contact 40 of my moderators, and I ask them to compile something for me. They compile it. I have a massive 4.5 gigabyte folder, and I say, I would like you to do this. They see it, and they say, thank you for cooperating with us. We'll see what we can do. I say, thanks. Can I get unbanned? They say, of course, just submit an appeal. So
homie submitted an appeal and did not get unbanned.
Submit an appeal. There's 3 teams. There's 3 teams, by the way. This is how the unbanned ban system works. There is the upfront Twitch moderators, and then there is the appeal reviewers, and then there is the people who actually do the bans and unbans. So I talk to the moderators. They can say I can get unbanned. I go through the appeal system. I submit an appeal. It takes them 36 hours. Wait, no. 42 hours to review my appeal after submission. It's supposed to take 24 hours. My appeal was then approved, but I did not get unbanned because now it's fucking Saturday and I got a
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Huh? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. We only unban on business days. We do not unban on Saturday and Sunday. We do not unban on weekends. Only on business days. Bro is banned for 7 business days. If there's a weekend in between, bro does not get unbanned. That is crazy. They have 9 mods, 12 active viewers on average. Meanwhile, Tecton has 40 with 1K on average. Bro, yeah, sure. Bro, that is crazy. But yeah. Also, it's not 9 mods. It's Sumax. It's Krokorok. It's Rattle VR, though she's barely here. Well, Cyto VR now. It's Frog. Who else am I forgetting? Zoom. So it's more like Endear. So it's more like 6 mods. I have the strong one. I have the strong ones. And my mods are better. They are better! Appealing has a fucking time limit. Yep, appealing has a time limit.
My appeal approved at 11:30 Friday, and they're not gonna unban me till Monday because their bans and unbans don't work on the weekends. So I get to stay banned for 2 extra fucking days because these people don't know how to do their jobs. Now,
they only unban on business days, chat. It's over. Frog is a good girlfriend, right, Poke? Yep, she is. She's the best. But man, that is just diabolical. They are fucking retarded. That is crazy. They would have done it with Hassan immediately. I'm not getting the Switch 2 because I feel like it's a scam. I mean, it is, kind of. You don't get that much more. You get like 1 more game, that's it. Wait, whose side am I on? Because this YouTube chat is being fat-phobic. Yes. Also, there is no such thing as fat-phobic. You cannot be scared of fat people. Nobody's scared of fat people. You can't be disrespectful. And in this case, Frogan does deserve it.
Now, I just want to know, why in the fuck do you need 3 separate teams to do the job of 1 compartmentalized team? You do not need the talkers to get them to submit an appeal, then you can't read the appeal. Because if you're already talking to them, that's when you make the judgment of when you're gonna get appealed. And then if it's just, then you press unban. Why do we need a 3 separate tiered system to enact?
Okay, they have 3 systems. They have the regular moderators that you can talk to. They have the appeal dudes, and then something behind that. How the fuck? How is that a... No wonder these people make no money with their website. Remember, once again, even with a 50-50 split and being the most popular website for streaming, they still make negatives. They still don't make money. They're financially not profitable. And I feel like this could be a lot due to also staff bloat. At this point, why does he even want to go back to Twitch? Good question. I think the goal is to change the platform, not lose the platform. Because, you know, a lot of other like, imagine if all big content creators leave and the platform dies. Then in this case, everyone else gets punished with them. That's the problem. Like the small streamer with like 100 viewers who makes a little bit of money off of Twitch, who needs that, they're gonna suffer from this. You should sing more praises for her and show her a good time while she's here. I assure you, we spend so much time with each other. Like, aside from stream, we're like around each other the entire time. And I can tell you, when it's 30 degrees outside and you cuddle with a woman, I don't know how I'll survive this.
Act justice. Why is something that people's livelihoods not going to be taken into consideration and fixed because it's the fucking weekend? You can't just have it to where if the appeal gets approved, then they're automatically unbanned? How does anybody feel comfortable streaming to this website when the entire foundation is built off of what I would call as a compliment, mental retardation? Because how dumb they are, I can't even think of a word to properly describe them. I want to remind you guys, at a point, I was living paycheck to paycheck.
Like, I have to ask this. Unbanning somebody would probably be really easy, right? It would literally probably just be making like 2 to 3 clicks and somebody would be unbanned. This is probably not a hugely difficult process. So I don't get why they can't do this. Like, they really just work on business days. Monday to Friday. On weekends where we don't work. Didn't the CEO also got banned? Apparently, no, he did not. In fact, he's a leftist coomer. Which is crazy. Like, he watches the female streamers on there and goons to them. Or cooms, rather. Kind of crazy.
Off of Twitch. Before that, well, I was homeless, right? But regardless, and broke. Because sometimes homeless people have money, and I do need to specify that. Homeless and broke. Because okay, just be real. In El Paso, Texas, homeless people make more money than a fucking teacher, right? Like, genuinely. Because I think the average homeless person makes like $29,000 a year off of tips, and that doesn't get taxed. But teachers made like $32,000, but that got taxed, so it went down to like $28,000 or some shit like that. This was a thing back in 2012. It was fucking ridiculous. That shit still blows my mind. Teachers are the most important job in the entire fucking world. Being a good parent and being a good teacher, the two most important jobs, because the youth is the next generation, and if we are not taking care of the youth, what the fuck are we doing? That's a topic for another video. Teachers deserve higher pay, and honestly, parents should really lock the...
We do. We do. Because I'm going to be straight up honest. Schools are now taking over the raising children part. It's not the parents, because the parents don't even spend that much time with their children except weekends. If even. So the teachers are now raising the children. Not the parents. It is what it is.
The fuck in and raise their kids right. Stop fucking brainwashing them with Coco Melon and letting them listen to all these fucking woke ass influencers that are gonna mind wash them and pump chemicals into their fucking body at 8 years old. All right, let's just, hey guys, how about we just let our kids watch SpongeBob? Regardless, if you are
based, also, was that a shout out to more Pegasus? Do you want your kids to turn out like more Pegasus and being like you know, a autistic SpongeBob kid? Hi, Croc, how you doing? How you doing, my guy? I hope you're doing good. Hello.
You're a Twitch streamer. How do you feel safe when incompetency runs rampant when it comes to terms with your livelihood? How do you feel comfortable being like, you know what? I'm gonna all in on Twitch every day for 12 hours. And if you're a VTuber and you show a little bit too much hip, No, I didn't say tit. Hip. You're going to get banned for 7.
Yeah, showing tits, apparently, not all of it, but showing tits as a VTuber is totally fine. Showing hips, for some odd reason, isn't? Which, again, I don't know who made this policy, but this policy is retarded beyond belief. Like, you can have, like, side boob, but you can't have hips. Okay.
Fucking days. And then here's the kicker. You get bans for 7 days, and then you get no ad rev for 3 weeks. Here's the reality of what I will be doing when I return to twitch.tv/techdown. I will be turning off all ads. I will be turning off all ads.
Yeah, and at that point, if you turn off ads, you don't make any money. And in that at that point, which is funny, once again, Asmongold has that on his second account on Twitch, where he's like a monstrous amount of viewers, but he has no ads on, which basically means he's costing Twitch much more money than he actually makes them. That's the exact same thing here. Techdown will be costing them money, not making the money.
Because I think the viewing experience on Twitch right now is fucking miserable. Punishing your viewers with 6 minutes of fucking ads every single time they boot up a stream is fucking insanity.
Can somebody confirm for you guys if you watch stuff on Twitch? Because I haven't used Twitch in a while, so I cannot say if there's 6 minutes of ads. If there's actually 6 minutes of ads once you boot up a stream, that is diabolical. And people complain about YouTube? Bro, at least the YouTube ads are barely 1 minute, 2 minutes at max. This is 6 minutes. It's probably worse. I remember that a lot of people complained to Queso that he has a lot of ads and that he should have less ads. And he literally said he can't turn that lower. He's on the lowest. And if people are bothered by the lowest of the lowest, then there's a problem.
And I will be real, I'm bitter as fuck because when I lost all my ads were still running on my channel. And do you want to know why that is, lovely people of YouTube and Twitch and Kick and Twitter? Because while ads were running on my channel, guess who was collecting all the revenue? Wasn't me. It was Twitch.
What the fuck? So they can turn what? So they can turn off your ads, the ad revenue for you, while still running ads on your stream, even though you don't see that money. What the fuck? Huh? Is that even legal? Is that allowed? What the heck? I watched one Twitch stream without ad block because it didn't work for some reason, and it is fucking worse. Ah, okay, well, crazy.
They ran ads on my channel that I was getting 0% of, and they took all of that. Do you want to know why there's so many people coming at me right now, and there is only one other man who has covered my vindication? Asmongold, by the way, love you, dog. Appreciate you.
If you get unbanned on a website, the monetization should return. Straight up. I see no... Bro. Whoa! This is gross. The way they handle this. This is dog shit.
You the fucking man. Because they're lying to you. Do you know how many people on the internet have lied on me to give me this reputation? Let's be real. Let me give you my proper descriptor. I am a fucking jackass. I am brash as fuck. And honestly, I'm probably a little bit too autistic because even though I like telling the truth, there are some things that I maybe just shouldn't say that I say anyways. I am a dickhead.
I feel that at times. Sometimes I'm like, can I express it in this way? I'll do it anyways. But sometimes I also question, can I say it this way? Should I restructure it in my brain before I say it? I'm like, nah, This gotta get out. I have a lot of things in this big head, so this big head gotta do this.
I am an asshole. I am a jerk. But the problem is, all these dipshits online want to label me as...
I'd rather have a honest... I'd rather talk to an honest jerk than a nice liar. Nah, to be honest. I'd take the jerk over the nice liar.
As a criminal. Are you guys noticing how in 2025, I'm getting bigger and bigger and bigger? So the lies that people tell about me have to get bigger and bigger and bigger. You want to know why that is? Because these people are horrified of people who tell the truth. Why the fuck do you think they go on Asmongold so much? Because that's another motherfucker who tells the truth. Why the fuck do you think they go on the Unsubscribed podcast so much? Because those are other motherfuckers who tell the truth. And are you noticing how one side fight with the truth and the other side fight with lies? I call Frogan fat. Truth. I call Denims a whore. Truth. They call me an abuser. False. They call me a criminal. False. Unless you're talking about arson. Maybe I killed one person with a death note, but honestly, that...
Okay. We all did that. We all pulled out a piece of paper and wrote a name down and hoped they would perish. I'm too autistic to hesitate before I speak. I never know how what's coming out of my mouth is gonna sound to normal people. I'm not on the spectrum. We checked that. And the funny thing is, I think I wanna not say things the way I want to, but I'll do it anyways because at the end of the day I don't give a rat's ass much. I just couldn't care less. I'll just say the way I see things. You can like it or not. You can do with that what you will. If it hurts your feelings, that's not on me. That's how you handle it. But to be fair, sometimes I'm just like, I question if I should say this, and I'll say it anyway. Sometimes I'm just like, I can't leave this in a video. Sometimes I'm really like, I edit a video and I'm like, I can't leave this in there. If I leave this in there and this gets pulled off of context, I'm fucked.
Had to have been a coincidence. There's no way that I'm a celestial fucking being. But this is the reason why people are going crazy, is because the amount of falsified information that is running rampant on the internet in 2025 is insane. And the amount of mental wherewithal you have to merely inform people of what is right and what is wrong is insane. Do you know how mad it makes people when you all refer to me as a martyr? Do you know how many videos I've seen of people?
I mean, he kinda is. I mean, he kinda is, in a way. Because Asmongold doesn't get fucked over. So I would assume that, you could assume that that is the case. Bro died for our sins. Died for other people's sins. Like I said, bald Jesus. I'm giving you this autistic pass, Poker. Yay.
Losing their mind when all I say is, I'm a good person. Do you know how mad that makes them? Let me give you the number, guys. 37. 37 videos I've seen. I've watched them all. I like watching content that hates on me. I like it. Because sometimes I learn, but usually I just get a good laugh. It makes these people so mad when people call me a good dude, a good person, a good streamer. It makes them so mad when you say, he died for our sins, he's a martyr.
So crazy, bro. It's a bit main character cinder, but I could see it. Bro died for the Twitch thoughts, for real. So here's this, right? All the stuff that I've seen against Techzone is usually false. Like, back then when he was doing Arknight stuff, they kicked him out of the community because basically, like, and since then the game is actually, like, it's in the trenches. Basically, as far as I'm aware, the Arknight's deaths were racist. They were against Tectone because he's white, pretty much. As far as I'm aware. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there was something like that for Arknights. Then the Genshin people were hating him because of he criticized the game. Obviously, the Genshin stands would hate him for this. Makes sense. Even though he fixed their weapon system, the weapon banner system. Also here he did something good. Then the whole thing with his previous marriage. Then with Pinkichu, that I think is what she's called, his current ex, who lied about him being an abuser. Once again, she had no evidence. Nothing is happening with the police. Zero. So that's another thing. I think they were calling him a PDF. They were calling him a literal Nazi. It is what it is at this point. Bro got it all as well.
It drives them insane. Guys,
And that dude has brought up so many new content creators by simply reaching out to them. Just smaller people. He had people living with him because they financially couldn't survive alone, as far as I'm aware. He's getting people into the gym. From what I can tell, he doesn't seem to particularly be a bad person. Of course, we don't know how he is IRL, but again, except for liars, we have nothing of what happened. Yeah. PDF, Nazi, what else? What else did rapist, abuser, bro got it all.
I have seen a 58-year-old, bald, beardless man get so angry, and you guys know who I'm talking about, so angry he started drooling with how rent-free I live in this guy's fucking head.
58-year-old? When did... I remember something. But yeah, there were a couple of things. There's also the king of... Was it the god of gacha? The god of gacha who called out Tectone. By the way, a man who plays like 18 gacha games on one stream and can't get a job, and then reached out to Tectone for financial support. Do with that what you will. Once again, judge me by my enemies applies here.
Just to name one, because this is their strategy. They lie about me, and this is how they deem me a bad person, because they believe the lies of other people. I want you to understand this on how crazy this is. These people are so obsessed with taking me down, their number one strategy is weaponizing a liar, where anything they say is the truth and anything I say is a lie. When there has been zero proof of me doing anything wrong. Nothing. You want to know why that is? Do you want to know why it's been a year and there's still been nothing? Because to quote a great man, Thriller Bark, One Piece, Best Straw Hat, one of them, Zoro, the Samurai, nothing happened. I agree, chat.
Nothing happened. You could also apply this to politics. Nothing ever happens. Business as usual. Yeah. One side loves to lie. One side just amazingly loves to lie. And they will continue to lie.
A gaslighting circle jerk. And this is happening to me. And I want you to understand to how many other people that this has happened. They make a mountain out of a molehill. Anything you say is a lie. Anything going against you is the truth. They are full of shit, deceptive fucking liars who are desperate for analytics, so they believe anything and they post any rage bait to fit a fucking narrative so that way they can get their numbers up. They're parasites. They're leeches. They're failures. They're clout-chasing whores begging to God that you click their OnlyFans.
Why am I feeling offended? And I'm not even the target. Chill. Okay, Somax, I'll look at that. I'll look at that. That looks interesting. 188k in debt. That looks interesting. The thing is this. Like I said, they will continue to lie because that's the only option they have because they have nothing else. In addition to that, you have the Twitter mongoloids, the Twitter freaks, doing the exact same shit. It is terrible. It is terrible. And the amount of times that this guy got backstabbed from people that he considered friends is crazy. It is crazy. Bro got, like, betrayed, like, 10 times in the last 2 years or so. It's crazy. He's dressed nicely. The bald man looks nice. Sure. Where everything ends up mentioning OF. I mean, these people do have OFs. And one is so... You weren't there, I think, when we watched the last one. One is so deranged. One is so schizo that she believes she lived with him. But they've only met once at like a meeting, and that's it. But she said she lived with him. By the way, alcoholic and schizo. Like, actually confirmed schizo. Because a OF girl confirmed by him being offended. No!
Fans, because they're too untalented and lazy to get a real fucking job. Like, anybody should give a fuck about you. I see dumbass OnlyFans bitch talking about, I lost 20 pounds. I'm so proud of myself. My weight loss journey's been incredible. Bitch, you got liposuction. You work for nothing. You have no purpose. You have no drive. You have no determination. You pay to take shortcuts while real people in the world work to where they get at. But you take any opportunity.
That's getting personal here. Who is he talking about? Where the tits add duck? Unfortunately, I cannot send you my moobs because I don't have any. Sorry. If you were into that chat, I cannot send you the moobs. But yeah, this is personal. This is personal. I wonder if actually talking about denims, Mings, probably some other people, Anissa.
You will lie to get to the top. You will fuck anybody to get them on your side. You are all pathetic. I will be here forever. And you want to know why that is? Because I don't got to suck the dick of anybody. Because I worked for everything.
Didn't you kiss a dude before? Were you making out with a dude and realizing you were not gay? Even though the women in the background were just rallying the girls when you did this. I remember that. And apparently I now recently found out that Asmongold also before kissed a dude. Maybe I'm the weird one. I've never kissed a dude. We probably just confirmed he would send his moves if he had any. No! That's not what I said! What do you mean?
And I was handed nothing. And the handouts that I got honestly made my life harder than they were before. You think that everything that I've worked to get can vanish like that because your career came like that. After you sucked a couple dicks and you got a couple surgeries. My career was building this shit from the ground up by my fucking self.
As far as I'm aware, Tecton also worked in like theaters and stuff. As far as I'm aware. So that's also interesting. Where's Sway? It's a movie night. Why is he late? He is not doing so well. That's all I can say. He didn't want to tell me what's going on, but yeah, that's all I can say. See, he's going through some shit. Didn't he dress up as a maid as well? Muy cute. Nah, crazy.
Going live every day, ignoring the fucking hate comments no matter what. Whether it was the retards from Arknights, these motherfuckers who thought I was cheating at video games because I was too fucking good. To all of the pussies who were mad because I didn't like your favorite video game. Eat my ass. And every single time I go live, every single time I get a new subscriber, it drives y'all fucking nuts. So suck my dick. You think I'm going anywhere? Yeah, fucking right. Bitch calling me a grifter. I've always been pissed off. See you on the next one. Appreciate y'all. Like, comment, subscribe.
For real, like, comment, and subscribe on that note as well to me and to Tectone. Yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted to see. Really interesting. So now I know that Twitch has a 3-tier system until you get unbanned. They're planning something that Tectone didn't elaborate on, but they're planning something. We'll just have to see what's happening. But yeah, Tectone is not leaving, and they're actually they're only working on business days, so Monday to Fridays. Saturday and Sunday you cannot get unbanned, even though it would be like 3 clicks. But anyways, that's crazy. Too fucking good. Damn flexing. Oh, we get it better soon. Yeah, I hope so too. I hope so too. He didn't want to elaborate, but I reached out to him because I was worried. But yeah, we'll see. Alright, you can watch the movie, kids. Go ahead. Watch the movie. I will watch... Oh yeah, let's watch this one actually. That was also recommended. I don't remember who that was, but that was also recommended. So we're looking at that. Working through all my recommendations. After that, I'll do the social Simone. Alright. Privileged woman purchased... Privileged in quotes. Woman purchased a Nintendo Switch 2 and the normal people, in quotes, crashed out by Ref says Desu. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I'm a Nintendo fan, even though I shit on Nintendo quite often. Well, let's just see. Let's just see what happened here. Oh no, I can only imagine. Did you put in the horse video? I have not yet, but I will probably watch this after this one. Let's go. Yeah. We'll see.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So over the past couple of months, there's been a boycott targeting the Nintendo Switch 2, where people were saying upon its release, they were not going to purchase.
To be honest, I don't think there was a significant boycott happening. I don't think there was a significant boycott happening, mainly because, let's face it, Nintendo fans buy everything. Just buy. I've seen plenty of people. I've seen plenty of people buy everything, the entire thing, amiibos, the camera, just all of it. So I don't think that the boycott really did anything. This is like the Genshin boycott, where people are not gonna say they're not gonna use something or do something, and they're still doing it. Oh wow, I was not prepared for a man's voice then. Yeah, Ref uses a female model. He does.
It because of greedy business practices by Nintendo. Now, with this particular boycott, the grievances are pretty reasonable. I think we all know Nintendo is extremely greedy. However, a lot of the people who were...
I do think, though, that Nintendo gets too much shit for being anti-consumer when everyone else is also literally anti-consumer. Dude. Sony released the most expensive console in human history, in gaming history, with 0 games. Nobody lost their mind, or very few. The backlash wasn't as big. Xbox increased the prices on everything. People just took it, from what I can tell. Most people just took it. You cannot tell me that you shit on Nintendo. And also, remember, Sony sued somebody for hacking their PlayStation 3, by the way. They sued a dude for hacking his PlayStation 3. Sony took down the Bloodborne 60 FPS mod as well. Don't say Nintendo is that much more anti-consumer as everyone else. They're all anti-consumer. In fact, I'd say Xbox might actually be the most anti-consumer because they literally want you to push to get the Game Pass because they don't want you to own physical games anymore, or games in general. So yeah, people still buying Switch 2, so why they care? Yeah, people will still buy it, and let's face it, most people are not online. The most people that will buy the Switch 2 is probably older Nintendo fans, young people. It is what it is. Parents for their children.
Voicing their support for this boycott on social media. They were also...
Though I do understand, like I said, I do understand why people are upset. The thing is shitty expensive. There's no games except Mario Kart. That's it. Donkey Kong probably takes 2 more months or so, I think. I hope it's good. I hope it's good for the Switch 2. I hope it's good. We do not want a Wii U, another one. But generally, I think that this is kind of a little blown out of proportion. Criticism is fair. It's correct. It's good, but it's blown out of proportion. Or it's more like not blown out of proportion, more like a double standard. Because why did you not beat the crap out of Sony for doing what they're doing, or Microsoft for doing what they're doing?
Consumers. And when it came to their opportunity to pre-order the Nintendo Switch 2, that's exactly what they did, and the results are very clear. As you can see, in the 2 or so days since its release, the Nintendo Switch 2 sales have shattered records. It's the most...
What did I say? There is no boycott. It's just people being angry on Twitter. That's it.
Sold console in a 24-hour period, and the projections for the coming months are also very insane. This is not too surprising. People are very vocal for their support of boycotts online, but when it comes to the actual decision, a lot of people behind the scenes will go ahead and purchase what they were supposed to be boycotting anyways. And out of that, there's been a lot of anger, a lot of spite, and a lot of toxicity. And
yeah, remember Genshin Impact? When people said they would boycott Genshin Impact, but then they actually just decided to not spend money on, but they still would play it on hours end. Yeah, that's the same thing. We'll boycott Genshin Impact for Natlan, but we'll play the game regardless. We'll boycott Nintendo, but we'll buy the Nintendo Switch regardless.
Days since the release of the Nintendo Switch 2, and nothing captures it more than this tweet right here that had thousands...
Wait, this is the tweet people crashed out over? Two Switch 2? And a pizza. It's probably not even her Switch 2s. Like both of them. It's probably just one. Bro, if that's the reason people crashed out over, ain't no way.
Thousands upon thousands of people seething. Now you can see the caption here, never game end yourself, with a picture of 2 Nintendo Switch 2s and 2 pizzas from Pizza Hut. Okay, this is a very common joke on Twitter. It's not meant to be taken literally or too seriously. You just post this when something good happens to you, right? And you can see the reactions. 100,000 likes, thousands of interactions in the comments and quotes, a lot of very angry ones, and over 20 million views. Now, what's going on here? Well, people saw this image and they just got very, very upset. And I really can't believe some of the tweets I've seen. Here's one with 85,000 likes saying, I think I might game end myself for living in a third world country. Bro, what do you need 2 for?
You do not need... Okay. Stuck in donut. Maybe you're stuck a little too much in your head. Who said that it's that both of the Switches belong to her? Have you ever considered that she might have a partner, a brother, a dad who's into Nintendo, whatever, right? A friend? Because it's 2 pizza? Maybe they're for separate people. Who knows? She may have not even bought the pizza and the Switch 2 on this side. 2 for 4. Someone has been single for long. I mean, I don't want to say it, but I see the flag.
Now, this user, of course, should have checked with this individual before they actually posted this, because God forbid someone in a different part of the world might see it. But of course, to clarify something that's going to be relevant for the rest of this video, the original poster is someone who, well, they only bought one. It was a photo they took with a friend, girlfriend, boyfriend, or a family member. We don't know, who cares, but they only purchased one themselves.
Like I said, it's only one for this person. It's only one. There we have it. Hey, people can eat 2 pizzas? Yeah, but we have it literally. It's only one. Even if they're both hers, it doesn't matter if it's her money. It's also funny when people crash out when it's 2 at the same time for a new release. I find it funny. But collectors have like multiple Switches with different designs. Here it doesn't happen. What do you need all these for? It's just virtue signaling again.
And still, we saw viral tweets like this with over 100,000 likes. This one's now been deleted, so that's why it's a little bit fried. But this person said some of y'all are really privileged.
Yes, and it's her money. If she wants to buy the stuff, if she wanted to buy 2, and she could buy 2, then she's going to buy 2. What are you gonna do about it? What is this? I'm really privileged, and especially since you don't even know the background. Like, she could be a really hard worker, and she worked really hard to buy both of these. If it were, again, these people are under the assumption that both of these consoles belong to her. These retards make comments without even, like, knowing the background or anything.
Yes, buying a Nintendo Switch 2 makes you very privileged. When people in the Sudan think about, man, what privileges am I missing? They're thinking of a Nintendo Switch 2. It's kind of crazy to see the number of likes that this would get. It really shows a pretty clear narrative on social media about this. Now, of course, a Nintendo Switch 2 or any console for that matter, it's a luxury, right? If you can't afford it, you shouldn't be getting it, but this doesn't make you a privileged person, just having a Nintendo Switch 2.
You know what makes you privileged? Being alive. Because some people don't know. Being healthy. Because some people may not be healthy. Or they will die. You know what makes you privileged? Having a roof above your head. Those things. Not buying a fucking Nintendo Switch. That is not even essential for living. How about instead of being spiteful to others, you start being grateful for what you have?
I think that's kind of ridiculous. And of course, you know, there's people who work hard and maybe don't have the extra money to buy something like this. But if they're not doing that, it's because they're being smart with their money. I've seen completely broke people be able to purchase something like a Nintendo Switch 2. It's just how people want to spend their extra money on something like this. Now, credit where credit is due, this user would delete their post, like I said, and say, I'm very sorry to say that then I wasn't expecting my tweet to blow up the way it did. If it comes out as mean-spirited, then I apologize. I'm glad you're enjoying your new console and celebrating. It's not an opportunity most people have, but that shouldn't detract the joy. This part's fair. Also, I always love the excuse, though, like, I never thought this would blow up. Yeah, neither did this person. They didn't think posting a couple pizzas and Nintendo Switch 2s would get them death threats.
So true. So true. Yeah, who actually expects the posts to blow the fuck up? Like, if it was expected, it would be like doing something diabolical. That would maybe blow up. But nobody sits here and like, hey, I'm gonna post this picture of like me eating pizza and having a Switch too. Yeah. I did not watch any Johnny Somali videos, Zoom. Greece is good, not gonna lie. Place for vacation, I recommend. Yeah.
Accusations, all kinds of crazy stuff we're gonna look at, but that's what happened. But at least, kudos to this person for attempting to take down their post and recognize it was a little too mean-spirited. But that didn't stop many other people from going completely crazy on this. Some VTuber here saying, maybe I'm just too woke. If you already said...
Yeah, you are. At this point, you are. To be fair, the dude posting the Switch 2s with slop pizzas, it's peak for 21st century Disney kid. Peak capitalism. Homie, just here's the context. It's not her Switch. Both Switches aren't hers. One Switch is hers. One. Only one. One pizza is hers. Only one. That's the problem. What you were acting like these people that don't know the full story and crash out for nothing. That's the problem. 113 blondies today. Why you want to kill blonde people?
You're any level of woke, you're too woke. But anyways, they say, maybe I'm just too woke, but I feel people in the higher class flexing their wealth in a time where some people are living paycheck to paycheck and can barely afford food, even with a job, all thanks to this BS economy, comes across as a bit insensitive. Happy for them, though. You're not happy for them. Like, don't even pretend this is passive-aggressive. But this is kind of crazy. Is there ever a good time to post anything, then? Like, do you think back 50 years ago or 50 years in the future, there's going to be a better, more appropriate time to post your Nintendo Switch 2? Like, this is ridiculous. Like,
am I not allowed to buy anything because people live pay to paycheck? I'm gonna straight up say this. If you live pay to paycheck, you either look for a better job. Or you look why you live pay to paycheck. Maybe it's not a income problem, it might also be a spending problem. I mean, I follow a dude with a collection of followers that make posts like that. I'm just making fun of the couple doing that. I don't see the appeal or the point in making fun of these two people. It makes no sense in my head. Just let them enjoy let's just let them enjoy their pizza and their Switch.
Like, this is not supposed to be a direct insult to everyone out there. She didn't post 2 Porsches and say, get on my level, brokies, okay? It's not like that. This isn't...
Yeah, she didn't pull a Pokemon and say, like, if you can't afford this Switch, just say so. Broke boy? Like, this is not a Pokemon. This is not a, like, it's literally just never delete yourself. 2 Switches, 2 pizzas, but 1 pizza and 1 Switch belongs to a different person. Congratulations. The boy! Use your head.
That insane of a thing to see, especially given the fact they only purchased 1 for themselves. But let's move on to another tweet. This person saying, it's funny, haha. Until you remember, people who usually fall in depression don't have the privilege to buy even food.
Ever heard of highly functional depression? People who work, like, for example, people who are workaholics. Ever heard of people who have high functional depression who do all the normal stuff and you wouldn't even be able to recognize that they are depressed? Huh? I know people with depression usually struggle, but I think people with retardation do as well.
I'm searching for the correlation. I don't understand what depression has to do with this image, but I guess this person's taking great offense to that. But again,
maybe it's projection.
If you're like severely depressed, I don't think you should be spending your limited resources on Nintendo Switch 2s or spending your time seething about people purchasing Nintendo Switch 2s online. You should use your resources and time for something that might actually help you. But here's another one that's also deleted saying, you people wouldn't survive a day in a third world country. What does that have to do with anything? Like, this is...
I don't see the correlation. I don't see the correlation. I don't... On the privilege, on the depressed. Me laughing, looking at my antidepressants. Also, it's for like, if you are depressed, first of all, if you say people that if you are in a bad situation, you probably don't even have. If you're like in a third world country, you don't have the time to be depressed anyways. There's different issues. But like, bro, okay, wow, congratulations.
It's literally crazy. Are you gonna do this with every picture someone posts showing any sort of a luxury they've ever purchased in their lives? It's such an aggressive and hostile thing to say. This person says, I hate rich people. This is what being rich looks like in the year 2025, right? But let's get an example of what rich really means. So this comment says, maybe you should actually, telling the original poster to end their life. And this person says, jealous brokey.
What the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? What the fuck is happening? The fuck you mean you should end yourself over a tweet? Yeah, this is jealous brokey. This is jealous brokey. What the fuck are we doing? Eh?
This person responds by saying, you're a 90-year-old YouTuber, get a real job, you effing bum. This person...
Sure. Okay. So if he was a YouTuber, so be it. If you crash out over that like this, you are the fucking bum. You are the jobless person.
Person says in quotes, YouTuber. They show that they have a YouTube channel in their bio, which doesn't make them a YouTuber for a job. They say, even if I was a YouTuber, which I'm not, I can still afford a Switch 2 plus all the extensions with my own cash, which is more than I could save for you. Glad you have over $1,000 in no bills, effing loser.
Isn't that the opposite of calling somebody a huh? What a backhanded... Wait, is there such a thing as a backhanded like a backhanded insult? Where it's actually secretly a compliment instead of an insult? Is that something like that? That's crazy.
You're saying someone's a loser for having expendable cash? Again, let's make this very clear. People shouldn't be shamed just because they don't have money. But when you go out there and you start shaming other people for showing off their Nintendo Switch 2 and being very hostile towards it, you're kind of opening yourself up to get made fun of in response. And this person says, calling someone a loser when it's clear you're poor and angry about it is funny. Says the MF who would betray his own morals for money. Go F yourself.
Where did that come from? Where did that come from, huh? What?
Wow. If your morals depend on whether or not you're going to buy a Nintendo Switch 2 that you basically admit you couldn't even buy anyways, that's a harsh reality that you're living. I don't know how we got here. Apparently it's immoral to buy something with your...
If that's immoral, and I would assume you're more on the leftist side, what are you doing on Twitter? I just have a question. Also, you're probably typing this from a phone. Are you supporting slave labor? Damn, you're selling your morals for a phone. You know, I could spin this the entire time. I could spin this in the entire time. Damn, you sell your morals over a house. Why don't you give their house to a homeless person? I could spin this further and further and further and further. This does not make sense.
Extra cash for the purposes of entertainment. And again, I'll make this clear. I have no interest in a Nintendo Switch 2. In fact, when I look at that photo, the only thing I care about is Pizza Hut. Okay? Say what you want. That might be my hottest take. Pizza Hut slaps. Deal with it. Okay? That's what I'm more interested in than anything else in that photo. But anyways, let's move on. People getting very direct now. What
the heck? Huh? Straight up? Mental health hospital. Mental hospital. Right now. Immediately.
They're killing you, bruh. You greedy ass bitch. That seems like a very disproportionate response to someone posting this picture. Also, to be honest with you, I don't think you're putting your hands on anyone. Like, I'm just gonna be real. I don't think this person's touching anyone if they're saying stuff like this and acting like this on the internet. Let's just be real. Here's a response saying, these groomers.
What? Wait, what? How? What? Huh? What? I am... Bro, nah. What the heck? That has nothing to do with it. I'm not sure how these are newsworthy. I would say it's a slow day, but quite literally, there's like 4 meme-worthy events going on right now. These groomers, yeah, the Switch buyers are all groomers, or maybe the pizza buyers are groomers. Maybe they mean the pizza.
Yes, we're throwing around grooming allegations because someone bought a pizza and a console. That's Twitter in a nutshell, by the way. This is not even surprising whatsoever. Here's another person saying, we all deserve to die in a horrible death for the plague we left on this planet. I regret to inform this individual.
That's a lot of self-hatred out there. That's a lot of self-hatred for a One Piece fan. Not only that, well, I think we have a flag in there, right? We have a flag in there. Do the people from this flag, wait, is that, let me check. Does that include the people from Palestine? Because if it's all people, that includes the people from Palestine. Wait, you're anti-Palestine? How dare you?
It is simply not that deep. It is simply not that deep, and there's really nothing else to say here. Here's another one saying, why do people get so viscerally angry and miserable at people expressing happiness? This is the most insane thing to get mad over. 100% correct. Now let me share some wisdom. Like, really, let me tell you. I'm a controversial individual. Everyone watching this video knows, right? I've made some hot takes. Things that go against the norm, what's safe, all these things. And I get backlash for that. And that's pretty expected, right? Even though, maybe it's not so proportionate in response, but nothing makes people angrier than when you make a post sharing something positive in your life.
Because these people are so miserable. These people are so miserable. When I see a nice tweet, a tweet about something positive, I'm like, nice, congratulations. When these people see a tweet about something positive happening in somebody's life, they're like, would you end yourself? Would you jump? Give me a second. Give me a second, dear. I will provide those.
Your life. Trust me. You share any milestone, anything positive going on, something that you're happy about, you will get more hate than anything else. It's actually profound, especially on Twitter. And the people will come out of the woodwork to try to give you the most vile and just delusional responses the second there is something that shows any degree of happiness. And you don't have to like psyop these people. You know why they're so upset, because obviously they're...
What the fuck? Yeah, I agree. These people are just miserable little sags. They need help more than anything. If you're that miserable, if a single tweet is derailing you that much, it's over. It's over. You need therapy. A severe amount of therapy. And probably some meds. I guess I'm the evil Jew again. No! I like you, Cricket! No! You're not! If someone in the internet tell you to end yourself, how serious you take their advice? You don't? You don't? You don't?
Upset about their own life, and that's really the easy explanation to why people get so viscerally angry about it.
I feel like I want to find the original tweet and see if there are actually that many quotes. How many were there? Let me go there. 6.9k. 800 responses. Bye, Eliza. Take care. Bye-bye. Have a nice day. We don't follow LTG's advice, though we allow his memes. Yeah, his memes are allowed. Bro is out here having friendly fire.
It doesn't make it okay, right? But the original poster would make a follow-up quote saying this: posted a picture of my Nintendo Switch 2 and a pizza, and I've been called every slur in the book, and also a disgusting, privileged consumer American. So, hey, can anyone pinpoint the exact moment people started going insane? Personally speaking, I think it was Harambe. That's about the time I think
When did Harambe die? When did Harambe die? When? 2016. Hey, that's how I would pinpoint it as well. 2016 it started when it went downhill. I agree. I mean, consumer American is accurate, applies to me as well. We're all consumers. Vast majority of people are consume and wait for next product. That's what it is.
Everything just went haywire on the internet. I guarantee a decent number of you just agreed with me on that one. But in all seriousness, I don't really know. It's just kind of sad, the state of things, and especially since a lot of this stuff on Twitter in particular has been monetizable. Like, people already did this for the love of the game.
Yeah, rage baiting and shit. Yep. I'd say it really started going downhill, especially around 2019 when the pandemic happened. Because the crazy people weren't there, and then more crazy people just jumped onto social media. Also, I would say around like 2014 we saw signs of this crazy behavior happening, and then it just slowly got more. And I think the height we had around during the height of the people going insane was then during the pandemic, I feel like.
People are already incredibly toxic and hateful just for the sake of getting attention on Twitter, but then they added in blue check marks, and now people can make 15 pennies doing the same thing, and it's a big deal for them. And that's really just why things have gotten increasingly worse on really all social media platforms for that matter. But of course, as you might guess, people were also fuming about this response. This person saying the fact this is lost on you is insane. I think you might be the one who's a little bit insane here. Number one.
What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this bio? Autumn. Watermelon. I don't know what that means. Ukraine flag. Trans flag. She, her, trans, femme, bisexual. Can't argue with that. That's still the same. Furry, calico cat, ADHD haver, Marxist Leninist. Oh my god. This sounds more like a list of mental illnesses than anything else. Bro.
Bio of the week. Absolutely crazy.
Watermelon is Palestine? Oh. I have to ask how it makes, again, I know it doesn't make sense, but still, how do these two work together? Like, is this person aware that they would get killed in Palestine if they were openly trans? Because for a time the Palestine flag was banned on some platforms by Israel, so watermelon emoji bypassed it. Ah, okay, I get it.
Crazy. And it all starts to make sense, right? Yep. Marxist in the bio as well. Is that surprising at all? Another commie LARPer on the internet trying to attack people for, I don't know, just living their life like a completely normal person who actually seems to have a source of income and can spend things on some luxuries they want to enjoy. Do you see why a person like this would be so angry about it? Yes, many such cases. Then you got this person saying privileged white R word. Can't understand why making a gay man joke is rubbing people.
Privileged white retard can't understand why making a... It wasn't a sewer slide post. What the fuck? You are, in fact, a dummy. The name is actually quite accurate. Bro, we got everything. We got commies, we got dummies, we got everything.
People the wrong way. LOL, that's why I changed white to YT and suddenly my post isn't hateful. No, it's clearly still hateful because you're attacking her because of the color of her skin. And you changing white
yes, racism
to YT, which is how people type it out on social media, it not only confirms you're hateful, it just also makes you kind of a coward. Like, you want to give the smoke, but protect your account. Everyone knows what you're trying to say. You're mad because she's white. And also they say the R word while trying to act like the progressive one. Many such cases. But anyways, you have this person also saying there's an active boycott against the Nintendo Switch 2 because it's just outrageous. And you bought 2 of them. What did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen when you posted a picture of you with 2 Nintendo Switch 2s?
This is literally the quit having fun meme. This is literally the quit having fun meme. It just literally is. All the responses are the quit having fun meme. Bro.
And 2 pieces of, or 2 pizzas that you're sharing with someone else. Ooh, how did you not expect endless harassment and allegations? How dare you expect people to be normal? That's how I read this, and also no one cares about the boycott, clearly because the sales are insane, so cope and seethe. And then this person says, in quotes, won't somebody think of us poor rich people, end quote. Be effing for real. Again, you are a rich person if you have a Nintendo Switch 2, I think.
I must be rich as fuck. I have a Switch Lite that makes me rich. Bro, nah, dude, nah, I mean... Also, isn't that... Never mind.
I think that's a bit hyperbolic, don't you think? Here's another one that is just...
Also, since when are rich people not allowed to suffer? Like... Okay. Like, is being rich, like, Does that justify harassment, death threats? I don't know, getting a pipe bomb sent? Even if you're rich, you are allowed to have problems. You're still human. May not work for some people, but you're still human. Are people just jealous of her having money to buy a Switch? Essentially, they don't even look into the context. It isn't even, she bought Switch, like, she bought one Switch. And the other person, her friend, bought a Switch. And people are crashing out. Because they don't look into the context.
Almost knocked me out of my chair, dude. Because you are a disgusting, privileged American consumer. You got not one, but two. Wrong. You didn't check. And with that BS caption, bitch, to pose half naked on the internet in cosplays of characters that are directed towards children/children media. A majority of people have to work hard and make an honest living and still not be able to afford a damn near 1K console.
I have to question this. Rose gold mamba, rose gold retard. I have to question this. Where is the cry out when the PlayStation 5 Pro released? Where is that? With no games, by the way. Where is that? People are just mad at the Switch 2 for just for I don't know, shits and giggles. Where is that crash out? Where's the crash out when Xbox increased their prices for everything? Interesting. Interesting that you make it near 1K console, yet the PlayStation 5 Pro exists. Are you gonna have a crash out when people buy a PC for 5K or more? Are you gonna do it here as well? You're just virtue signaling, rage baiting for views and clicks and likes and like 5 cents on the post.
But because you arch your back and hold a Pokeball, you have the right to say never game end yourself. Like, people aren't living hard lives and just want a little fun in their lives. Privileged, out of touch, weirdo. Is this person okay?
They are not okay. The crash out was there for Xbox Poke. Barely. And I own an Xbox. Barely. There was barely any crash out. And it was even significantly as big as for Nintendo. Whereas Nintendo, to borrow from, you will never feel more abused than Nintendo abusing your nostalgia when they paywall things. To be fair, I don't think, like I said earlier, I don't think Nintendo is that much more anti-consumer than the other two. Sony was literally suing somebody for hacking their PlayStation 3, taking down the 60 FPS mod for Bloodborne, releasing a actually almost near 1K console with no games. And there were some other things, and they love, and so also Sony loves to copyright the fuck out of people. Xbox, no games, increased prices for everything, tries to get you into Game Pass, so you don't no longer own your games. I mean, you already don't do, but they push it further by getting people into Game Pass. They're all anti-consumer. I don't understand why people throw that hissy fit specifically for Nintendo. That's very simple. I don't get it. They all suck.
This is literally...
I guess the only difference is that Nintendo targets families and kids, and the other two don't. I guess that's the only difference, but in practice, they're all the same.
Twitter in a nutshell. I'm surprised this is not on Blue Sky. This seems like a more Blue Sky tailored post, like complete delusions, projection, virtue signaling, like long paragraphs saying a bunch of backhanded, ridiculous stuff. You would expect it maybe on Blue Sky these days, but nope, still here on Twitch, and it's glorious to look at. Thank you for entertaining us all on this day. But of course, This post caused a lot of controversy, and it's getting like literally like a quote per minute. People are still seething as I'm recording this video, and well, I guess let them. It's the highlight of their day, I suppose. But anyways, that's going to do for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Hi there.
Well, didn't pay attention. Let me go back to the video. Yeah. That's pretty much it. I just think the criticism is, like I said, for the Nintendo thing, for the Switch 2, the criticism is understandable. It is correct. It's just disproportionate to when it happens to Nintendo in comparison to everyone else. I find that hilarious. These people are just mentally ill. These people are jealous as shit. These people need genuinely help. And it's just, that lady did not deserve the crash out of these people. It is average Twitter freaks, but it is what it is. Yeah, we'll see. And the boycott did not happen. It just didn't. The console sold like hot because the Switch 1 is just super successful. And they capitalized on this, like every company would actually do. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. It reminds me of the time people were protesting Starbucks and people harassed everyone that bought Starbucks. But they were still buying, the people that were harassing were still buying Starbucks. Same with Genshin Impact. The people that were boycotting and protesting against Genshin Impact were still playing Genshin Impact. It is what it is. No, it's warranted in Nintendo's case. Getting refs video aside. Nah, I don't think it's warranted in that degree. At least as long as it's not a double standard. Which it is. To me it is a double standard. Or Call of Duty, yep. But to me it is absolutely next the theme park video. After this one, I need to do Deer's Dose real quick. Let's go. Deer, your dose. Pro Squid Game players be like. By Koji Animation. This will get copyrighted and I have to edit it out. This is still as dumb as ever. This is still as stupid as ever. And it's kinda getting to me. It's kinda has something. Live like a pro. You can do it. Brain rot, no! But yes, it is brain rot. We love to see it. Yeah, Deer is happy. Deer has been served. The rot as it should. Now we can do the good stuff, which is a roller coaster video that I probably will not understand. Monster Hunter brain rot. Yeah, that was a thing. I've already watched that last time, but I had to edit it out already because I got copyrighted. Because now I know that copyrights actually fuck over your channel. This will be once again a video I will not understand. The $10,000 micro park by Ambiguous Amphibian. What a mouthful. Yeah, I have no idea. Let's just hop in.
Roller Coaster Tycoon is one of those rare games whose level of polish was well ahead of its time. Released by its...
There's a roller coaster Tycoon. I mean, probably. I mean, the only Tycoon game I ever played was Zoo Tycoon, and I loved that game. I was in love with that game. I also loved the Wildlife Park. I loved that game too. I was living this game.
It's legendary game developer Chris Sawyer in 1999. It's one of my...
And I think I played some train Tycoon thingy as well.
My favorite gaming memories, and it's still great, even nearly 25 years later. Made before the release of sophisticated game dev tools that exist today, it's coded almost entirely in the computer's assembly language. As a result, it's one of those titles that lets you get really under the hood, and it runs extremely well. Plainly put, it feels like building with Legos to play this game. Since I wanted a demanding task when I revisited this title, I decided to try one of the game's most difficult challenges, the Micro Park. Its footprint is a stingy 15 by 15 tiles, and the task is to create the world's smallest profitable park, at least $10,000 in value by the end of October, year 3. When planned ahead, the results are borderline art, roller coasters designed to perfectly fit to their space, and some of the most aesthetically pleasing designs of all the game's scenarios. I'm really not good at this type of thing, which is why I think it's a great challenge for me in particular, and so it begins. It all starts in March of year 1. A blank slate and an open...
So the goal is literally just to build the smallest but most successful theme park ever. Simple. Roller Coaster Tycoon was 1999, Zoo Tycoon 2005. Yeah, that's probably why I don't know it.
Track before us, ready to go the distance. $10,000, 0 guests, and 1 dream. But what could I fit in a park this modest? It starts with the hedge maze, of course, one of the smallest and most flexible constructions. The default prefab certainly won't work, so we'll need to fashion our own custom design unique to fit the specifications of this particular blueprint. Every turn is painstakingly belabored, and our foundational attraction is prepared. Life is a labyrinthine maze of anxiety and financial planning, and my heart is in my mouth as our first guest enters the attraction. Will he be able to find his way out, or did I mess everything up? Hardly a moment passes when more guests come tumbling in, and the jubilation at the first rider's approval is immense. Right now we're charging free admission, so this necessitates shrewd pricing on each attraction to assure its sustainability. Hedges don't pay for themselves after all, and it costs nearly $500 for this one exhibit alone. But will it generate cash flows needed? This process of automating one element's profitability and moving on to the next creative project is intensely satisfying. The mandatory merry-go-round, synonymous with everything Americana, is the...
And then you just have random people running around as usual. For every Tycoon game, just running around open in the field. I just like to get people eat my animals, to be fair, but that's just me. I enjoy that much more.
Next obligatory construction, directly above the hedge maze. I know that this looks simple, but the truth is that if we don't plan far ahead in advance, we might find ourselves bereft of any good construction options later on. That is to say, you could really screw yourself in this game. The first time I played it through, I thought it would be a great idea to build everything underground, and then keep building the park up from there on in. In that instance, we ran out of money on landscaping, and spent the next 2 years staring at a large, expensive, and above all, unprofitable mound of dirt. If you're trying to make something that looks...
But I know this feeling. I get this feeling. You built something that's just not useful, and then like, you have this thing and you're like, what do I even do with this? Even if you run out of if you don't run out of money, what do you even do with this? Where was I even going with this?
It's interesting. 15 by 15 simply isn't enough space to make something profitable, so you need to go vertical. Supports are weird and wonky in Roller Coaster Tycoon, squirrely, strange things of baffling physical logic. How could a hedge maze support a merry-go-round, which itself is supporting an enormous, phallic sky drop extending hundreds of feet into the air?
What the fuck? Well, if it works, it works.
Nonsense. Nonetheless, the park went...
I've never been in one of these, never, because I'm scared. Well, here's a fun fact, I'm scared of heights. Which is very useful if you have a girlfriend that lives abroad. If you have to take a flight. But yeah, I've never been in one of these. They seem scary. And I don't really like roller coasters specifically either. Because again, they are scary. Some of them at least, some of them.
Went on, and failure became the main mechanism by which I learned the patterns of recursion and doubling back on themselves needed to make the rides and paths of my developing cube of a theme park crawl upon one another, level by level. In some ways, I really insist that this challenge encapsulates everything that makes Roller Coaster Tycoon so exciting and full of possibilities. That sense of maximalism on a mere postage stamp. Anything could happen, and there are millions and millions of right answers, with the largest, most important elements of the park's composition.
Do you not lose sight of everything if it's so crammed up?
Position placed, I turned to one-by-one stalls, those lonely filler properties in our park which would be obstructed from view beneath the jungle of scaffolding I prepared to construct. Information kiosks, doo-doo room, With the staircase completed off in the corner, I ventured my first custom coaster, the true John Hancock of your own personal flair. The wooden Wild Mouse was the obvious choice, capable of turning on a dime a full 90 degrees in the space of only a single 1x1 tile. I'll admit that not all of the trials were successful, but I didn't actually kill any of the passengers.
Oh. Well, nobody died yet! Nobody died yet! That's a challenge, I get it, I get it. That escalated quickly.
And the rides were recalibrated before onboarding live people. Too bad. Everyone loves a little tragic braking accident. But unfortunately, the ride was
This is not Final Destination 2. This shall not be tolerated. Was it 3? 2 or 3? I don't know. I don't remember.
perfectly healthy and operational, sweeping passengers off on fun adventures. I sat back and enjoyed looking at the park from a distance for the first time. Ah. It was finally beginning to adopt that impressive, convoluted look that triggers a sort of aneurysm of serotonin in the brain. So much detail and complexity, begging to be painstakingly ogled, detail by detail. But I still wanted more. A coaster that reached up and above the others, circumnavigating the entire park in one majestic flourish. I endeavored a few more complex rides and met with failure, until finally I pathed one that at last managed to make it back to the original station. Unfortunately, every single guest deemed the attraction too intense. They were aghast, taken aback.
Too intense? Wait, they can do that? They can look at the roller coaster and be like, nah, I'm not entering this. Cool.
In fear. Leaping lizards. I couldn't believe it, and I was forced to trade out my mega coaster for a meager replacement. It goes up, then down. That's it. An instant success. Up, then down. People loved it, and queued for many squares at their chance to ride. Drunken with optimism.
I've never been in one of these either, like the ones with like this stuff. I've never been in these either. Never done that.
I worshipped every square inch of the park, and while creativity is enough of a reward unto itself, now halfway into the challenge, I wondered if I would ever reach the park goal of valuation at $10,000 by October year 3. Coasters were in demand and highly valuable, so I decided to raise the stakes. After a little trial and error with a backwards coaster, I managed to create another Wild Mouse coaster that I thought looked interesting and different enough from the first one. A few more failed trials and recalibrations, and the attraction was opened, reaching ever higher to the point where I could hardly even see the attractions resting below from before. Unsure if I would reach my goal, I started to just appreciate the park more, adding yellow balloons in addition to the default blue, and again observed the park. A kaleidoscoping blood clot of psychedelic—
Yeah, bro, it's Brosy's nothing anymore. It's just Brosy's nothing anymore. Wow.
wonderment. Something flippant, threatening, quirky, and logical all at once. I raised the stakes even more. Every ride has its own parameters for construction, and some of them, like the observation tower, can be constructed atop impossibly small foundations. I built it, reaching ever higher toward the heavens, with not only one, but now two great spires proudly erected. Connecting it by entrance was certainly challenging, but profoundly
Well, he got another one. Flag switch 2, nice.
Satisfying, and it seemed we were now working on an entirely different plane than the one on which we had begun. Another moment to appreciate the new balloons diffusing their way into circulation like new blood cells in the capillaries of this anomaly of a maximal 15 by 15 square. Park values fluctuated like a sinusoid, rising with the construction of new attractions, but falling as rides devolved into disrepair. It would demand every fiber of creativity to meet the $10,000 goal. Anxiety rose again, now only a few months and a few $100s on the horizon. It evaded my grasp, outside the box thinking. I demolished the Viking ship, razed the ground, and constructed a set of 3x3 space rings, high and well above the rest of the park's attractions. Then I replaced the Viking ship, good as new. A triumph of planning that raised the rest of the park's value by nearly enough to pass the park value threshold and beat the challenge once and for all. With a few more stalls added.
Well, seems successful, but that must have been really annoying. I wonder if that took a couple of tries. I just wonder.
At last, I passed the $10,000 threshold of park value, but I knew it wasn't over. Rides gradually depreciate in their value over time. I ventured a few more ideas, sketching out potential vendors lofted above the raucous Victorian underbelly of the park, leaning in over patrons, but band-aids wouldn't fix the problem. I needed something bigger. Even if it were all in vain, I would end up with the same sense of wonder as a child looking out of a plane, as all the houses on the ground seemed to turn into anthills. My guests were well taken care of, mostly. What to do next? Security guards, mechanics, handymen, they were all hired. We had, after all, received the Best Park Food Award, Best Park Value Award. All my rides were open too. I had plenty of cash on hand.
Interesting. I mean, yeah. Works. I have no idea, to be fair, once again, I have no idea what's going on, but I guess that's the fun of it. How to increase your car value, sell your old car for scrap, get the new one, that's the strat. I guess so. I have no idea about cars.
Imagine achieving all that just to get smackledorfed at the last second by a $5 difference in park value. There had to be something I was missing. So it was that in the very last space of park, I undertook the construction of a second and final rotodrop, higher and brighter than the first. The park was complete. A triple-spired masterpiece. Perhaps there were a few more various vendors to add in on the bottom of the park, but that was all beside the point. After a slight tanking, the park's value rose right back up, well above the 10 grand mark, leaving us with plenty of breathing room and not a moment too soon for our October deadline, approaching close on the horizon. When at last we crossed that tape, there are few feelings that compare to that magical moment when all the guests in the park released their balloons in a wave of oversaturated color to the skies. That official stamp of approval, that Easter egg that you succeeded. Applause, laughter, and general joy being had. Then they disappear in one great wave of pops. And what's left behind is a unique signature, my mind child, a projection of my gray matter in beautiful, oversaturated 1999 isometric pixel art. Sure, a little bit of boredom and ennui sets in.
Can this video not just be broken down to a severely autistic roller coaster tycoon man?
With no goal left to complete, but it's hand in hand with the at times bizarre and dark humor underpinning this game's genius. A celebration of the tapestry of possibilities of the brain's creativity with the speed of circuitry and silicon. A quick Google search reveals tens of fantastic designs left by other players with their own unique signatures on this challenge, and it's one of the most special memories I have of gaming in general. Anyway, I'm Ambiguous Amphibian. Thanks for watching.
That was interesting to look at. Never played this game. Maybe interested though. Maybe interested though. But yeah, never played it. Very interesting though. You're just describing Amphibian in the next author perfectly. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that was interesting. That was fun to look at. Ridiculous, but okay. Makes sense. Oh, we got another. I need to at least do 2 more recommendations. I need to do at least 2 more recommendations, so we do. Shadow Clips usually doesn't
So far
do often recommendations, so I need to do these. Especially since he's a member for so long. They're now available on a gaming platform. Okay. Anyways. Pixelbots are offensive! Atomic Heart 2 and the Cube-labeled Gooner games for featuring sexy ladies. Oh no, we're not doing this again, are we? We're not doing it again, by Varadark, by the way. We're not doing it again, are we? We are doing it again. We are doing it again. Well, let's see people crash out again over attractive women in video games.
So far at Summer Games Fest, there have been a lot of really good-looking games announced. Unfortunately for the AAA industry, AA's and indies have dominated over the past couple of days, and it's looking pretty rough for the EAs and the Ubisofts of the industry, but
I have to say, though, Ubisoft based for making a men's mental health awareness post. Kinda based. I thought I fell into a different timeline, but yeah. The good thing is for Vara is when I watch her, It's more so the niche crash out, like the niche crash outs of people, like the one where people told us that everyone who doesn't pick Chikorita is a misogynist. That one. A Pokemon, by the way, that has a 75% chance to be male.
We have seen a lot of butts. There have been a lot of very attractive fictional characters on our screen, and it seems.
Yeah, but they're usually Asian. They're never. Also, it's pretty obvious that. Yeah, it's usually Asian games. It's not Western games where this happens.
That has upset a lot of people. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, specifically at the Summer Games Fest opening, there was a lot of butts in teasers.
And you should like and subscribe to me. Just saying.
And trailers, and one company that really highlighted the women's best assets was Munfish. They announced Atomic Hearts 2, they announced the Cube. I mean, there's a lot that
they're just going back to what always worked. They're just going back to what always worked. They're just going back to what always worked, which is sex sells. That's what they're doing. That's what they're going back to. It's just the truth. That's what they're doing.
Showed off, which looks really good, but the Cube is a brand new game that they are going to be putting out, which the concept of sounds pretty decent, but of course they are using attractive ladies to market this game, and oh my gosh, are people melting down over it, which I always think is so hilarious, because as a woman myself, I would much rather see attractive fiction.
Nah, they also did studies on this. They did it. There's a study out there straight up just saying women prefer attractive characters. Done. Nothing more to add. That's it. That's it. Women prefer attractive characters. And it makes sense. If I'm ugly IRL, why would I want to play as an ugly person? There is probably that one lady that is like, hey, I wanna. If I look like a fat whale, IRL, I want to look like a fat whale in-game, I guess. But aside from that, I think most people prefer attractive. Not just attractive, just good-looking characters. Just beautiful characters, right? They don't have to be hypersexualized. They don't have to be, I don't know, run around in skimpy clothes. Beautiful characters would already would make the lives of these people, of these game devs, much easier, the ones that aren't doing it.
Female characters than ugly whales. I just don't think that as a woman, putting the ugliest character you can with my gender on screen is really helpful to my gender. I don't expect to see normal in a video game where characters have wings and are flying around and are nuking each other and they're using jetpacks and all of these crazy things, right? I expect to see the peak of humanity, or if like they're robots, what would look like the peak of humanity. I expect athletic, I expect fit, I expect flexible. These are things that I don't think most people would disagree with and say, oh my gosh, this is terrible.
Like, just imagine you make a football game and every player is chubby. That would be immersion breaking. If I make a war scenario and everyone is chubby or unfit or whatever, too heavily built to do these things, then that would be immersion breaking.
But we're seeing some meltdowns, which of course I think is hilarious. So if you didn't hear about this game, this is a very quick description. You know what they said about buses: wait for one long enough and two will come at once. The same principle applies to Atomic Heart fans, who are not only getting a sequel, but a multiplayer spin-off called The Cube, an MMORPG shooter set after the events of Atomic Heart's 4th DLC. The Cube will stick players down on, you guessed it, a giant floating cube made up of rotating rows, which looked really cool because they're basically saying there might be a desert level, and then it would shift to a snow level, and then maybe like a nuclear fallout level. Like, there is so much possibility here. Now, of course, when I hear like MMO RPG, I instantly think of Black Desert Online, World of Warcraft, Star Wars: The Old Republic, but I don't know how they're going to do this, though. I think that the concept sounds very interesting.
Interesting. How would a shooter MMORPG work? Huh, I don't know. Sounds experimental, but I don't know. We'll see how that could turn out. Because I've never... Is there a shooter MMORPG, like a proper MMORPG? I'm not talking about like Battle Royale or anything, right?
If this will turn out to just be another like really generic shooter that happens to have a couple of cool abilities and maybe the decent cube rotation, we don't know if that will happen, but I think that they could do a lot with this, and a lot of other people really seem to agree, given both of these games were very positively received by actual gamers. Though, heading on over to the Cheap Ass Gamer post about this, which I think is funny that they're making it, they're showing off some of the screenshots of some of the ladies and some of the panty shots that are actually in this, some of the butt shots, and of course, there are some people here saying, I only see curves, this is so cool. Before time began, there are some people here saying,
Why? I know, why? Why? What's the point? Why? Why to pay that much attention to detail? I don't understand. I guess, sure, go ahead, but why?
I only see curves, this is so cool. Before time began, there was the cube, which is really funny. I remember when I saw it on screen, I was like, well, here comes the Borg. But, well, unfortunately, there are some people who are not particularly happy with this. More Gooner Games, woo. I saw that everything was locked there. I just thought that I would point out the fact that apparently this person has blocked me, so...
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Well, makes sense.
They don't appreciate my takes on some of these very, very beautiful ladies. Gooner Games, I don't think that just because there's a sexy lady in a game, that means it's a Gooner game. Trash, more trash, devs horny, AF, obvious, Gooner bait slop. So you're saying that any woman that is attractive is Gooner bait? Like, that is the mentality here. That's ridiculous. Here is the Atomic Hearts 2 trailer.
I hate to break it to people, but sex sells. Sex still sells. Sex will always sell. I am very sorry. That's how it is. That's how it has always been. I'm not a big fan of over-sexualization too. But I'm not gonna run around and be like, this is wrong, this shouldn't exist. Like, I'm just not gonna... Like, a normal human being, if I don't like something, I will not interact with it. That's what a normal human being should do. Clearly, these people don't.
Trailer, or part of it, I definitely can't show all of it, but it's basically a robot strip club. There's...
I mean, accurate also for the future, because eventually that will exist.
There's a lot going on here. Here's another post asking, is this what gamers want in video games? And I don't think that every single video game has to feature the most attractive characters possible, but I generally think that characters should look pretty good. Unless it is a part of their story or a part of their world, why is it that you are so hellbent on adding ugly characters just to avoid the male gaze, which of course is a fictional concept, but we know that there are a lot of feminists.
I think, here's my take. I said it earlier, not every character needs to be sexualized to the brim. That being said, that doesn't mean I want ugly characters. I want good-looking characters. There's a difference between ugly, beautiful, and sexualized. That's the difference. Not every character needs to look butt naked. But still, I want attractive characters. I want beautiful characters. Not the Grinch. Fictional. It's a made up. What she means by that, it's a made up term, and it is a made up term. Because women want to look at beautiful characters too. Or attractive characters. There is no male gaze. In fact, they made it. Here's a fun fact. They made a study here in Germany, actually. And they checked. How often men look and how often women look. And fun fact, women look more often than men do. At the other gender. So much for men look much more than women.
In the industry, and a lot of activists who want to erase anything that males could actually find enjoyable. There are people saying, though, plus good gameplay, which I hope you knew. Obviously, yeah, if the game doesn't have good gameplay, then it is absolutely screwed at release. But Atomic Heart's gameplay was really fantastic. It was a really fun game overall. I'm super hyped for the sequel, and I'm sure that this spin-off game isn't going to have massively different combat. I would assume it's going to be right up that same alley, so my expectations are pretty high. This is what Cyberpunk could have been. As soon as I saw this trailer, I was like, yeah, this is Cyberpunk. It's got it written all over it. Not necessarily what I wanted, but definitely something I appreciated. And of course, we also saw The First Descendant. The First Descendant's upcoming major content release breakthrough was announced.
Yeah, it makes sense for The First Descendant. It always looked like that. That makes sense. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Game still gets support. I feel like it fell off, but okay. They just hide it better. Yep. Smash.
And you already know how they market their game. They market it in a very interesting way. And look, I've talked about The First Descendant a lot on this channel, and I did enjoy my time in the game. There just isn't enough content to keep people around. This is the
Yeah, that's a problem. That's why I said it fell off. Here's the fun fact. I'm a gacha player. And there's a game called Snowbreak, which frickin' died. Almost. Until they went full on sexualize the characters, make it an absolute quote unquote gooner game, and that saved the game. They also were so based, and the thing was the voice actors, the English ones, didn't like that. So the devs was so based, they fired the English voice actors. So they could loot their characters out completely. Incredibly based, and it saved the game.
The type of title that, yes, when there is a major content update, I will go back to it. I will put some more time and effort into it. I will play it for maybe like a week or two, but they haven't updated the game quick enough with new characters and new maps and new guns and like new raids, just new content in general. So I feel that this game has fallen off quite a lot. It's still funny to see their marketing, and I still praise them for actually putting these attractive characters first, but I know The First Descendant isn't a 10 out of 10 game, and I'm definitely not saying that it is, but you can count on people getting really upset at The First Descendant marketing, because these are developers who are definitely not afraid to market to the gooners of the world, which of course I think is ridiculous that, you know, you're called a gooner simply for wanting attractive characters in your video games, unless you're the Access Media, but then you're allowed to be a gooner all you want for the male characters. Oh, we can objectify them all we want, because apparently the female gaze isn't.
You had me at. Also, I'm gonna say this. If you think women don't have gooner games, quote unquote gooner games, you are sorely mistaken. Literally look at gacha games with male characters. Look at gacha games like Love and Deep Space. This game is the ultimate peak, in fact, of gooner game, because it has a period tracker in the game. These characters track your period. I don't think that exists for men. When it's freaking out on German and Japanese ministers handshaking photo, it's my history is bad. That's funny. The only thing I found funny was when Trump shook our prime minister's hand, and our prime minister just, you know, because Trump has that usual pull your hand closer, and our prime minister just said, "Yeah, fuck you," and pull it back.
Actually a thing. People are saying, though, too bad the game isn't that fun. Wasted potential by greedy manipulators. Take a hint from Marvel Rivals, respect your customers, and don't overcharge for BS. Yes, I do agree. Games that have incessant grinding and predatory microtransactions, I can still play them and have a little bit of fun, right? But you're not going to get me hooked on your game and playing long term.
I think the best thing is, the best way to play a game for a game is the thing that Warframe did. You can pay to speed up the process. However, you can get everything you want for free if you spend enough time. And it's not even like an overly excessive amount of time. I think that works.
Term, which is just really, really unfortunate that that's the direction that this game actually went in. But of course, this is getting praised by a lot of people because the developers do just really know how to make a game that people actually think looks good. Now, I did end up streaming the entire Summer Games Fest opening. You can go and watch that on the channel if you want my first genuine reaction.
I didn't because I wasn't live at that time. I was probably close to being asleep.
Actions to some of the announcements. I streamed the Sony one. I will be also streaming the Xbox event. The events so far have not been terrible, but AA is dominating. The AAA companies are not really showing up except for Capcom. They're the biggest that actually showed up and then announced, of course, Resident Evil 9, though Sega also announced a couple of decent looking things. Either way, AA is definitely dominating.
Oh, was that the one blonde, short, long-haired lady that people were freaking out over because she's cute? Is that what this was about? I don't remember because I've seen a lot of people on Twitter being happy about this.
And Munfish is a AA studio, so I think that that's really cool. I will, of course, be keeping my eye on the talk on social media about these events.
Yeah, I mean, AA, indies, right? They're doing really well. AA and indie do really damn well. They really, really do. It's so great. It's so great that they're doing well, and then they're doing the right thing and making the right decisions, not getting absolutely cooked. And then you see like weird games. I don't know if you've seen it on Twitter, right? I don't know if you've seen it, but essentially there was a game about looting, and taking, quote unquote, taking back African like things from like museums back, right? You have to consider this. These people, they sit there, they have such a rich culture as Africa and African culture and different stuff, right? And their first thought is about making a game of looting, and the main characters are black people. So basically they made a game of black people stealing, feeding into a essentially racist stereotype. Anti-racists on their way to say or do one of the most racist things ever. It really is.
Events and of course about these so-called quote-unquote gooner games, but as you can see there are quite a few people online that are triggered about all of the butts that were highlighted, and it will be interesting to see if any of them actually call for Summer Games Fest to not allow this type of content in the future. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this, give it a like, and if you didn't, give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I'll talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
Calm down, bro. I need to pay attention more when the videos.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here.
Oh, I turn off autoplay because why is it on? I need to do that. I need to change that. Anyways, that is the end of the video. I agree. They should have, like I said, a game. I think overall most people agree that games should have attractive characters. Do they need to be necessarily sexualized? Not really. But they should be attractive or beautiful. Like I said, I could give some good examples. Like Xenoblade 1 has Shala, Melia. You know, some of the Xenoblade 3 characters are really cute. They're not overly sexualized. That kind of stuff, right? characters don't need to be sexualized. They need to be beautiful, though. However, if you like sexualized characters, go ahead, have fun. I don't particularly care. But yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Let's hope that they can keep it up. Probably not. I would have been better if better with multiple MCs with multiple cultures. I just think that you cannot make a video game based on looting. And it is, like I said, the problem is not really, like, right, the looting and stuff. That's not really the problem for that game. The problem's more so that you have such a diverse culture as Africa, and your best idea that you could come up with is a game about black people stealing from museums. What are we doing? What are we doing? Alright, let's do the big one. Let's do the big one. Let's do the big one. Cocos will do the big one. Holy heck. 48 minutes, bro. 48 minutes is diabolical. What are you gonna make me watch? Holy shit. Alright. Horseface Tests, the internet's strangest game by Crunchy Bagels. That's, first of all, cute name. Let's go. Let's start. I have no idea what we're gonna do. Let's see. Let's see. You can merge few video games together. They already have their own story written. Yep.
On Twitter, a bizarre game has been going on. On the surface, it seems like nothing more than a crudely made, silly little thing. But beneath its dorky veneer lies one of the most compelling stories.
48 minutes? For this? Not even horses.
On all of social media. It's April 6th, 2025. 7 horses are lined up in their stable, as an uncanny voice, generated using text-to-speech, begins counting down from 10. On the word go,
I'm sorry, but that sounds, with a countdown, that sounds more like a horror game.
a race will commence. This race is showcased in a video posted to Twitter on the account Snakes Andrews. Their real name is Blake Andrews. This is the 6th race Blake has held, but while it's not these horses' first race, it is the first with something on the line. Not something crass and materialistic like prize money. No, they're racing for something much more valuable, a name. Up until now, these pixelated blobs have been denoted solely by their color. However, less than 2 hours prior to the race, Snakes Andrews had tweeted, quote, "The winner will have his name revealed. It's now time for these horses to, quite literally, make a name for themselves." White immediately takes a strong lead. According to this fan-made chart, she soars through what it dubs first, second, and third base. Afterwards, her progress stagnates, while the other horses meander along the top half of the map. The main bottleneck here is the Circle of Death, named because once
the Circle of Death, once you're in there, you can't get out. That's what I... That's interesting.
a horse enters it, they tend to get stuck there for most of the race. And oh boy, is it easy to get stuck there. Eventually, yellow, orange, and cyan reach third base. White realizes she needs to lock in, but
you know what? I'm probably put that's so long. I would probably, not gonna lie, I'll put that on 1.25 speed.
Thinks the goal is over here for some reason. Brown enters third base as well, and over a minute of fierce competition transpires. Eventually, the bottom of the map thins out, and only orange and white remain. As orange flies in the opposite
Orange! Orang! I am orange! You gotta win this! Do it for me! I dare you, orange. You must win this right now. You must.
Direction of the goal, white seems poised for victory. But she doesn't get the bounce she needs. Orange rebounds and finds the perfect trajectory to land in the final chamber. White makes one last desperate push for the finish, but it's too late. Orange...
Yes! Orang! Orange wins! But 1.5 times. I still want to understand. My brain is already fried by this, with this speed. TikTok brain. Let's go. That's how you would win.
Grabs the carrots from right under White's nose. The screen zooms in, and Orange receives her new name, Jovial Merriment.
Jovial Merriment, my horse. You red, not orange. You blind, not seeing.
Does this all look pointless to you right now? I wouldn't blame you for thinking so. It's just a video of a bunch of blobs bouncing around in a maze. I mean, come on! They don't even look like horses! But there's something I haven't told you yet. To Blake, this is just an—
With us, the character have a donut on their head. That's interesting.
Another ordinary race, but to its fans, this is yet another thrilling installment in an ever-expanding imaginary story they've concocted. In this universe, some horses are in love, others are enemies. Some are the closest of allies, and others the fiercest of rivals. Some were present on January 6th, and others' psyche become fractured beyond repair, as they slowly give in to their self-loathing. They say if you have infinite monkeys with infinite typewriters, one of them will eventually write the greatest story ever written. How will a few 100,000 Twitter users compare? In this race, there were 7
It's in the name of the channel. Oh yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Oh, in the head. It's a bagel, not a donut, I guess, yeah. Interesting. So it's just fans made up an entire thing and went with it. Very interesting.
horses. Soon there will be 9, of which only 1 is currently named. This is the story of how the other 8 received their name. The first 6 horse race tests, henceforth abbreviated as HRT, roughly
the HRT department. Horse replacement therapy. Oh, this is so stupid. This is so dumb. Horse replacement therapy.
Constitute the early era of the game. It began on April Fool's 2025, when Blake tweeted, quote, "New prototype," along with the first ever snapshot of the game. Though in an obviously primitive state, it's here that HRT's basic mechanics were established. Do you remember those memes about the bouncing DVD logo? The horses in HRT move based on a similar principle. Importantly, however, their exact trajectory after each bounce is random. Even if the horses began every race on the same course in the same position every time, the outcome of each race would change drastically. During the game's countdown, the player, or viewer, is prompted to place their bets. This is ill-advised, because for those who get invested in their horse's success, the RNG becomes the author's barely disguised pain simulator. The horses place their bets. This is ill-advised, because for those who get invested in their horse's success, the RNG becomes the author.
I bet in white. Now I gotta... you won't be able to bet tomorrow.
Author's barely disguised pain simulator. The horses have no logic save for a lottery wheel, and the stable always wins. Or perhaps blue, in this first installment anyway. A new race would occur on each of the next 5 days, with the game being tweaked slightly each time. Race 2 featured 3 new horses and an insane finish where Cyan seemed poised to take the carrots, only for Yellow to snipe it from her at the last possible moment. Like I said, the RNG is brutal. To reflect this finish, in the next race, Yellow was given a smile, and Cyan a frown. Just absolute inhumane cruelty. I love it. The next 3 winners were Orange, Blue, and...
Is the betting in this case just gacha addiction for weirdly invested people into this?
Gray. That leads all the way back to the race I showed at the beginning of this video, where Orange becomes Jovial Merriment. But even in this early era, you could feel the first impulses of the phenomenon HRT would become. Over time, these posts were gaining more and more attention. People were tuning in every day, picking their favorite horses, betting on the results with friends, and making fan art. Others joked about how they'd bet their life savings on their horse, or were going to take their own life if their horse didn't win. Some people even went as far as bribing or threatening Blake in DMs, albeit in an obviously joking manner. That's how invested people were getting in a game that looks like this. On April 7th, HRT went on hiatus for the day. At this point, it'd become a regular occurrence for Blake to poll people on which horse they thought would win the next race. At 1:11 p.m., the poll went up. The options were brown, cyan, and white. Of all the races thus far, only these 3 horses hadn't won once. To keep things interesting, Blake decided that for this next race, only the 3 losingest horses would be competing. But that was only the beginning of the changes. See, up to this point, aside from the inhumane torture of cyan stands, every horse looked identical except for their color. later. However, someone went to Blake's DM.
Yeah, Cyan looks depressed. Cyan takes the depressor.
Wanting them to rig the race for the purple horse. Maybe this game isn't particularly colorblind friendly, so White and Cyan were given new hitboxes. Some White fans were upset about her giant ear, foreseeing it impeding her by getting stuck on level geometry, but Blake didn't care. The next day, an image of the new course was revealed. 2.5 hours later, the race was posted. Brown exits the stable at lightning speed. According to this fan-made chart, Brown made it to the corn maze. Why is it called the corn maze? Because Brown got lost and went the wrong way. After spending 10 seconds literally going in a circle, she's lost so much tempo that White and Cyan are neck and neck behind her. But they now also have to face the corn maze. Cyan flounders through it, but White says, "Fuck this," and quite literally goes all the way back to the beginning. By the time White overcomes
Me when I go reverse in Mario Kart.
her Alzheimer's, Brown has not only escaped the corn maze, but is within striking distance of the carrots. It's too late for Cyan and White. Brown is now the second horse to get her name. Doorknob. 2 horses down, 7 to go. Okay, White and Cyan were pretty pathetic this race, but surely if we just run it back... Halfway through this race, Doorknob was literally in last, but White and Cyan are so trash that they squandered their entire lead. Doorknob may not have been able to win against the other horses, but she was easily the winner of the Losers Club. With a new name and new tail in tow, Doorknob was allowed to return to the other racers, and just in time. For the past few days, they had been enjoying a nice vacation, but now it was time to run. New course, new look, it didn't matter. These horses had a name on the line, and they would fight as hard as they needed to obtain one. Nah, I'm playing. We don't have the budget for a montage. Jovial Merriment won. Next day, next race, and it looked like Blue was about to coast to an early victory. But this game will remind you time and time again. Never forget the lottery wheel. Now, you know what? I have a montage in me after all. Welcome to Thrift Store Summoning Salt, bitch! Here's a montage of Blue choking like a billion times.
This is so dumb. This is so retarded. Who made this? And why is it blowing up? Game of blobs, for real. Horse replacement therapy.
Somehow, even after that catastrophic meltdown, Blue won.
Somehow, after being retarded for a few minutes straight, the horse wins.
Or should I say, bulletin board. 3 down, 6 to go. Jovial won the next race, accompanied by a new victory theme courtesy of Lexicat. At this point, it had become clear to most. Something was fishy with Jovial. Jovial had 4 wins to her name, while most horses didn't have a name, period. Depending on who you asked, Jovial was any number of things. Some called her the GOAT, others started spreading rumors about her. I mean, Jovial's obviously on steroids, right? Some of the horses aren't woke? Is that what your GOAT Jovial has been doing in her spare time? Blake claimed it was photoshopped, but
Based horse. Incredibly based. I agree.
that did little to stymie the narrative. To anyone who wasn't a Jovial fan, the supposed GOAT was public enemy number 1. Scant more than a week had passed since the beginning of HRT, and even this early on, both the game's fandom and its story were beginning to pick up steam. But this was just the beginning. Consider everything you've seen thus far a warm-up, because this next race is arguably the single most important event in all of HRT lore. Welcome to Cyan vs. White. For the past 3 races, Cyan and White had to watch from the bleachers, while Doorknob graduated from the losers bracket, while Jovial got more carrots than she knew what to do with, and while Bullet earned her name. They both had to wonder, when were they going to get their chance? Well, at least they had each other for company. On April 13th, Blake posted an image of the new map. At the top left corner were none other than White and Cyan. But this map wasn't like all the others. As far as I can tell, the little fan-made map labels stopped being a thing.
White looks a little bit like Patrick Star, by the way, and Cyan is just depressed. Depresso.
From this point forward, so I'll just have to wing it. The stable, first, second, and third base, winner's chamber, and false hope. The first thing you'll notice about this map is that, ironically, it's extremely straight. No curves, no points, just boxes and hallways. The second thing you'll notice is that a huge portion of the map
bro just had no longer any. The truth is, bro just had no longer any interest in having crazy race design, like racetracks, crazy track designs, because it would take too long.
Map is past the carrots and only serves to waste time. It's certainly an odd track, but let's see how it goes. Literally like 10 minutes after the map was revealed, the race was posted. White absolutely books it, seemingly desperate to redeem herself. She makes it to first base while Cyan is still stuck in the stable. But then Cyan makes it to first base. They're quite stuck. It's been over a minute and neither side is making much progress. The video ends with White and Cyan in second base. For only the second time in HRT history, a race needed a second video. What happens in part 2? Would you believe me?
Like I said, it did take longer than... Never mind, it did take longer than he wanted. He's extremely straight, unlike me. It's you could call it almost... It's almost like me. It's almost... You could almost call it super straight.
If I said there was more backtracking than progress made. Now seems like a good time to mention another mechanic of HRT. As a race continues, the horses gradually move faster. Somehow, 4 minutes in, it's barely helping here. After part 2 was posted, Blake wrote, quote, "My GF wants to go on a date today. I'll post the remainder of the race when I have time for it later today. Stay safe."
I gotta say this, homies. The dude that makes these weird Twitter posts, right, about this weird game has a girlfriend. What is your excuse?
Don't commit suicide, don't hurt animals. That last part is in reference
Okay, sure.
to memes about hurting or killing the horses if they didn't do well. Being left on this cliffhanger made Twitter collectively feel like jumping off said cliff. So, what's going on here? For some, the answer lay in the racetrack. These damn corners are too sharp, these damn hallways are too narrow, and why is like half the map only there to waste time? To others, Cyan and White were so dogshit that they literally couldn't finish the race, and Jovial would have swept like 10 times by now. But quickly, the truth became apparent to most watching. It wasn't that the course was broken, it wasn't even that they couldn't win. They didn't want to win. Because during their time in the bleachers together unable to race, Cyan and White had fallen in love. And with that, the entire race took on a new meaning. White took the lead as Cyan meekly made her way out of the stable behind her. They passionately made out in first base. Then Cyan gained confidence, beckoning White.
Why? Why did this turn into Yuri? Who thought this was a good idea?
To join her in second. They flirted with the idea for a bit, but after hesitating, they decided first was better after all. Blake posted, "Might take a quick nap," and the HRT fandom collectively came within an inch of ending it all. Part 3 was quickly posted, and it was truly spicy. They were becoming shy, spending more time apart, blushing at the thought of each other, but they still snuck kisses in when they got the chance. The verdict was clear. These horses are gay, and they're lesbians. Blake tried to decanonize the Yuri, but the shippers couldn't be stopped, and Blake had to concede. It was around this time that another trend began to solidify within the HRT fandom. Up to this point,
I should learn how to draw and make straight art of them just to piss somebody off. Sorry, I'm just evil. I just can't contain myself. I look at this and I'm like, yep, I need straight art just to piss off people.
Most fan art depicted the horses either as blobs or horses. But from here on out, horse girl stocks are on the come up. This inevitably led to a large cross-section between the HRT and Uma Musume fandom. After part 3 was posted without a victor, part 4 wasn't posted. The next video Blake released was on April 15th. It was a brand new racetrack, and the only
They're still racing to this day.
horses not in attendance were Cyan and White. Blake was pulling the ultimate bit. They were going to keep the community on this cliffhanger for as long as humanly possible. With no resolution to the race, the only coping mechanism that could soothe the aching souls of the HRT fandom was Yuri posting. And Yuri post they did.
And to be honest, it's not even about the Yuri itself. It's to send the message for straight art. It's to send the message that I hate shippers with an undenying passion that goes beyond mortal comprehension. I have an eternal beef with shippers.
On April 9th, Blake had tweeted, quote, "Announcement. These test races have been warm-ups. The purpose has been to test out tracks, add visual and audio polish, and adjust other parameters for a small live exhibition tournament on the 25th of this month." Nobody at the time knew what it would mean for horse race tests when the last word in its name was erased and it was no longer in the testing phase. For the time being, it was an unknown variable looming above the people who were obsessed with this game. Roland Barthes' influential essay, The Death of the Author, argues that an artwork's meaning isn't dictated by its artist's intention. I mean, first of all, it's impossible to definitively know what an artist meant by each brushstroke or word they wrote. Even if you had them on standby to ask them about every little detail of their work, they could still just lie to you. But
why is that a Minecraft cock?
more importantly, art can induce a bevy of experiences and meanings in the minds of its audience. Meanings that can be well substantiated and valuable to discuss even if the artist had no idea they were there. Thus, the essay seeks to elevate the position of the reader and their interpretation over the author's. As Barthes puts it, "Word up from 1967. These horses are hella gay." Blake's influences and intentions with HRT are easy to find. It originally started as a game made for a casino party, which is why it's about horse betting. It was inspired by their friend Flan Falacci's concept of ambient games, which is why it has no controls. Its amateur aesthetic is influenced by glorious train wrecks and their childhood playing freeware games. All of this is deeply interesting to talk about. No, really, I wrote thousands of words about this stuff and then deleted them all because it made this video too long. We know that Blake didn't intend for there to be any lore in HRT.
I mean, they're all male. Again, the most issue is, like I said, the most issue I have with shippers is that they push their headcanon.
HRT, and yet there is. Isn't that invigorating? I mean, half the game is people shitposting about the game. It's a reflection of how individual interpretation is not only compatible with art, but can elevate it. How... This video's fucking stupid. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my epic YouTube video. That's right, we're a normal YouTuber again. Be sure to subscribe. If you don't subscribe, I'll shoot your dog. I'm not even joking.
Is that a threat? Are you sure you want to have the John Wick experience? You know what happened the last time a dog died?
Do it. Cyan and White were still scissoring in the torture labyrinth, so for the next race, 2 newcomers were enlisted to fill their...
Not gonna lie, currently I'm this is so brain rotting. This is so brain rotting. I'd rather watch a Mr. Beast video. This is crazy.
spot, red and pink. Pink is the horse I rooted for. Here's some pink facts. 1. She and Doorknob are deeply in Yuri with each other. 2. Her favorite food is apples. 3. She is utter dog shit. No, it's even worse than you think. At the beginning of most races, she'll actually be doing pretty well. Then she'll get confused and go the wrong direction until she's borderline last place. God, why do I root for you? In this race, my pink little princess thought she could fit down this tunnel. She can't. Meanwhile, Yellow took the lead with Jovial not far behind. All Yellow needed was a couple good...
This entire video can be summarized about very simply. Autistic man makes game. Autistic people find game. And the horses are also. that is summarized up. It's a game about retarded horses.
Good bounces, but she managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Yellow fans wept as she and Jovial switched places. Even as Jovial got the worst bounces imaginable, Yellow literally hit her back towards the goal and practically force-fed her the carrots. You'd almost think Yellow wanted Jovial to win. That same day, a journalist was contacted by an anonymous source who claimed to have witnessed an unmarked group administering an unknown substance to Jovial via syringe. Blake called it fake news, but the story had already spread. The steroid scandal was becoming too big to ignore. The next day's race featured the first
appears at a Trump rally, take steroids. This is the most based horse
instance of background music in HRT, courtesy of Annabelle Blay. Meanwhile, something strange was going on with Jovial. She wouldn't leave the stable. Literally, she would not go an inch beyond where the gate was. Jovial was throwing. She needed to keep her head down to avoid more negative publicity. Viewers in the replies immediately called her out on this deliberate loss, all because last race, Yellow threw to give her best friend the win. Halfway through the race, Yellow realizes what's happening. She backtracks from near the end of the course all the way back to the start. For the rest of the race, Yellow stays in the stable with Jovial, comforting her friend in this dire time. On the other side side of the track after a fierce battle with Bullet, Gray wins and is christened Downtown Skybox. 4 horses down, 5 to go. The next race is one of the strangest in HRT history. It seems like Red is about to close out the race not even 30 seconds in, but then she doesn't. There's something else she needs to do first. As it turns out, Red is skilled in the ancient art of aura farming. For the entire race, Red plays goalkeeper, not letting the other horses get anywhere near the carrots. After spending over a minute cock-blocking every horse this side of the map, Red smugly takes the carrots and is christened
It's so different. This entire video is so retarded. It's crazy. This entire thing is so stupid. What am I watching?
Mind afternoon. It was a completely overwhelming and frankly badass performance. 5 horses down, 4 to go. For days on end, Cyan and White had been racing alone. During that time, love permeated the labyrinth. X's and O's wafted through the air when they kissed. The 2 lovebirds spent the nights in each other's arms, while the days were spent running around the labyrinth, having a blast, bumping into walls and each other with glee. But
they were not kissing. They were just stupid.
on this particular day, the air was somehow chillier than usual. The reality was setting in. At some point, one of them was going to have to win. The winner would go on to race with the other horses, but the other would be left behind. Tearfully, they talked it over in second base. You hear that? The pain in their hoofsteps? That's the melody of their sorrow, as Cyan decided to sacrifice herself. They kiss one last time, then split up. Cyan makes her way to False Hope, while White hesitates for some time. She spares some glances at Cyan, but she knows what she must do. White takes a steadying breath and exhales sharply. She tightens her palms, steels her resolve, and hollers one last goodbye to Cyan. She then enters the winner's chamber. Welcome back to—
Shut it, you're jealous of them. Nah, they can't kiss. You know why? They're facing each other's backs. They're facing... One is always facing their back. If anything, they must be fudas and giving each other back shots. If anything. Also, I have a girlfriend. How should I be jealous? For you two there? I don't know about that one. Your L's are many, and your bitches few.
the races. Superstitional realism. 6 horses down, 3 to go. At first, things seemed relatively normal. Jovial won, because of course she did. The next day, whoa, in the middle of a race? There's children watching! As it turns out, far from just friends, Jovial and Yellow had the hots for each other.
So we have a conservative, basically, as she was at Trump rally, a conservative steroid abuser lesbian. This gets more and more based.
And we're not shy about it. Yuri lovers the world round rejoiced as fan artists rendered this indecent incident in exquisite detail. Oh, and even after giving her girlfriend backshots in the middle of a race, Jovial still won. What else did you expect? But Jovial's second victory was cut short when this happened. Nothing stopping her now.
Bro, it's just an empty room. Well, it's still stopping her. Because, like, the room is just ginormous and empty.
The race begins, but no one's betting. It's barely even a race at this point. Her hoofsteps echo across the barren hall, as if her despair is emanating through the void. Even without anyone else competing, it takes the losingest horse nearly a minute to reach the carrots.
I'm gonna say it. Cyan, at this point, just jump. At this point, just jump.
That fanfare. That goddamn fanfare. Cyan breaks. What's the point if it's a race by myself? She chokes out. What's the fucking point? I don't even get a name! Cyan crumples to the floor. Tears leak from her face and puddle beneath her. I'm worthless. She chokes out the words, but they reach no one's ears. She contrived this facsimile of a race for herself, just to feel like a proper horse girl again. But without anyone else in contention, it's meaningless. A race. It isn't a real race by your lonesome. Cyan gasps. That's right. I just need other horse girls, right? The death of the author argues that an artwork's meaning isn't dictated by its artist's intention. If we're to believe our collective hallucination, then Cyan's psyche has just shattered. It's the morning of April 22nd, and the HRT fandom is booming. Fan cams, fan art, and fanfics were aplenty, able to be posted on the new unofficial HRT Discord. There was a carefully maintained community spreadsheet containing meticulous detail on every horse's placement in each race. The game consistently trended on Twitter, and Blake was gaining thousands of followers every day. So imagine everyone's shock when, at 11 AM, Blake posted this video. This
are these fucking horses at this point? Why do they all look deformed? Hi Jacob, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Why do they all look deformed?
Didn't look anything like the horses we were used to. These horses were bloodied, deformed, and putrid looking. They were so similar in color that they were labeled by the first 3 numbers in their hex code, which led to 2 horses sharing the name 006. The course itself felt eerie and bizarre, an atmosphere further accentuated by its song. C7C took the carrots, and was christened a mysterious figure. Do we even count this towards the name total? What's going on?
What the fuck? Why does this suddenly turn into a dark version?
Who are these horses? Blake gave no answers, so it was time for a game theory.
Cyan is actually in purgatory.
Welcome to the Cyantic Nightmare Theory, a common rendition of which goes as such. Cyan is in purgatory, which is a manifestation of her self-loathing. Her psyche has shattered into multiple evil horses. 5 of the nightmare horses represent the 5 stages of grief, which Cyan is going through after losing to Super. While many of these evil horses bear design similarities to the normal ones, the most undeniable connection is between Super and Mysterious. The remaining horse, then, represents Cyan herself. Who won the first race in purgatory? Mysterious, the representation of Super. This race is Cyan reliving the moment where Super left her forever.
Well, if they're... Well, then they're not. Interesting. Then they're all made on... Then the winner is on purpose here, though. I prefer yaoi harem. I prefer vanilla straight love. I will kill everyone who's into NTR.
It's twisted and corrupted by her self-loathing and jealousy towards the other horses. It's a dimension of naught but grief and despair, where Cyan may very well spend the rest of her days. Now at this point you're probably wondering, what the hell is Blake cooking? The answer is, not much. They just thought it'd be cool if there were evil horses and this theory is community-wide schizophrenia. But screw it. Ding dong, the author is dead, sans his nest, and the plot of HRT has never been more riveting. And I think Blake realized that. The same day, Blake changed their bio to tease the imminent end of HRT. Up until this point, most of the community wasn't aware of the April 25th deadline. And even now, nobody knew what it would mean when the tests were over. All the community could do was wait in rapt anticipation for the final race. The Cyantic Nightmare Theory may have been unintended, but Blake was more than willing to lean into it for the sake of giving HRT the ending it deserved. New day, new race. But this track was giving people deja vu. Turns out, it was a slightly modified version of the track Cyan and Super raced on. Speaking of Super, today she wasn't in attendance. Who has time for—
Probably didn't join because of PTSD from the last time. Oh, the winner's random. We're just making shit up as we go, as it goes. I can tell, and it makes no fucking sense. It's all just, it turned into a community project. Bring more bi anime. Bring more straight anime. Bring more straight anime. Bring so much straight anime that the Japanese and everyone else on this planet starts to marry and reproduce. Yes, even if you're gay or lesbian, you will bear children.
For racing when their girlfriend is experiencing Lovecraftian horrors beyond comprehension. The
RIP to the king, Shinzo Abe.
race began, and Yellow fans rejoiced as she seemed poised for her first victory, until the Cyantic Nightmare resumed. Mirroring Super, Mysterious was MIA. This time, one of the 006s emerged victorious as a garbage bin. The real race—
Garbage bin. That's what fandom does, create from shit from air. Except when the shit is actually shit. Here's just severely interesting people making shit up.
Resumed. True Yellowheads already knew she's too much of a fucking simp not to let Jovial win. The Cyantic Nightmare continued the next day, with neither Mysterious or Garbage in attendance. But now, multiple oddities were beginning to take place. The screen distorted during the countdown. As 003 takes the carrots, a lime green heart appears near the bottom of the screen. It disappears as Nighttime Knifemare wins the Most Badass Name award. But after the screen fades to black, this happens. Super and Mysterious are face-to-face in Purgatory's second map. And
Did the bitch just decide that she's gonna save her wife? What the heck is going on? It is yaoi anime, BL for short. Oh, okay. Okay, never heard of that.
instead of all the horses starting in one stable, 2 stables sit opposed to each other. This isn't a friendly competition anymore. This is war. Super wants her girlfriend back. Let's stop and analyze the map for a bit. First, horse plinko. Second, the main bottleneck is right here. This squeeze separating the upper and lower chambers is so tight it requires an extremely specific angle to make it through. As soon as one of the horses clears the squeeze, it should theoretically be a cinch to grab the carrots, but getting through it to begin with will be difficult. With this in mind, the first two horses begin their war. They immediately bash into each other. Super is sent back to the stable, while Mysterious gets stuck on the pegs in the upper chamber. Super rebounds and they begin duking it out. The white mare is violently angry. She mercilessly hunts Mysterious through this cramped area, until her evil clone is forced back into her stable. But from there, Super just can't find the right angle to make it through the squeeze. She gets close, but a bad bounce forces her out. This map is brutally unforgiving. But not as unforgiving as Super. Frustrated after failing so many times, she literally barges into Mysterious's stable and beats the ever-living shit out of her. After evidently winning the fight, Super is so proud that she throws herself at the squeeze once again with renewed energy. The video ends with Super floundering in the lower chambers, while Mysterious is trapped in her stable. From there, it takes...
Nah, I think the evil horses should win. I need the schizophrenic, dangerous, evil cyan horse to annihilate all the other horses. That's what I need.
7 hours for Blake to post another video, this time of an entirely different race. But even though we're back with the usual horses, the oddities continue. We're still in the same map as Cyan and Super's race. A distorted voice can be heard over the countdown. It's impossible to make out what it says. The countdown's audio and visuals are desynced. A cursor appears on screen. It presumably clicks, restarting the countdown before swiftly leaving again. Instead of carrots like usual, the horses are racing for an apple. But most notably, jovial merriment is entirely absent from the race. Alright, Pink, the orange menace is gone. They're
died from steroid overabuse. Based again! Based! See, this horse is based! I'm the biggest fan of this horse. Incredibly based. Incredibly based. For real, for real. I love this horse. By the way, what is your favorite anime? And better not be you mean a mecha anime? No, it's Dragon Quest: The Adventure of Dai. And then Guilty Pleasure Dragon Ball GT. And then Romance Toradora.
probably at a Trump rally or something. If you don't lock in while the locking in is good, I'll AI generate your favorite stuffed animal having a miscarriage. Even during the race, the distorted voices continue, barely audible amid the game sounds. Resolute takes the lead, but some crucial misplays leave her meandering aimlessly around the bottom of the map. Out of embarrassment, she retreats, and all of a sudden, my goat is in first place! She just needs to clutch it out. That's the wrong fucking direction. Luckily, Pink's girlfriend's doorknob knocks some sense into her, and she returns to first place. But Pink is just too stupid for this world. Doorknob emerges to give her a pep talk, but then Resolute and Yellow catch up to her. Pink accidentally knocks her precious doorknob away, and all of a sudden, she's in dire straits. She probably would have lost here too, were it not for one thing. There's nothing Pink loves more than an apple. Ladies and gentlemen, Pink won! And she has cum in her name! Comely material morning, my goat! At 2:22 a.m. on April 25th, Super won against Mysterious. Guys, I think I know where Jovial went. April 25th was originally supposed to host HRT's first live exhibition tournament. However, back then, Blake couldn't have fathomed how huge their game would become, nor how its plot would develop. It's perhaps because of this that no such tournament would be hosted. Instead, the 25th would contain the final race, and therefore the final test in horse race tests. It took place between two teams.
The strongest horses versus the strongest horses. The strongest versus the strongest, for real. Today I got two full odds shinies. Congratulations! Also, hi. Psyduck, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Why those? I get the last one you said. Why the first two? I just think Dragon Quest Dai is one of the best shonen anime out there. It just is. It just absolutely is. The characters are amazing. It has great villains. In fact, probably one of the best written villains ever, for shonen at least. And Dragon Ball GT just because I love it. I just love it.
The good side, jovial and super, and the evil side, mysterious, nighttime, and garbage. Jovial fans were quick to proclaim their favorite as not just the strongest, but the main character who would save the day.
Piccolo! Aura farming! Why is this in here? Why? Oh, this is amazing. This is amazing. What aura, look at this.
They smugly handed out apology forms to those who had previously dissed the GOAT, but this time, even Jovial's most ardent haters were on her side. For once, the entire HRT fandom was betting on the same steed, for she was the chosen one. Dear Cyan, Super called this purgatory. I'm sure you'd call it hell, and I'm inclined to agree. It's so cold. I can hardly breathe in here. Every molecule of air feels like a razor-sharp dagger piercing my esophagus. Even the tiniest breaths freeze my lungs solid. I swear the walls are made of dry ice. Merely brushing against them is enough to make me yelp. This is supposed to be a race, but it feels so lonely in here. These mutilated mares Super and I are facing, they're not horse girls, I tell you. They're demons. This labyrinth is their domain. Its floor is caked in blood from their
Domain expansion. Horse purgatory. Where's Hollow Purple? You can hiss at me as much as you want. I'm sorry, I don't watch the stuff that you watch. Or read the stuff that you read.
perpetually open wounds, frozen into a wicked permafrost. One of them looks like a chunk of its head was brutally caved in. All of them are downright horrifying. None of them are as horrifying as Super, though. She is not herself. In contrast to the labyrinth, her eyes are filled with such scorching hot rage, she barely even recognizes me. The other horse girls say I'm the strongest. I cannot win this race. In purgatory, I am frail. In hell, I am a coward. In the real world, I merely hid these aspects of myself. I am not the strongest. I am only a cosplayer. So enthralled with forging my hero's journey, I failed to recognize
She's no longer the best horse. Coward!
your suffering. I'm leaving this note on the labyrinth's walls in the hopes that some twisted fragment of your mind is still conscious enough for my words to reach you. Or at least, I want to believe my goals are that noble, but somehow, I feel like I'm just selfishly venting under the facade of righteousness. I cannot save you. I hope Super can in my stead. Jovial merriment. Nobody knew how to react.
Game over? Yes. I need that Cyan villain arc, thank you.
Did we get the bad ending? Well, after the race ended, amid all the references to End of Eva, one leading well-articulated and reasonable theory, emerged. Fellas, we actually got the good ending! Garbage Bin represents Cyan's self-loathing, hence the name. Because of this, Garbage Bin winning nullified her inferiority complex, because even in this corrupted state, she could attain victory. If either of the other two evil horses won, it'd really be a bad ending. But Jovial and Super held back these horses specifically, meaning that with the presence of her friends, Cyan could finally overcome her self-loathing. But even with this new interpretation, it was a gutting conclusion. We all rooted for Jovial, and we all lost our bets. For a while, nobody knew if HRT would be continuing. To cope, the HRT Discord got together to officially host unofficial races with a recreation of the game. This included races with HRT OCs, which exist, and some of them apparently have lore, which is why I'd like to nominate some of my own original characters to compete in future unofficial HRT races. This one is Jerry, and I call this little guy Ruby Ridge. This one is Bagel-chan Horse, and this is Bagel-chan Horse but on Vash's computer. That isn't even a horse. What?
I didn't expect Vosh to catch some strays in here. Okay, I get it. Okay, what the fuck, by the way, is that minion, bro? Why did you put that in there? Why did I stop here? But yeah, based slight clapback at Vosh.
Why the fuck is that on my PC? For 4 days, the HRT community wallowed. But then, on April 29th, Blake posted this. The tournament would be hosted on pixel artist Lumpy Touch's YouTube channel. Though the races were pre-recorded, it would be premiered live. But immediately, people knew something was off. In the trailer, you could briefly see a green horse? The day before the tournament, Blake tweeted a promotional image for it. Twice. In the first version, Jovial, Super, and Cyan had no pupils. Blake accidentally put the wrong date on the poster, but after reposting it, their pupils had been hastily drawn in with the pen tool. Just what was going on? People wouldn't have to wait long to find out. It's time for the tournament arc, where racehorses transcend. On May 3rd...
This is so fucking dumb. This is so freaking dumb, dude. What did I watch? Did you make me watch, Cocos? Why? What did you do? For VTuber women, minors are not allowed to watch her stream, but for VTuber men, minors are allowed. Nah. It's neither. That has everyone to decide on their own. For me, it's like, I will not actively try to stop you. That is your parents' job, not mine.
At 6:00 p.m., the first official HRT tournament premiered to approximately 6,000 live viewers. The air was so thick with anticipation it felt like the entire stadium was electrically charged, yet each horse held themselves high. The stream chat was going wild, but their applause soon turned to confusion. Cyan and Super looked relatively normal, but they were facing backwards. Then, Jovial arrived. Or is
What did they do to my horse?
that Jovial? It's definitely not as we know her, but there wasn't time to think about that. The first race was already commencing. The tournament is split into a winners and losers bracket based on the horse's past performance. Victory in the losers bracket will send you to winners, ditto in winners nets them a ticket to race 13, the grand finals. The outcome of the first race was predictable. It's in a bracket made for winners, for Christ's sake. Her victory music was identical to Jovial's, but everyone watching knew. This horse had met a fearsome fate. With Fearsome's ticket to the finals punched, she wouldn't be making another.
Nah, I wanted Cyan to go crazy. Not this horse.
Appearance until the final race. The other horses now had to play catch up, a sentiment that rang even truer for the losers bracket. Oh. Guys, I don't think even Matt Pat could turn this into the good ending. In this tournament, there were 6 good horses and 6 evil ones. Cyan, Super, and Jovial had joined the ranks of evil. The good horses didn't know what to think. 3 of their good friends had betrayed them. It must have been painful, especially for Yellow, whose girlfriend had come back warped beyond recognition. The evil horses had one master plan. Total.
Now I need the horse to go full MAGA, though.
Tournament tyranny. For the best shot, all 3 evil clones needed to make finals, but with the latter 2 in the losers bracket, it's certainly going to be an uphill battle. Let's see how they do. For most of race 2, it seemed like Super was going to make quick work of her goal, but after some truly awful bounces, she gave up her lead to Doorknob, Cyan, and Yellow. Eventually, Downtown joins the fray, and the 4 horses are practically brawling at the bottom of the map. But for the first time since the second ever race, Yellow wasn't just there to show up.
The winner is...
8 horses down, 1 to go. Perhaps her victory was intended to be a message to Jovial, a show of resolve to spark some old memory in the orange speedster
What am I watching?
that could maybe jolt her back to sanity, but the winningest horse had truly lost her mind. In race 3, Resolute earns her spot in the finals. Back to the losers bracket, the corrupted couple was done messing around. Super and Cyan led the charge hand in hand. They make their way to the bottom of the map, but soon lose each other in the shuffle of the race. They eventually find each other again, and are ready to make it to the final chamber in each other's arms. But then Comely comes in. She forces Super all the way back to the corner, where she's unable to regain her footing, and therein her placement. It's all up to Cyan now. She must lock in for the first time in her life.
The end did not log in.
Okay, it takes her almost a minute, but Cyan does eventually get her first win. Well, okay, it's hard to call her evil clone being christened Oob a win for Cyan, but ask the stream chat if they care. And with that, every horse, evil clone or otherwise, has officially received a name. But we're far beyond this game just being about horse names now. Even more importantly, Oob has made it to the winners bracket, and is 1 step closer to locking in her spot in the finals. Now it's Super's time to catch up. Race 8 is a brutal endurance test. The course they're racing on is none other than the one that kickstarted Cyan's downward spiral into Oob. Because of this, the race is slow as molasses, even in its late stages when movement is considerably faster. After Super spends, I'm not even joking, over 2 minutes in second base, she finally snipes the radishes, and is rechristened.
That took a while. What a... People onto weird shit nowadays, not gonna lie.
Fantasy, fantasy, fantasy. With both Oob and Fantasy in the winner's bracket, they doubtless felt some relief, but they're not out of the woods yet. In their first race reunited, before they can even form a game plan, Doorknob snipes the radishes in an astonishing 21 seconds, the single fastest win in HRT history. Downtown wins losers semifinals, and all of a sudden, things are looking dicey for our demented duo. Let's review how the brackets work. We've just finished race 10, leaving only 2 races before the finals. Race 11 is the finale of the winner's bracket. The 5 horses who don't win that race will then compete in the losers finals, with Cumley. Yes, my goat has literally lost every race so far, including a 1v1. Look, she just doesn't like
you pick up the retarded horse.
radishes. If they were apples, she would have swept. Whoever wins losers finals will be the last horse accepted into grand finals. This means that Oob and Super each have to win one of the next 2 races back to back. So now that I've set the scene, let's see how Oob and Fantasy do.
Let's go. Villain win. That is a villain win based. Another villain W.
It's easy to sardonically refer to HRT's lore as collective schizophrenia on the part of the fanbase, but interestingly,
It is collective schizophrenia. It is. It's a collective event for people who need to take their meds.
in these late stages of the game, that's not even really the case anymore. Events like Mysterious vs. Super, Jovial showing up to save the day, the 3 evil clones. HRT was never supposed to have lore, yet Blake's latest additions to the game have been actual story events, at least to the furthest extent they can be when the result of each race is random. And this story only exists because it's responding to the audience, adapting to their interpretation, and disregarding it when appropriate. I used the death of the author to justify HRT's fledgling lore, but now the author is present at their own funeral. Any separation between headcanon and canon become meaningless in the face of this bizarrely meta development.
This is just, wow, why? I don't need meds, I need HRT. Why do you want hormone replacement therapy? I mean, you're an adult, you can do what you want. Just don't cut off your, just don't be sure before you cut off your balls.
Race tests is the internet's strangest game because it hurts my brain.
I purposefully misinterpreted what you just said.
To even think about. Its story is this unholy amalgamation of audience participation and authorial reaction, such that even if Blake technically owns it, no one person holds the reins. Art is a conversation between the artist and the audience, and in being such, is a collaborative effort.
2 fucking hours of this shit!
The audience always brings their own perception to the table, but rarely is that collaboration so visceral, so mind-bending, so sincerely charming as an HRT, and I think there's something kinda beautiful about that. The final race of the tournament begins. Fearsome spends most of it in the bottom half of the map, but she can't quite reach the carrots. Jovial's the most fearsome closer around, but for the finale, she needs some help. Oob and Fantasy trot into the bottom half of the map, but with Nighttime and Doorknob keeping them company, victory will be hard fought. Eventually, they see their opportunity. Oob will not be winning this race. Her job is to fend off Nighttime while Fantasy makes a beeline for the other side of the map. After shoving Nighttime away, Oob gives Fantasy the perfect redirection. Now, Fearsome and Fantasy are inches away from victory. Fantasy will not be winning this race. Her job is to set the struggling Fearsome up for victory with the perfect bounce.
A villain win again.
On Twitter, a bizarre game has been going on. On the surface, it seems like nothing more than a crudely made, silly little thing. But beneath its dorky veneer lies one of the most compelling stories on all of social media. For now, this is the end of the horse race tests. But judging from the cliffhanger ending of the tournament, they probably won't be gone for long.
Based. Villain ending. That's all I need to see. I wasted almost an hour on this. Over an hour on this. Wow. Wow, interesting, interesting. Well, at least I now know what is going on in the weird, some of the weird corners of Twitter. But at least it's interesting. At least it's interesting. At least it was interesting to look at. Do I have something short? If not, I might end. Oh yes. I have something. I still have something.
Yeah.
I do in fact have something. So what do you say on my recommendation? I don't know. It was interesting. What kind of shit you find? Very interesting. I'm gonna draw all horses straight. Just to piss them off. Anyways, very interesting. It was fun to watch. It was fun to watch. But I probably, if something like that if you find something like that again, I would probably watch it off screen and not on stream. Probably. Anyways, get ready for some horror. The Harley Quinn fart comic is somehow worse than you can imagine by Chalupa. This has been in my recommendation for a bit. Let's look at this. I'm aware of this. It's literally what the title says. It's a Harley Quinn fart comic. That's for fart fetishists. It's literally what it is.
Yeah, you read the title right, and if you didn't already know about this comic's existence, well...
I'm still on speed up. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Yeah, you read the title right, and if you didn't... Yeah, you read the title right, and if you didn't already know about this comic's existence, well, I'm sorry. Yes, this is a real official comic from Detective Comics themselves.
Yep, you heard that right. It's an official comic. It's an official comic. In this issue, farts. Just in time for April Fools. There's not just April Fools. Whoever made this is a fool.
Yes, I'm using their government name. In case you're wondering how this comic even escaped, here's how. The year is 2024. DC, always looking into the future, decided they needed an April Fool's comic. And what should they do for this lovely holiday as a way to make their readers laugh? Then, one creative mind says to the room, what about a one-shot comic where...
Harley Quinn fart comic.
And surprisingly enough, that's not the worst part, as they also made it a scratch and sniff comic. Yes, because...
What the fuck are they smoking? What are they smoking at their headquarters? What the fuck is going on? What the heck? You can sniff it too? Nah, bro, nah, dude, nah.
Because what we needed more than the fart comic was to feel like we were actually there with the fart. You know, they wonder why manga are putting them through the ringer when they...
Yeah, when this shit literally exists. Yeah, manga's been wiping the floor with comics and it will continue because most comics nowadays are ass.
this is the slop they come out with. Yes, manga does have some absolute disgusting ones out there, I'm not gonna deny that. However, they still...
Why did you throw in... why did you quickly throw in Fairy Tail? That's not accurate. But yeah, Ren the girlfriend is horrid. But that's mostly because nothing happens.
make sure to deliver us some bangers, make sure that we don't riot. These bums, what do they give us? Spider-Man being cucked, a glorified Tumblr fanfic.
Yeah, Spider-Man being cucked, that happened. Fat depressed daughter of Starfire.
And now this! These people have stopped with the creativity and started giving us radioactivity! Anyways, yes, this was a long intro, and yes, I was stalling for time. But unfortunately, I can stall no longer. Let's do this.
I wish you would have stalled for longer, bro.
The comic starts with Harley watering Ivy's plants, clearly putting way too much. Ivy tries to show Harley how to water them properly, and then...
First 2 pages, farts!
I know what I signed up for, but second freaking page, these guys could...
Okay, second page.
...could not resist any longer. They're both taken aback by this, and then Harley begs her to do it again.
Give me some of that the poo again. Do it again. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck is going on?
Seemingly obsessing over the fart. She even tries to do one herself, which causes Ivy to leave, thinking she's making fun of her. And that's the end of the comic. Thank you guys for... Yep. Harley is devastated that Ivy hasn't spoken to her since that incident, eating ice cream to help her cope with the situation. Before coincidentally, she drops some of it, which lands on a flyer of an art fart presentation.
The art of fart. Flatulent fighters. The art of fart, and this is censored also.
Wish I was kidding. And dude, how did this many people arrive at this stupid art show? Harley's criminally insane, that's a given. Does that mean everyone else here in this room is a vile member of society? The art show is trying to make farting seem like something celebrated throughout history. I wonder who wrote that in. I guess in this universe, pink eye was the pandemic that wiped out Europe. Unfortunately, the fart propaganda works on Harley, as she now believes it's all romantic. Wait, what?
What the fuck? Who wrote this? Put them in jail.
Now you guys are calling it vile and disgusting? Did you think that fart was some acronym for fully automated robot tank? Obviously it was gonna...
I'm about to fully automatic robot whatever tank.
It'd be about the bodily function. You can see it in the flyer. Can none of you NPCs see or let alone read? Oh wait, hold on. Maybe it was the pink eye. Harley decides the only way she can make it up to Ivy is by stealing love letters about farting and hides till they close in a goat screaming statue. I thought it was only in bad movies, but I guess I'm wrong. They brought the worst joke in Hollywood to comics. It's mind-boggling to me how they've somehow kept this thing relevant for that long without a single person in the theater laughing.
Goats are not particularly funny. Not that I'm aware. Maybe to some kid, but adults not really. But bro, why does this exist? This is not an April Fool's joke. This is an April Fool's accident.
We thought it was...
After successfully hiding, she's about to get away with the love letters until this... Does she have a name? Dutch Oven. This took way too long to find. Dutch Oven warns Harley that these letters are cursed, with Harley clearly not taking her word for it. Oven gives her more context, telling her that her husband got these letters for her after seeing the love written. Is that political messaging in the back? You know, I try to steer away from politics in my videos, but it's completely in my face now, no running from it. And to this, I call this all racist. Who's to say that black...
Oh, black perps! Oh my goodness, this is a wild one. This is, in fact, a wild one.
People can't be pervs, or Asians can't be misogynists, or Latinos can't be racist. We're all horrible.
We're all horrible. So true. I agree with this statement. And it's just white people, though, for this one. It's just white people for this one. We're all horrible. All of us are. Every single one.
Harley, unconvinced, goes to leave, but Oven stops her by showing her how the curse has affected her, which is giving her fireball farts. Now, dumb powers can be executed well. For example, Doflamingo's power over strings, Katakuri's power over Mochi, the banana guy from JoJo, who had a fishing rod. However, all of these characters and powers are from Japan. Over here, when we make powers like these, it's either whoever made them can't write,
Whoever made them can't write, or is incredibly horny.
or are freaks. In this case, it's both. They get into a brief scuffle over the love letters, with Harley trying to do a cool explosion walk, but it's fortunately stopped. Oven gets away with the letters, and Harley is clearly disappointed she didn't manage to get them, but suddenly she stumbles upon Ivy battling Batman. Gosh, they dragged Batman into this. Ivy is still—
Please, don't let Batman fart. Please, don't. I know that this thing existed, right? This monstrum, this monster. I know that it existed. The problem is just that I never looked into it, and I never found out what it was about. Nah, come on, please nod.
angry with Harley, while Harley's trying to make it up to her. Harley then tells Ivy that men fart all the time, and to not give in to the patriarchy. Don't tell me.
Nah, Chad, it's over. Patriarchy is when you can't fart. Bro. Holy shit. It's woke and fetishistic. That's crazy.
This is the moral of the story. Oh, and this page isn't done with the political slop yet, as Batman says he doesn't care what they do, so long as it isn't against the law, and Ivy then says men make the law!
Bro, nah, dude.
What the—
Yeah, that's probably the person that wrote the story for this.
What does any of this even mean? Are they trying to say men have an advantage over women in farting? Dog, no one likes farting. It smells bad no matter who's dealt it. Man, woman, dog. And hold on, now that I think about it, in what universe is Harley Quinn holding Batman in a headlock? You're telling me that Harley is managing to overpower Batman. Batman! The guy who managed to overpower Killer Croc's jaws, the same guy who kicked a tree in half, the same guy that did this to Bane, that guy is getting headlocked by Harley Quinn? This has to be the canonical weakest Batman in order for him to be getting embarrassed like this. I'd rather trust my safety with broken back Batman than this bat fraud. Ivy still isn't forgiving Harley.
Bat fraud. Yeah, it's just not. It just adds to the propaganda that women can be as strong as men when they quite literally can't. No, dear, run. This video's about farts.
And Harley says she can feel the pain of not talking in her chest and in her gut, and
What the fuck is this? Why? Why are we doing this? Why does this exist? Who made this?
so it begins. After failing to patch things up with Ivy, she tries various times to get the letters back from Dutch Oven, failing each time. Hold on, before I get to the next page, she made fondue with her fire farts and offers some
Seems to have got you. Fondue? What the fuck? With fire farts? Who made this? Who made this? I want to be in a coffin too. At this point, I want to be in a coffin too.
to Harley. Then in this panel, they say was the fondue. Did this eat the fart fondue? She goes into a bar, frustrated with
And she ate it.
her failures, of course, clearing it out with her farts. After some stupid shenanigans, she somehow manages to knock herself out with a corkscrew and ends up having a fart-related dream, or in my case, a nightmare.
What the fuck? Who made this? I want to know who made this. I want to hear the author. I want to see the person that drew it. I want to see everything. Who made this? Who thought this was... Who thought... Went up there and said, yup, we need a fart comic. Most certainly for April Fools. Yes, this did not release. This escaped. I don't know who it escaped from, but please go back.
What the f...
What the heck? What the fuck? No! Why? What the fuck? What is going on? No!
How much did they pay the freaking artist for this? At most six...
Therapy. They paid him. Therapy. A lot of therapy.
63K a year? Yes, that's 5K a month or so, but that's still not enough for me to have this be a part of my resume forever! Could you imagine the future job interviews for the artist?
Welcome to the interview. Let's get started.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here today.
All right, so for starters, what was your previous work?
Well, I actually did all the art for Harley Quinn's Silent But Deadly.
The freak is apparently the guy who wrote the fart love letters, which makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah. But yeah, I could not put that on my resume. If I put that on my resume, bro, that would be diabolical.
She asks him how he was able to become a famous writer if he was such a freak, whereas she would get imprisoned if she talked like that, and he replies by saying he's a white man. Here we go, some more brain-dead politics. First things first, no, Harley, I don't think you would. Secondly, they put you behind bars because you're an actual criminal. Like, look at this list of crimes. Mass murder, animal cruelty, terrorism. They threw me in jail because I'm a woman. Yeah, a woman that bombed children with DS's. Yeah, this guy is a freak.
A terrorist. And bro's a freak, bro likes him stinky.
But this is your dream! You made him a freak! Then again, he did write love letters about fart. After waking up from the dream, she goes to a fast food joint where we see the one thing that I thought was a little funny. She says they hire anyone these days and points to a wall of their workers, with Darkseid cheesing the camera.
What? Why is Darkseid there? As like employee of the month or something, what the heck? Isn't he supposed to be the big baddie of DC?
Absolutely proud of the minimum wage life. It got a slight smile from me, and I mean slight, like this guy kind of slight. As for the rest of the comic, apparently she's supposed to meet someone there. No. Batman, I could accept. Harley and Ivy are a part of his rogues gallery. Makes sense he would appear, even if it's this bum. But Plastic Man? He is one of my all-time favorites, and they had to drag my boy into this. Look, just please respect Plastic Man. Oh my gosh, they made him.
No, they made him the pants. Oh my god, no. No. They made him the fart enjoyer. No.
Him into a suit. Oh, it's worse than that. They use
it. You're cooked, bro.
Him to add another fetish. Dude, what do I
even... Inflation! Bro! Wait, who recommended this?
And say now, they're using one of my favorite DC superheroes as a way to shoehorn in one more fetish, and I can do nothing about it. Oh my god!
Why? Why are they doing this? Who made that pickle pizza ain't bad? Who made this?
Hey guys, Chalupa here. I'm just taking a little break to cool down. I need a calm head in order to read the rest of this, you know? Let's all just chill here for a bit, maybe we'll all be less angry. Nope, it's not working. They cannot have paid you enough money to draw this. I'd rather this be drawn by AI because at least the AI has no conscious decision on the matter. They heard draw a plastic man blowing farts out of his nose and immediately got to work. They eventually find Oven, disheartened because no matter what she's tried, she still can't get rid of her curse. She now realizes it was her late husband that cursed her, not the letters, and Harley and Plastic Man quickly stop her so she doesn't destroy the letters. Oven thinks no one will ever love her, but Harley then reassures her that it's not over because fart fetishes exist. I'm not kidding.
What the you think a couple butt burps! Butt burps! No, made this!
There's the panel. She then thanks Harley by calling her emotionally intelligent. Yeah, I don't think emotional intelligence is Harley's strong suit. Harley then makes up with Ivy, then makes out with Ivy, then they shoehorn Zatanna in at the end. How many freaking superheroes? Oh wait, there's one final joke at the end because Harley was never cursed. She was only lactose intolerant. Oh, that joke right there is a good one. Dog, I have read webtoons about bad harems, the R word, and
the R word? Retards? And furries.
Furry grooming. This comic is right up there with them. Oh, it was an April Fool's comic. You're taking it too seriously. Dog, look at some of these panels that they had to put time and effort into. They even went through the effort of making it scratch and sniff. You know this isn't a simple April Fool's joke. The only ones happy are the fart enjoyers that would gladly sniff every page before it wears off. Then they had the gall to add Plastic Man and make him an object for fart and inflation kinks. This man already doesn't get enough respect with people thinking he's Luffy level. He does not need this comic to weigh him down. You know, with how many extra superheroes they shoved in here, I'm surprised and, frankly, a little glad they didn't add Superman.
Oh, hopefully that's not farts.
This comic has been so horrid, my car's tires got stolen while I was making this video. No, that's not a joke. Here's the picture.
Like, actually? Ain't no way.
Coincidence? Probably. Am I still gonna blame it all on this? Yes.
If World War III happens, I'll blame it on this comic.
Look, man, can't we go back to when making comics was about trying to tell a good story? We look back so fondly on such masterpieces of the past that we don't consider making our own masterpieces. So let's just put the politics and fetishes aside and go back to making good comics. Wait a second. Does that say issue number 1?
That says issue number 1.
Is there gonna be more of this? Nope, never mind, you can kill them. Anyways, I am relieved to say that's gonna wrap up this video. Thank you guys for watching this video in its entirety. If you guys like this video, then please like, share, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. If you guys haven't already, consider joining the Patreon to help me get new wheels. If you guys have any video suggestions, then please leave it in the comment section below. And with that, I'll see you guys on the next video. Peace.
Yeah, to summarize, this video was gross. Whoever recommended this, I will find you. I hope this stays issue 1. If it becomes more than issue 1, we have a problem. I'm gonna literally find DC and do things to them. I don't know. I don't know where you can. If you don't like farts, you better like and subscribe and comment. Take care. Bro, what was that? Who made this? Goodness. Oh my goodness. What? Holy shit. Literally. Not unholy, it's unholy. Bring me a spray bottle of bring me a spray bottle of holy water. Guys, this will be the end of today's stream. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with Shiny Hunting and Monster Generations Ultimate and Harvest Moon. Potentially. I haven't thought about it yet. But we will do something. Yeah. Have a good day or night. We'll see you tomorrow. And yeah. Bye-bye.